you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics and occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, as we talked about last time, the Sefer Zohar is a kind of mystical midrash composed of a bunch of uneven sections that has become the core of the Kabbalah. In fact, it is now the core of the Kabbalah. It's the most recently added scripture of Judaism after the Talmud. The Talmud in the midrash literature is a kind of scripture, and the Zohar has now become a kind of scripture as well, depending on the community, especially in the Orthodox world, less so in the liberal world. It's composed by Moshe de Leon and the circle around him sometime in the late 13th century, although it's traditionally ascribed to Shimon Bar Yochai, who's a 2nd century sage. And some of the core concepts we talked about last time are Shekhinah. This is the idea that God has a feminine aspect. And that Shekhinah, that feminine aspect of God, dwells in our world. That is how we experience God, is through God's feminine aspect. And part of what's going on in the Kabbalistic drama, in the Kabbalistic theory, is that the goal in some level of Kabbalah is a kind of sacred marriage between Israel, the Shekhinah, and the Shekhinah in Israel and the upper Sephirot. We'll talk about how that's accomplished in just a second. And as you may remember last time too, when we talked about the concept of evil in the Zohar, unlike previous, more philosophical theories of evil, in which evil was simply a privation, you can think of cold being the absence of hot, or darkness being the absence of light. The Zohar rejects that theory and says no, evil is very real. It's actually part of the dross. It's an afterbirth in terms of how reality is created. And that afterbirth comes, or that dross is thrown off by Gevurah, God's judgment, or God's justice. It's Gevurah overcome. It's Gevurah is overcome in such a way that Chesed doesn't check it, and when a Chesed or mercy and love doesn't check the Gevurah, that overflow of judgment becomes evil. And that forms a different dimension of reality called Sitra Achra, the other side. And that other side is where the opposite of God lives. This is the realm of the demonic. And the Zohar is very, very, very concerned about the realm of the demonic. It has, in fact, very complex, a couple of different complex, very complex demonological systems. Unfortunately, we don't have time to get into all those demonological systems, but we could in another, maybe if we do a whole Zohar class, we can get into the Zoharic demonology. As I mentioned also, right, the Zohar is hyper-literal. It likes to take things very, very seriously. Remember I said that one of the things that the Zohar likes to read into the Bible is anywhere the direct object marker, et, occurs in Hebrew. I think someone pointed out in the chat last time that the word et occurs everywhere in the Hebrew Bible. Of course it does. Everywhere there is a direct object in the sentence, the word et appears in Hebrew. And so people said, yeah, the Shekhinah must be everywhere. And that's what et means according to the Zohar. Anytime there's an et, that means the Shekhinah is there. And people say, well, that means the Shekhinah is everywhere. Of course Shekhinah is everywhere, because God is everywhere. And God only appears as Shekhinah in our realm according to the sacred Zohar. Now, how do we deal with this hyperliteralism? Well, we deal with it with a kind of conservatism when it comes to Jewish law. And that takes the form that the Zohar is very, very literal about the doing of Jewish law. It does not interpret the Jewish law metaphorically. It says that if the Torah tells you to put the tefillin on every day, you do it. And not only do you do it, that is the key to seducing Shekhinah. And I didn't talk about this much last time, and I should have. It was a mistake of mine. That the Zohar likes to describe the commandments, the following of the commandments, as something like foreplay or seducing God. And as we seduce God by following the commandments, we become married to God through a scene. We become married to God through a kind of marriage. And that marriage to God is exactly what's supposed to happen to redeem the world. That is to say, the masculine, the feminine, all these things are balanced, and that balance is the metaphysical ideal that the Zohar aims for. And so the following of the law is not just an optional thing in the Zohar. The following of the Jewish law, the scrupulously following of the Jewish law, Shabbat, laying tefillin, keeping Shabbat, separating meat and milk, all the things, all the 613 rules that you know and love, those are not just rules to follow, they are the roadmap by which Israel seduces God into the sacred marriage, and in that sacred marriage, the cosmos is prepared. And that reparation of the cosmos is the goal of the Kabbalah as it's understood in the Zohar, and so there is no Kabbalah. There's no Kabbalah for the writer of the Zohar without scrupulous halakhic attention to the Jewish law. And that's one point I want to drive home. I'm not trying to say that non-Jewish people can't appreciate Kabbalah, that non-Jewish people can't learn from Kabbalah. I'm saying that the writer of the Zohar does not imagine that there is a Kabbalah, not just outside of Judaism. That's not even imaginable. There's no Kabbalah outside of a strict Orthodox Judaism. And so the idea of Tikkun Olam is, helping the world, repairing the world by giving charity and doing activism. The writer of the Zohar would say, sure, but you got to do the other stuff too. It's not enough to give to charity and help make the world better materially. You have to very carefully keep the law. You have to make sure that you don't wear clothes that have linen and wool blended together in shabbats, because that destroys the universe. That destroys the cosmos when you do that. You have to make sure they're separate. And by observing that, you have to balance the world. So it's a very legalistic mysticism. And I know that the phrase legalistic mysticism sounds bizarre to us because we think of mysticism as kind of pervasiveness. It's just feeling and emotion. It's just experience. But that's not true for Kabbalah. It's about obedience and transcendence. It's about immanence and transcendence. And we have to balance both according to the Zohar. So now again, I'm not trying to gatekeep here and say that non-Jewish people can't appreciate Kabbalah. I'm just saying this is what the Zohar says. Does that mean you have to accept what the Zohar says? No. That's all you want. That's your business. I'm just telling you, don't let anyone tell you that it's kumbaya in the Zohar. Because that's just not true. Now, does that mean that you have to be bound to that? No. But I don't want to lie to you. I'm going to sell you some hippy-dippy kumbaya Zohar. I'm going to be honest about what it says. Now, what it says and what to do with it are two different questions. What to do with it is a question you have to do with. That's your business. All I'm here to, what I have to do responsibly from my end is tell you what it says and how it works. And from there, you do you, as the young people say. Let's jump in, folks. Let's jump in. So, the main thing I want to drive home tonight is that when we tell the story of the Zohar, sometimes we tell the story of philosophy, that there was a bunch of Greek people, then a bunch of medieval people, and then Descartes happened, and nothing happened in between. It's as if there were a bunch of Greek people, and there were a bunch of medieval people, and then Descartes happened.
Look at that man, I'm sure I should have been Mr. Toronto. Also, Fly Homer. Blessed do you, Shem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 33 days, which is 4 weeks and 5 days of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the services of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days. Amen. Salah.
As if nothing happened in the middle of all that. Sometimes we do the same mistake when it comes to the Zohar or the Kabbalah. We pretend that the Zohar got written and then Isaac Luria came and everything was done. And the Kabbalah has not changed since then, and the Kabbalah was not there before that, right? And that story is just incorrect. What's really important to know is that the appearance of the Zohar beginning in the 1790s and then through the early 14th century, it didn't make huge waves. It wasn't a big deal. Many people did not buy into it. It wasn't widely disseminated, and many people didn't know about it. It slowly began to percolate through Europe, and then eventually to Italy, and eventually to the East, and then Morocco, of course, as well. What's important to know is that it just didn't make it wasn't a big splash at first. It was mostly the purview of a very tiny group of people who did not make it public. And can you blame them? We just talked about all kinds of weird stuff that the Zohar teaches. Do you want to be the guy that gets the first couple pages of Zohar and goes to your local rabbi and tells him that you believe this? No. You're going to sound like a crazy person. The Zohar sounds crazy now. Do you really want to be the person to go and be like, yeah, preach it from the mountaintop. Let's talk about Zohar in 1310 in a village in Germany? People are like, you mean that we have to get married to God? What are you talking about? They're going to think you're a crazy heretic. And so what ends up happening is the Zohar is kind of parceled out into sections and sent all around. People are carrying chunks of it. No one's really going to publicize it. People are still playing their cards pretty close to their chest. Because again, this is a pretty dangerous time to be Jewish. This is a pretty dangerous time to be a heretic. You do not want to become a heretic Jew. You don't. That's a death sentence in many ways. And so the Zohar and Kabbalah are still being played pretty close to the chest. Also around this time, it's not like the Zohar ended with the Zohar. Now that's a weird thing to say, but what ends up happening is that after the Zohar as we have it is kind of done, there are Zoharic-like documents that get produced after the Zohar, the most famous of which is a document called the Tikkunei Zohar, another is the Ra'aya Mehemna, and these two documents are actually probably produced in the same group of people that produced the Zohar, but they're not quite the same. But they're so associated with the Zohar that they're kind of Zohar-like. So much so that in a modern version of the Zohar, they're attached to the Zohar. They're kind of like an appendix, like an apocrypha. They're kind of like Zohar apocrypha. That's maybe not quite true, but they're put there, and they're not quite the same as the Zohar. Although I will say that in the modern Daniel Matt edition, that is to say the 12-volume massive Daniel Matt edition that's out now, he does not translate Ra'aya Mehemna. Although Tikkunei Zohar and Ra'aya Mehemna in many ways were more popular because they're more coherent than the actual Zohar itself was. These are kind of like digests of Zoharic material. So we also have the Zohar has a kind of half-life. So we have the main Zohar, and we have the half-life of the Zohar. And it sort of continues to exist in a strange way for a couple decades after it's actually completed, or completed as much as it was. We don't even know how it was disseminated. There's a great book by Boaz Fuss that I have back here about, it's a study of just what we know about how the Zohar actually got published and how it got disseminated out. And what we now think is that it was never disseminated out in one complete text. It was always parceled out into chunks, and those chunks kind of moved around. And one of the things the early printers had to do with the Zohar was collect all those chunks and then organize them into one text and then print that. So it was a mess. It was also just a mess of a text, even in terms of its dissemination. One of the texts that we do know of, however, that was incredibly and popular was a very small section of the Zohar called the Sifra Tzniuta, which is without a doubt the most complicated and bizarre section. It's only about 10 pages of the Zohar if you read it in Aramaic, but it's the most enigmatic section of the entire text. For whatever reason, this was really, really important to people, and that's a text that really traveled far and wide. It's an incredibly difficult to understand section. I've probably read it a dozen times, but I can tell you that even trying to summarize it right now, it'd be fits and starts. It's so weird. So we do know that some sections of the Zohar proved very popular early on, and some sections didn't. So it wasn't even like it was received clearly in one kind of way. What we think happened was that the Zohar was kind of sent out in digests, and people in various communities found certain parts interesting and certain parts not, and it was kind of spread out like this. In the generation after the publication of the Zohar, we basically have three major things that begin to happen. The first major thing that begins to happen in the aftermath of the publication of the Zohar, which everyone knew was important. Everyone realized it was an important document. Substantial, right? I mean, think about the documents we talked about so far in this class. They're 30, 40 pages long. This is 1,700 pages. This is a monumental text. A monumental text. So regardless of what you thought about it, it was important. It wasn't just a 200-page, 100-page Sefer Bahir. This was a monumental piece of literature. So there were three basic reactions to it that followed in the aftermath of it. The first of it was, what does this text even mean? Remember, this text isn't even written in standard Hebrew. It's written in an obscure dialect of Aramaic, so obscure that you basically have to learn the dialect of Aramaic just to read it. It's not even in a standard Babylonian Aramaic. It's an idiolect of Palestinian Aramaic. It's a very, very strange language. So just to try to figure out what it meant took about a generation. Secondly, many people did not buy it. They didn't believe it was real. They thought it was a forgery. There were many, many Jews that thought this document was a forgery, and it's dangerous. It's full of heretical, nonsense ideas, and it's going to get people to become pagan. And so we have, for instance, a very famous story of Itzhak of Akko, and he saw parts of the Zohar actually in Palestine. It reached him in Palestine, and he read it and thought, this is really weird. And if it's by Shimon Bar Yochai, I want to understand it for sure. So what did he do? He went all the way to Spain to try to find out where this thing came from. He did the detective work. He traced it. He went all the way back to Spain. He made it to Guadalajara. He made it to Leon. And he made it to Moshe Leon's wife. And Moshe Leon's wife ratted him out. She said he made it up from his own head. Came from his own intelligence. And Isaac of Akko said, do you mean to tell me he did not have any ancient manuscripts? And she was like, no, he made it up. Now, what did make it up mean? Well, it might mean he was a fraud. It might also mean, according to other interpretations, that he had kind of mystical insight. And his mystical insight allowed him to kind of channel the Zohar, the same way that Joseph Smith channeled the Book of Mormon. That's a claim that people have made, right? The Book of Mormon, Joseph Smith never claimed he actually translated from gold plates. Joseph Smith claimed he used stones and looked into a hat and translated it spiritually. Well, maybe just something, Moses of Leon did something similar to Zohar. So there were people actively trying to do investigative work to figure out whether this thing was real, right? Now, what's weird about Isaac of Akko is that eventually, toward the end of his life, he accepted the Zohar as legitimate, despite what Moses of Leon's wife told him. He accepted it as legitimate. Now, legitimate, what does that mean? It's a big question. But he did ultimately come to accept it, but many people did not. The third thing is, once you've understood what it's saying, once you can read the damn thing, well, how do you systematize it? What do these Sephirot mean? How do you understand all these different connections? How do you understand the 10 Sephirot track the various matriarchs and patriarchs, and are in these weird relationships, and they have all these complicated things that they're doing? How do you systematize this thing into a way of being Jewish? You can't just let it be a bunch of weird stuff. If it's the case, the Zohar is telling you that the entire purpose of this is the reparation of the world, the redemption of the world, the bringing forth of the Messianic age, you got to figure out how to do it. And the only way to figure out how to do it is to systemize the text such that you can understand what's happening. If you need to balance out 10 things, here's what 10 things are, and how the 10 things relate, and how the mitzvot relate to those 10 things. So you can do the work of mystically aligning. So you're going to need people like encyclopedists. You're going to need people like systematizers. And that will be an entire generation, several generations of people that are going to be doing that work of systematizing things. And the first of those great systematizers, right, is people like Abraham Gigatia. So Abraham Gigatia is a person living in Spain. You can hear it in his name. And he lived roughly right around the same time period toward the end of the composition of the Zohar. And his work, the Sha'ar Orah, and there are some folks earlier than him as well that are worth mentioning here. I'll mention some of those folks too. But Joseph Gigatia is probably either one of the earliest people to receive the Zohar as we have it now, and he may have likely been in the circle of people composing it, But his work, Sha'arei Ora, the Gates of Light, is the earliest attempt to formally systematize the structure of the sphere. So he's early on, right? So again, if you think about this, the Sefer Zohar being written in the 1280s, 1290s, 1270s, you can see he's right in that time in Spain. So he receives the Zohar, and he's one of the earliest systematizers. And his book, Sha'arei Ora, is one of the earliest attempts to systematize it. And also, this is one of the earliest books ever translated out of Hebrew into Latin to give access of the Kabbalah to Christians. In fact, if you've ever seen this image, that is the frontispiece for the translation by Rikius of Guzki's Sha'arei Ora. You can see it translated here as Porte Lupis, the Gates of Light, Sha'arei Ora, right? So here we have it. And look, there we go. The earliest depiction of the Sphira. And you can see it, Keter, Okma, Bina, right? So this is a very early depiction of, right, and this is supposed to be Shimon Bar Yochai, I think, right? Holding up the tree of life. So this is an early ambit. Some folks have seen this picture before, and you have been following these lectures. This is the Risius translation of the Sha'arei Ora. Just get through all my slides again. Yeah, there we go. So Gukatiya is one of the earliest systematizers, and that's going to be really important because the Zohar is very hard to understand, and systematize it's going to be very important in that process. Another really important early Kabbalistic document is going to be important here. It's going to be Menachem Rekanti's commentary on the Zohar, and Rekanti's commentary on the Zohar is going to be what's going to be part of legitimating the Zohar, because Rekanti is one of the great scholars of this time, and he's also going to do the part of sort of transmitting Zoharic ideas in Italy. Right, so we have an Italian learning Kabbalah, and translating some of those ideas into Italy, and this is going to be a big part of that. And once they get to Italy, they can spread everywhere, because Italy obviously is the hub of the world, and so they can get to anywhere in the world at that point once they reach Italy. Also, things are making their way over to Morocco. This is also very important. Morocco is going to be an incredibly important spot for the development of Kabbalah, and we're just in the infancy of figuring out how that worked, how things got to Morocco. There was a huge Jewish community in Fez, and there was until the 20th century, basically. And so Moroccan Kabbalah is going to be its own branch of Kabbalah. And it's one of the things I would love to see an entire book about. It's just the movement of Kabbalah to Morocco and the development of Moroccan Kabbalah, which is in many ways, like many Kabbalah, is a distinct form of Kabbalah. But the studies on that stuff are just very primitive right now. They're very primitive. And you can imagine why. The archives are very difficult to access. You need to be able to read medieval manuscripts in 4 languages. It's tough. You basically have to be trained to do that job, and not many people are. So this is one of the spots that future scholarship is going to make us a lot more wise about. Also, by the way, it's also going to decentralize Europe in a lot of ways, because so much of what's going to happen is going to be Morocco, Yemen, Iraq. We talk so much about Europe, but let me be very clear about this. European Kabbalah is just one part of the story, and the reason why we know that part of the story so well is because a lot of Europeans have done that work so far. Do not be fooled that Kabbalah is a European-centric phenomenon. Do not let that be fooled. We just don't know about the rest, because we haven't done the work yet, because we don't have people to do the work yet, or we haven't prioritized it or both. What's also important to know about the development of Kabbalah and what, again, I call the interregnum, the period between the writing of the composition of the Zohar and the rise of Lurianic Kabbalah, is that there were other Kabbalahs around. It wasn't like the Zohar was going to win. The Zohar was one weird document that was out there. People were interested in it, but it wasn't like it was going to be the only thing. At the same time that the Zohar, the version of the Kabbalah that's dominated by the Zohar, what we sometimes call Theosophical Kabbalah, there was another intellectual form of Kabbalah that developed. And this intellectual form of Kabbalah actually was much closer to philosophy. Remember that the Zohar has a very kind of don't like philosophy kind of bend, a little bit. There were other forms of Kabbalah that were developing. Remember, Kabbalah was developing in Spain and France and other places, And there's another form of Kabbalah that's much more cozy with philosophy. In fact, they want to combine Maimonidean philosophy, Neoplatonic philosophy, the Sefer Yetzirah. They want to combine all what's great about philosophy, all what's great about Kabbalah into one system. They don't want to kick Kabbalah. They don't want to kick philosophy to the road. They don't want to kick rationalism to the road. They want to actually blend them together. And so there are forms of Kabbalah that begin to develop, like I said, in Morocco and also in Spain, that are much more cozy with rationalism, with the intellect, with Maimonides even. And these forms of intellectual Kabbalah are completely distinct from what's going on in the realm of the Zohar. Now, you don't hear a lot about these because they lost. The Zohar is going to win, right? Lurie is going to win. But these other forms of Kabbalah are just as legitimate, just as worth studying. Now, what ends up happening in these forms of Kabbalah is that the Sefirot are there, right? These forms of Kabbalah accept the Sefer Yetzirah. They accept the Iyun circle at some level. They said that the Sefirot are real, they're just not parts of God. They're parts of our intellect. They're the parts of God that actually are part of our intellect, that are the image of God inside of us. And so they're not metaphysical objects that are worthy of speculation out there, right? The ladder is not from me to up there. The ladder is from in here to God. The ladder is in here. It's in the intellect. And you climb it in here, in your mind, in the intellect, not ontologically out there. It's all in here. You go in, not up. In this form of Kabbalah, the intellect is central. And what you do is that you go inside of your mind, and through a process of meditation, through a process of breathing techniques, through a process of writing out words and meditating on language, you begin to clear the mind. And as you begin to clear the mind of the nonsense, you begin to uncover the reality of God. And then you begin to climb up the Sefirot in your mind by uncovering the structures of the mind, the pure mind. And that pure mind is an imprint on you from God. And by climbing up the ladder of the intellect, your intellect becomes united with God at some level. Notice this is a very different way of doing Kabbalah. It has everything to do with meditation. It has everything to do with contemplation, as opposed to following Jewish law. Now you can't not follow Jewish law too. That's important, but this is a very different kind. The apex of this form of Kabbalah we often call ecstatic Kabbalah. Ecstasis means to go out of yourself. We'll see what this means in just a second. Or we call it prophetic Kabbalah. And the most important example of this is, of course, Abraham Abulafia, right? Abraham Abulafia, another Spaniard, right? Born in Spain. Again, this is a thing that any Ashkenazi person should be very thankful for, all the kind Sephardim who have given us Kabbalah. Abraham Abulafia was born around 1240, died around 1291, so born right around the time of the rise. He's contemporary with the rise of the Zohar. But from his writings, we can't tell that he knows anything about it. He existed right around the time it was being written, but there's no evidence he knew anything about it, basically. He roamed around a whole lot. Abraham Abulafia roamed around just to look at his travel log. Would make anyone jealous these days for those of us locked down. You'd love to be able to travel around like Abulafia. In fact, he traveled as far as Iraq and Iran. And he's trying to find a mystical river called the Sambation. There's an idea that there's a mystical river called the Sambation beyond which the 10 lost tribes of Israel gathered. And if you can find the river and bring them across, then you can begin the process of redeeming the world and bringing in the Messiah. Very early on, Abulafia had messianic schemes, one might call them. But the world was cast into chaos. If you look at the time period, right, 1240 to 1290, you're looking at the high point of the Crusades. And so that wasn't a good time to be in that region. And so eventually he turns back. Abulafia, aside from the Bible in many ways, and the Talmud, had one text that he felt was very dear to him, and that was Maimonides' Guide to the Perplexed. Now, most of us do not associate mysticism with Maimonides. Most of us do not associate mysticism with the Guide to the Perplexed. In fact, if you ask most people what is the most anti-mystical text in the history of Judaism, they're going to tell you it's the Guide to the Perplexed. Abulafia would tell you that you're wrong. Sorry. 251, he returns to Spain after traveling around a long time, and he begins to have these, what he would call prophetic or ecstatic experiences. And this was brought on by some degree of mixing magical techniques that he probably adopted from the world of the Ashkenazic pietists, the Chassidei Ashkenaz, and also some techniques that he's being developing from the Sefer Yetzirah. And what he ends up developing is a very complex system of breathing techniques, of letter combination techniques, of meditation techniques, and even body techniques. And many of these we think are being picked up from Sufism. Again, we're talking about him traveling in the Islamic world, and he's probably picking up some Sufi techniques. If you've ever seen the whirling dervishes and people like them who enter into trances by body breathing and spinning techniques, it seems very likely that Abulafi is picking up some of those kinds of techniques as well. And what ends up happening is Abulafi develops a prophetic form of Kabbalah. Now, this prophetic form of Kabbalah, of which we have about a half a dozen books that he's written, the earliest of which is a text called Sefer HaYashar, Book of the Upright. And these mystical insights that he gets, we'll talk more about how he achieves them in just a minute, but these mystical insights that he gets eventually convince him that he is, he's the Messiah, which is always, as you probably know from Jewish history, the most dangerous thing you can believe you can be. If you want to get yourself killed, start believing you're the Messiah, and you'll be dead in no time. So he believes he's the Messiah, and of course what he does is he does what any rational person does, and he goes to Rome to tell the Pope that he's going to convert him to Judaism and begin the process of the redemption of the world. Well, the Pope basically orders him to be arrested and killed, and Abulafi's great luck is that the Pope dies. He has a stroke or something, he dies. And Abulafi is, I think, briefly arrested by the Dominicans or some such, and he's released. I don't know how he got that lucky, but, and this happens, by the way, to several people in history. They challenge the Pope to this, to that, whatever, and self-kill, the Pope dies. So, again, not to hope anyone dies, much less the Pope, but I'm glad that Abraham Abulafi did not get to show down the Pope. Sorry, folks, my router crashed. Too many tabs up, I can guarantee you. The curse of the academic. Not there anymore with Abulafi. Yeah. The Pope died, and Abulafi lived. Good job, Abulafi. He would spend the rest of his career basically traveling around writing books, lecturing on the Guide to the Perplexed, and basically saying that he was the Messiah. And originally toward the end of his life, some pretty important Jewish folk in the area of Sicily ultimately had him condemned by another Kabbalist, right? Shlomo ben Edred, who was a pretty famous Kabbalist at the time. He was at least friendly with Kabbalah. And he had him basically exiled, and he disappears from history in about 1291. So what ends up happening is Abulafi vanishes. We don't know what happened to him. He died or disappeared or become occulted. He'll come back later and save us all. I don't know. Abulafi produced enormous amounts of works, prophetic works, commentaries on the Moses Maimonides' God Reflects, and the Sefer Yetzirah, and his combined works now comprise about 13 modern volumes. I have the complete works of Abulafi downstairs. In Hebrew, there's about 13 volumes, although they're not terribly reliable. A critical edition of Maimonides' works is still something we need. It's still not there yet. And so Maimonides is one of these critically important mystics that we just don't have a complete works for in Hebrew, even in English, really, which is a disaster, I think, in a lot of ways. But maybe one day in our lifetime we'll have it. What makes Maimonides, or what makes Abulafi's work so important is that not only does he do philosophical speculation, he tells you how to do these techniques. He tells you the breathing techniques. He tells you the letter techniques. He tells you how to do the combinations. He tells you they are guidebooks. And those parts of the books rarely ever got printed because people were terrified of trying this stuff. Because Abulafi did this stuff, they thought he was the Messiah. And people did not want that happening, and so these sections of these books are hardly ever even reproduced in Hebrew. I do have them in Hebrew, and they're super complicated. It's all about combining letter vowels and things, letter values and stuff like that. Although I will say that recently there was a scholar named Moshe Adel, one of the most important scholars of Kabbalah these days. Moshe Adel did work with a neuroscientist to reproduce some of Abraham Abulafia's breathing and meditation techniques, and it showed, on the neurological level, it showed results. It was changing people's brains, right? So there is something to it, in the same way we've studied Zen monks' brains and nuns who chant, so there is something to it. How did this work? What he thought, right, and this is to get a little bit into the weeds of medieval philosophy, which I'm not going to do because I don't want to make you a crazy person, but there was an idea coming from Aristotle that your intellect, right, so think about a bunch of dominoes. Imagine the universe is a bunch of dominoes. No domino can fall on its own. Some domino needs to knock the other dominoes down, and each domino has to be knocked over by another domino. So every domino is passive until another domino acts on it and knocks it down. And then that domino knocks it, and it becomes the new active domino. And it knocks the other passive domino down. Active, passive, active, passive, active, passive, active, passive. Aristotle thought that the mind worked like that too. Your mind is passive at first, and it needs something to activate it. But it can't activate itself. So what activates it? Another mind outside of it. It's like a domino clicking your mind on, or someone turning a light switch on. The light is passively on, or passively there, and we click the light, and we are the active lighter upper. And then the light shines. Well, Aristotle thought that there must be something outside the mind that lights the mind up. Your mind is passive, and something activates it. What's that active thing that lights the mind up? Another mind. What mind? God's mind. God's mind turns the light on in your mind. It illuminates your mind. Well, often our minds are kind of full of gunk, right? I mean, think about your day. Do you really think about how your mind is a realm of God? You think about paying the bills and getting the kids and doing the thing and getting some food and doing whatever, teaching a class. Your mind's covered over with all kinds of layers of things that make you forget what you are. You're a mind activated by God's mind. Well, what is the technique that Abulafia develops? A way of clearing off the gunk, so that your mind reaches all the way back up to the divine mind, and that your mind and God's mind become connected together. And when that happens, when your mind and God's mind become connected, you see like God does. You see time just as one thing, right? You're now no longer in third dimensions, you're in four dimensions, and you see time. You can look that way into the past and look that way into the future. That's prophecy. You can see how things are going to go. You can see how things went. You can see where you are. You see from a God's eye perspective. Your mind becomes connected to God's mind at some level. And Abulafia tried to develop meditation techniques and language techniques to reconnect your mind to God's mind. Now notice how this is very different than the Zohar. The Zohar is a very different animal than this. You are trying to climb back up something, but in a very, very different way. In fact, even Abulafia gives us phenomenological characteristics to let us know we're on the right path. He says when you start doing this correctly, your body will emit light. You'll see a double of yourself in front of you, like another you, your thelem, your astral body, communicating with you. And eventually you'll have a terrifying moment, and then you'll break through to pure joy, right? And once you break through to pure joy, you're then jettisoned up to the divine mind. By the way, this sounds a lot like Zen Buddhism in a lot of ways, and many people have drawn a lot of comparisons between Zen Buddhism and Abulafia's meditation techniques. So this how-to aspect of Abulafia's work was always viewed with a lot of suspicion by a lot of Jews because of how Abulafia turned out, and also just because it's the idea of joining with God is a very controversial idea in Judaism, because the idea is that God is transcendent and you're not, and so that's a weird thing in Judaism. But Abulafia's ideas were incredibly interesting, and eventually his ideas will get redeemed back into mainstream Kabbalah. And I would say that now Abulafia's ideas are being brought back in and synthesized at some level with ideas from the Zohar. But you can see they're very different ideas. And I bet you can see these are very different ways of doing Kabbalah. These are fundamentally different ways of doing Kabbalah. But what's important about this is to know that what the Kabbalah was in 1300, 1350 was not sorted out yet. They were Kabbalahs. And because they were Kabbalahs, it could have gone lots of ways, but eventually it's going to go one way. We'll talk about that way. We'll talk about the way in just a second. Or we'll start talking about it now. The most important event in the history of the Kabbalah is the Alhambra Decree, which, as I'm sure all of you know, the Alhambra Decree was the decree by the Spanish monarchs, Isabel and Ferdinand. I have a coin of them over there in my collection, who banned all Jews from living in Iberia beginning in the summer of 1492. Of course, the enactment of the Alhambra Decree took effect on Tish B'Av of that year. So, add injury to insult. And what ends up happening is that, like in many cases, as we talked about early on in this class, when something really bad happens to the Jews don't get running, the Jews get apocalyptic. So when bad stuff happens, apocalypticism kind of comes in and say, hi guys, I'm here for you. And so this apocalyptic fervor begins to emerge Judaism again with the Alhambra Decree, and that apocalyptic fervor is combined with the Kabbalah. Now, if you can't imagine a more spicy thing than that, I don't know what you can think of. Kabbalah plus apocalypse is like, that's the bee's knees, y'all. That's the thing. And so they begin to combine these ideas. Not only that, there's an idea that God had sent the Kabbalah to prepare the Jews for 1492 with the Alhambra Decree, and that the Alhambra Decree was the beginning of the end of the world, the whole damn thing, or the beginning of at least the Messianic era, and that Kabbalah was how to bring it home. So what was previously, before 1492, a very carefully guarded, secretive world of Kabbalah, after 1492, the new idea was, we need to popularize this, because by popularizing it, we will herald the Messiah. Kabbalah is the road. Kabbalah is like the rug that we lay out for the Messiah. We got to roll the rug out. How do we roll the rug out? By popularizing these ideas, by intensifying our devotion to this new idea, right? Which again, to them wasn't new, right? They really believed it was ancient. And to wit, because they believed that it was ancient, because they really believed that the Zohar really came all the way from Shimon Bar Yochai, where did they go to settle when they were exiled? Many of them were collected by Bayezid II, who I also have one from. Bayezid II was the Ottoman Turk emperor, who was incredibly gracious. He sent his entire fleet to rescue Jews who were being exiled from Spain. Again, this is one of these things where we should tell the story very clearly that this is a case where Muslims saved Jews. Bayezid II recognized this as a very important thing for his empire, and he brought Jews all the way to the Ottoman Empire. By the way, in 1492, there was no printing presses in the Ottoman Empire. In 1493, there was one in Salonika, set up by Jews. So Bayezid II was very, very intelligent in this regard. He knew that rescuing the Jewish population would be good for his empire. And so many Jews who came from Spain after 1492, after the Alhambra Decree, where did they go? They were Kabbalists. They first went to Jerusalem, and then where did they go? They went home. Where is home? The Galilee, where Shimon Bar Yochai is from, the author of the Zohar. Now think about how interesting this is. This is a document written by someone that's not actually from Palestine, a Spaniard, and that you have an entire population moving to Israel, Palestine. They land in Jerusalem, and they settle in the area of their heroes, Shimon Bar Yochai, Meron, and Tzfat. And if you know anything about Meron and Tzfat, you know that is now, to this day, the center of Kabbalah. They built a center where there was none prior. They built an entire world for themselves and lived in it. It's an amazing mystical story in many ways. In the world of the Ottoman Empire, the Kabbalah is about to undergo a titanic change. So some of the earliest important systematizers of Kabbalah at this time was Meir ibn Gabbai. Miriam Gabbai. He wrote one of the earliest systematic accounts of Kabbalah as we have it. But the most important systematizer of Kabbalah is going to be at this time Moses Ben Yaakov Cordovero. And he's going to write, published in 1548, his Pardes Romim. And this is the most encyclopedic, most coherent, and most systematic account of Zohar Kabbalah to be produced, basically in some ways ever. And just to briefly summarize how he thinks, some of the things he thinks, he imagines the Sefirot as emerging from a kind of dialectic. That is to say, they always contain their opposite, and their opposite breaks off of them. Have you folks ever seen how cells undergo like mitosis? Right? Is it mitosis where cells break away from each other? All right, where they you see them like doing the thing, and right? He imagines that all the Sefirot, that Ein Sof contained a contradiction, and that from that contradiction emerged a Sefirah, and then that contained all the contradictions of Ein Sof, and broke again, broke again, and broke again. So what we have in the ideas of Cordovero is we actually have a reason why the Sefirot developed the way they did. For him, there's an inner dynamism even inside each Sefirah, and that's going to get turned up to the max when we get to Encyclopedia here next time. So he's trying to systematize why the Zohar works the way the Zohar works. Why does Sefirot obey rules? What are the rules the Sefirot obey? How do they work? And why are they the way that they are? So he's the great systematizer. Another major work that he has is a text called Or Yakar. Or Yakar is a commentary on all the Zohar literature. In fact, this commentary is so vast that a modern edition is still not done yet. There is no modern edition of the Or Yakar. They're still fixing it. They're still putting it out in Hebrew. I think it's running 24 volumes at this point. He spent decades working on it. It may be done in our lifetime. The modern edition may be done in Hebrew in our lifetime. English edition is not even on the radar. Just to get a standard Hebrew edition done, this work is so massive. It's I think been in the works since the 60s, and I think it's still not done. There are 24 volumes. It's a massive commentary. Another work that he produced was a document called the Tomer Devorah. The Palm Tree of Devorah. This is an ethical, very tiny little book. Very, very tiny little book. You can read it in an afternoon. And this is an ethical version of Kabbalah. This is trying to understand Kabbalah as an ethical program. How to be a Kabbalistically informed Jew. And these ethical Kabbalistic books, these kind of books of Kabbalistic Musar, ethics, how to be a Kabbalist, how to be a Kabbalistically informed Jew. In fact, many of those are responsible for popularizing a lot of Kabbalistic ideas. In fact, some people ask me, what Kabbalistic book would you read first? And I tell them, from the advice of a friend of mine, that I would say Tomer Devorah. If you want to read any Kabbalistic book first, get a copy of Tomer Devorah. Because that's the easiest way of getting an inroad into this conversation. And you can buy copies that are in Hebrew and English. So he also wrote this text, Tomer Devorah, very important ethical work of Kabbalah. Cordovero was the great systematizer of his generation. And I would say that in many ways, I'll speak for myself personally here, which I rarely do, but I will say, I prefer Cordovero's system of Kabbalah in many ways, from a philosophic point of view, more than I appreciate Encyclopedias. Now, I know you're not supposed to say that, because Encyclopedia is the bee's knees of everything in all time. I will say the Cordovero system I find much more rigorous, much more systematic, much more philosophically thoughtful. So I appreciate Cordovero a great deal. I think of him great genius. Now his elder brother-in-law, right, was Shlomo Alphabetz. Now you may have never heard of Shlomo Alphabetz, but I bet you sung the song he wrote, a little ditty called Lech Adodi. If you ever practiced Kabbalat Shabbat, the service on a Friday night to welcome in Shabbat, if you've ever sung Lech Adodi, you've engaged in Kabbalah. Congratulations. The entire service of Kabbalat Shabbat was invented by the circle of people like Joseph Alphabetz, right, and people like Cordovero and people like Joseph Caro. They invented that entire service. That entire service was invented out of whole cloth by Kabbalists. And Lech Adodi is the high point of that service, and it's a Kabbalistic hymn to the Shabbat, as Shekhinah. So also he developed some of the all-night study sessions that became important to the development of the holiday of Shavuot. If you've ever done a tikkun on Shavuot, we stayed up all night. Those kinds of ideas are also to be found in ideas of intellectual alphabets and other folks. In fact, Alphabets and Joseph Caro, we'll talk about in a second, they moved to Palestine because a spirit, an entity, a Magid, a preacher, the Shekhinah, told them they have to relocate to Palestine and go to Tzfat. Joseph Caro, who you probably know more famously as the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the definitive document of Jewish law. Definitive. There is no more important document in Jewish legal history than the Shulchan Aruch. It was produced by Joseph Caro, a Kabbalist of this time period, who saw visions of the Magid, sometimes as the Shekhinah, sometimes as an embodied version or a spiritual version of the Mishnah, the rabbinic text. And so much of modern Judaism, whether it's a legal text like Shulchan Aruch, or whether it's ritual stuff like Kabbalat Shabbat, or it's musical stuff like Lechadodi, or it's other things. All of this is being formed, infused, hewn, and developed in the 16th century in the aftermath of the 1492 disaster of the Alhambra Decree. It's being developed by Kabbalists to popularize ideas from the Sefer Zohar, to basically roll out a red carpet for the coming of the Messiah. They are popularizing these ideas as part of a messianic redemption arc in their mind. So these ideas, which were very closely hidden, are now being published, put out there, rendered out there. Make songs out of it. If you've ever been to a Friday night service in any synagogue ever, you are living in the shadow of these people doing Kabbalah in the hopes of using ideas from the Zohar to welcome and herald the Messiah. Now, I don't know if you know that you were doing that or care, but you were. So, Kabbalat Shabbat, Friday night services begin here in Tzfat, right? At some level, begin here in Tzfat, and they are imbued deeply. Go read Lechadodi. Go read the English translation for it. It's all about welcoming the bride, getting married to Shabbat and perform the Shekhinah, etc. It's Kabbalistic all day long. The Zohar itself is also now reaching its canonization at some level. It's printed for the first time in Italy at the printing of Cremona, although that printing is not very widely recognized. It's only ran for a few volumes. But the definitive edition was also printed just around the same time at Mantua, and the Mantua edition became the standard version. The 3-volume version of Mantua became the standard edition. So the Zohar is now being printed. The printing of the Zohar actually was precipitated at least first by Christians, and then the Mantua edition is going to rapidly disseminate the ideas of Kabbalah all through the world, especially the European world. Cordovero's work is going to be soon surpassed by Isaac Luria. We'll get to him next time. What ends up happening is Cordovero dies, as we all will, and Luria comes to Tzfat the very day Cordovero died, the Ramak died. And above the funeral train of Cordovero, of the Ramak, Yitzhak Luria saw a pillar of fire reaching up into heaven. Now, if you know something about the book of Exodus, the book of Exodus describes God as appearing to the Israelites as a pillar of fire. Literally, Isaac Luria says, Cordovero, God is literally going with Cordovero on his funeral train. And immediately Yitzhak Luria joins the train. Yitzhak Luria, the Arizal, the lion, comes to Tzfat and spends only a few years in Tzfat before he dies. He only spends, but the few years that he spends in Tzfat before he dies very young. He's only like 40 or something when he dies. He spends a few years teaching, and the 3 or 4 years that he spent in Tzfat, or the 2 or 3 years he spent in Tzfat, are going to transform Kabbalah forever. the teachings that he imparts to two of his students. One is Chaim Vital, the other is another student called Israel Sarug, who's not as well known. But between Sarug and Chaim Vital, and really more Chaim Vital, Kabbalah is going to become a completely integrated part of Jewish theology, philosophy, and Jewish law. Kabbalah, as we know it, is going to basically become Lurianic Kabbalah. The Kabbalah, as we all know it, is going to be the Kabbalah downstream of Yitzhak Luria and Chaim Vital. And what ends up emerging is that Chaim Vital's version of the Kabbalah, his very peculiar interpretation, which we'll get to next time, becomes the authentic, definitive, final version of Kabbalah. That's a huge deal. He will set the stage for all further Kabbalistic speculation. Now, what's also important here is that the Christians have taken notice also of Kabbalah. They've also gotten interested in this messianic fervor. And they've also gotten interested in the idea that Jews may have had some weird secrets from way back in the day. Jews at this point, beginning of the 15th century, especially by the 16th century, are taking intense interest in Kabbalah. And they're going to actually adopt Kabbalah to Christianity. And Christian Kabbalah is going to be an incredibly important part of the development of what we now call Western esotericism, or the occult. So if you've ever studied magic, things like that, these ideas are going to be incredibly important when we get to Christian esotericism and the rise of occultism, right, in Europe. We'll get to that next time as well. It's going to be Vital, Chaim Vital, one of Yitzhak Luria's students, who is going to provide the definitive version of Kabbalah as we know it. If you've ever studied Kabbalah, you've heard phrases like Tzimtzum, contraction, Tikkun Olam, reparation of the world, Shira, right, the idea of the shattering of the vessels, Klipot, the idea that there are broken vessels, there are shards of these vessels. If you've ever heard any of these ideas come from Lurianic Kabbalah. They are versions of Kabbalah developed by Luria based on the sacred Zohar. What we're going to do next week is we're going to dive into Lurianic Kabbalah. Lurianic Kabbalah, as I said just a moment ago, is Kabbalah. It's become the baptized version, if you like. It's the definitive, the authentic, the standard version. There were other versions of Kabbalah that existed prior, but Lurianic Kabbalah will become the canonical version of Kabbalah. So notice what's already happened. By the late 16th century, the Zohar is already accepted as canon. There's no doubt anymore basically about it. The question is, how do we interpret it correctly? Luria is going to become the canonical version of Kabbalah. That's a big deal, because something that is, at this point, from 1572, Kabbalah is only about 300 years old. 1270s is when it first began to emerge, really. And by 1572, with the death of Isaac Luria, it's going to become definitive. So by 300 years, the Zohar is scripture. And it's going to affect every version of Jewish life, from the Siddur, the prayer book, to the liturgy, Kabbalat Shabbat, to ritual life, putting on tefillin during Chol Moed, even Jewish law. It's going to affect all these things. And the Lurianic Kabbalah will be the standard mechanism by which all other forms of Kabbalah will be measured in the future. So we'll come back next week, and we'll begin the process of handling the Lurianic Kabbalah. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish.
And also with you. Lift up our hearts. We lift them up to Hashem.
Well-connected businessman.
Right now, alright fam, it's new studio day. It's a disaster right now. Started moving on Friday. We got a long ways to go. We got enough to get the Big Brown Breakdown out today and Fighter the Kid. It's a makeshift set right now. We're still waiting on parts to finish the studio. Bloodsport, my Buff, Kimbo. We'll get it popping. But down here will be the Big Brown Breakdown. So today will be the Big Brown Breakdown. No more shop show. We're bringing it back. Listen to the fans. They come up here. Not quieter in the last studio. And all this is Fighter and the Kid. And other shenanigans we'll be doing. This is Fighter and the Kid. We got windows, thank God. Yeah, long ways to go, but we're cooking. Enjoy those wires, kid.
Sports podcast where people don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. Regular people about sports, right? I mean, we like sports. It's going to be about very similar. We're just not going to take it seriously. It just makes sense for us finding it fun. Tuesdays, Thursdays, listen to if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. That's ideal. It's Our fathers, make our prayers come like you. Not turn away from our supplication, but we are not so often clerical, or righteous. Our fathers, we are righteous and do not sin. Our fathers have sinned. We have transgressed. We have asked for forgiveness. We have robbed. We have slandered. We have acted perversely wickedly. We willfully sinned. That violence. We fallen. We will be unholy and lying. Stop. No. And provoke. Once we transgressed. We have oppressed. Not strange, but others. Great someone, orphan, not wrong. You are just all that come upon us. One thing has a long no, for prayer book. Follow like the following. Master of first, no woman like that.
live podcast in the world, and you are here at its home in the belly room. Every other week we're in the main room, but sometimes it's just more fun to play in a shoebox. You know what I mean? Just get all right on top of one another so you can get close to the action. Put your hands together for my co-pilot and all this fun. The one, the only Brian Redband. Everybody else here. As you can tell, he's on sound effect duty tonight. We have Jamie Vernon, young Jamie. On the great HD camera, and the one and the only Ryan J. Ebelt, house artist, drawing tonight's episode. You're not going to believe it. At the end of the episode, we're going to show you an unbelievable piece of art that was drawn right now while you people are all sitting there watching a show being lazy fucks. Ryan's drawing the entire episode.
Fuck yeah.
And if you couldn't tell, live audience, because you were here when they were playing, we have a band that I have to bring back out each time when the show starts for some reason. It's always fun to watch their intros. Always something original and different. Here they are, the Kill Tony Band. It's Reagan and Watkins and Joel Jimenez. Fuck yeah! Woo! They always wait until the applause die all the way out. Here they are, Reagan and Watkins and Joel Jimenez.
Oh, hey, pals.
So this is like some kind of anti-war stance you guys are taking tonight, right?
Yeah, we're getting pretty political on Kill Tony tonight.
Now, what are those helmets you guys are wearing? Because they look like coffee filters. Camouflage coffee filters.
These are official World War I section trench helmets.
And then Joel is just wearing a bunch of seaweed.
It's a ghillie suit. It's a camouflage suit meant for jungle territory.
Love you.
Tactical attacks.
All right, well, hopefully we'll see some of that tonight. Put your hands together for Reagan and Watkins, everybody. Every single week, I have two of the funniest comedians in the world on this show. This one is what I would call super duper special. Put your hands together for two of the best in the world. The one, the only, Big J Okerson and Joe DeRosa. Yeah! Fuck yeah! Here they are. Joe DeRosa, you've done this show before. Welcome.
I have.
Big J, I have wanted you to do this show for 3 years, and now New York comic and super duper friend Big J Okerson is live on Kill Tony, ladies and gentlemen.
I only did it because Jeremiah playing saxophone is my favorite thing in the world. Yeah, I don't know why, just the fact that he knows how to play saxophone makes me smart.
Mine too.
I do like that. It's bothering me how much better your intro was than mine. Jesus Christ, Tony. I mean, I know I've been here before, but you can act a little happy.
Joe, I'm excited that you're back.
Thanks.
I've been
Also, Joe's here. Joe, you've done this before, but this other motherfucker right here, if I could suck his dick, I would.
Well,
the undisputed master of disaster. The undisputed comedy king.
Joe, I'm happy that you're here too.
Thank you, buddy. It's always good to see you.
Always good to see you. Very excited. You guys work together on the Crowdwork show.
Yes. Yeah, well, that's Jay's show.
Yeah.
Talk about it today. What's your fucking deal? It's on CSO.com. All crowd work. I bring up my favorite comics. Joe DeRosa being one of those. One of my favorite comics in the whole world. Does it make you feel better? I'm trying to make you feel better.
It does.
It's handsome. Guy knows how to rock a sweater.
Can I have another whiskey on ice?
Whiskey on ice.
Tony said to just order through the mic if I wanted one. I already want one.
That was pretty quick.
Yeah, I need one. I guess if you're going to go grab it, yeah, another one of these things.
All right.
Can we do that?
Yeah, what do you want? Some Kool-Aid or something?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Jeremiah, you don't ever drink, right?
Nope. Clean as a whistle.
Why don't you cheers? It's like, yeah, great.
Why don't you drink? I never have.
Never have?
Yeah.
I don't trust people like you.
All right. I don't trust anybody that's like, I don't need the stuff. I don't know what to tell you. It's like, really, you look at this world and you go, don't need to fog that up at all. Looks good to me. No, I don't trust you. Something's wrong. You're lying.
Joe, he finds happiness in the alto sax.
Well,
Flats are my drinks.
Well, my drug's right here.
The only cocktail I need is a nice melody.
Joe, I'm so excited you're back.
Thank you, buddy.
So we have a bucket here filled with a shit ton of comedians, guys. They all signed up for the chance to do 60 seconds and then talk to us live on the podcast afterwards. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. It's adorable. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. All right, there you go. A little something extra for you podcast fans that are just listening to the show that love that part. So let's get this fucking thing started. You guys ready? This is Kill Tony, episode 161.
It's a lot of episodes.
It is a lot of episodes. Anything can happen, as we found out last week, which was a fucking freak show. So let's see how tonight goes. This looks like a new name. Put your hands together. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Michelle Westford.
Hey everybody. Oh, is this on? So you guys got engaged. Yes, that was 6 years ago yesterday. And I personally want to thank Facebook Memories for reminding me about that solid in my life. So I'm single. I should have known things weren't going to work out. He started buying me passive-aggressive presents, like a 6-month subscription to Match.com. And I've got 800 emails in the last 24 hours on Match.com because I put my profession in there. And aside from doing comedy, you guys, I'm a professional auctioneer. Like, hey, gonna be $100 bid, now two, we need better. But I wrote it wrong in there, and the A and the S key are dangerously close. So apparently there's like about 800 people in the greater LA area that want to go out with a suctioneer. So, thank you guys.
Fuck yeah, Michelle Westford. You seem like an interesting spirit. You're wearing a Monster Energy t-shirt with a biker jacket. You have a motorcycle?
I do have a Harley 883.
Oh my god, an 883. Wow, you just made the boner go away.
It's got a 1200 kit on it.
Oh yeah, it does.
It does?
Wow. Serious?
Wow, what is that? Yeah, really, I had no idea any of those things. She's 12 will ever be.
Yeah, exactly. Michelle, so you said that there's the Horse of Truth coming in really late on that one.
All right.
I mean, it was 7 seconds after the fact. Michelle, tell us what's so extreme about you? What else? I mean, you're wearing a Monster Energy shirt. I get the feeling that a motorcycle is like the 7th exciting thing about you.
All right. So yeah, I ride motorcycles. Like I said, I'm an auctioneer, which people usually don't guess because they expect someone like looks like Colonel Sanders or something, you know. So like you're like, oh, you're an auctioneer. Yeah.
How long have you been doing that?
5 years.
How does that start? Did you have to take a class for that?
I apprenticed under a gal who's been doing auctions for 20
use of the word apprentice ever.
I thought you were
not Star Wars.
I thought you were gonna say gal at the end of that.
I learned from the best auctioneer.
Yes, there's a gal from Charity Auction World, and I apprenticed under her for 2 years, and I went to auction school in St. Louis, Missouri.
Wow, that's probably the only place that has an auction school. So,
Is there a reason why everyone sticks with the same voice, and kind of like the strip club DJ voice?
So it's what's called a chant, and so it's kind of the same as someone singing to you. It's a serenade, and so there's like a skill to it for some. All right, now,
How cool is
ladies.
it though? How cool is it that chicks have finally broken into the auctioneer world?
I love it.
I mean, that's progressive.
Can you say it less misogynistic?
She's like the Hillary Clinton.
Yeah. Oh, you broads are doing auctioning now?
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I sell.
That's pretty cool,
I
mama.
sell it to you.
I'm surprised you gals can remember all the info with those tiny brains.
No, don't say that, Joe.
Where do you find time to not vote?
No.
Says ow!
Yeah, that's amazing. It's great that you've broken ground in that world. You're like the Hillary Clinton of auctioneering, except with a lot less deleted emails.
Yeah. Except your pantsuit is a tiny jacket and Monster Energy shirt.
Yeah.
Well, here's my question. This is a real question. Are you truly engaged for 6 months?
I was
6 years?
engaged. I was engaged, but I've been single for about a year and a half now.
Okay. This is comedy advice. As soon as you said I got engaged, I started looking for the ring.
I know. That's why I hide my hand
Yeah,
a little
you
bit
should
so people don't.
Keep it in the pocket.
Yeah,
But you should also say, once you take the hand out, be like, it's over. Like, it's fucking done.
it is over.
Yeah, you should go a little
Thanks.
farther into that.
It's totally over.
You did pitch it though, like I thought you were still engaged. It was just taking a long time. That's a boner kill for the road.
What was this guy's story? Was he like some kind of like super tough guy, beard, tattoos, right?
Yeah.
Bodybuilder?
Firefighter.
Firefighter. Fuck yeah.
You gotta know.
See, there's only certain types of guys that can even please a woman wearing a Monster Energy shirt. You understand?
She did present that like they were in the same sword, like you were close.
Right, yeah, totally.
But bodybuilders, just like firefighter.
Yeah. All those guys do is lift weights all day.
That's why it didn't work out, because you guys are too similar. Opposites attract, as Paula Abdul once said. You gotta start fucking a cat, a cartoon cat,
Yeah.
and then it'll work out.
Get a little sidecar for
Who
your
also raps. He's got a rap.
Yeah.
Get a little sidecar for your kitty.
You fucked Joe DeRosa. He's very opposite.
What am I, a piece of meat?
You should fuck Joe. You should fuck Joe. You should fuck Joe.
Yeah.
You should fuck Joe.
Is that possible for you to go from a firefighter to a postman?
Anything's possible.
Oh shit, he's loading up over here.
Because your face has been annoying me since I sat down here. You look like Liberace right at the end.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, you got the A to his face. I've
Oh,
never seen
you
him.
son of a bitch.
Go fucking blow me. Actually, don't, because you look 18.
Oh. You can't get AIDS from getting a blowjob, Joe.
I heard that Joe
She
should
really
switch
blow.
back to Sprint. Did you guys know that? Oh,
Thanks,
man.
Jeremiah, for coming to my defense there.
Don't you mess with Tony!
Did you just go back with Sprint?
I think he's making a joke.
Verizon
Looks like the
guy.
Verizon guy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sprint
Yeah.
commercial.
Do we have to spell out the genius?
Sorry, I was going to ask Joe if he needed some help. You need some help?
Who the hell? Right. I'm AT&T all the way.
Hey.
AT&T, but he still does eat Subway constantly.
Fucking Tony, you
Monster.
can get a blowjob from, or you get AIDS from a blowjob.
Oh, okay.
you can.
Yeah, you can.
Brian
You get a
Redman.
bloody dick and a bloody mouth. What's going to happen?
Oh, okay. Who's the girl who's going around being like, oh, bloody dick, love to suck that thing?
Right.
No, I mean, I can
Just
hold
so
it sword.
happens I have a bloody mouth. Oh my god, what is happening right now? Oh no, don't do this, Michelle. You are not young enough. You are not young enough to be
Why are the sound
Snapchatting this
effects
moment.
so horribly loud? Lower them a little bit.
Why are the sound effects hurt?
Well, I think you're lovely. I hope you meet another guy that you get engaged to. I really do, and I'm
Thank you.
just trying to wrap it up because clearly Tony doesn't know how to host his own podcast.
Wait, what makes you say that?
You should fuck.
Have we spent too much time? Don't we need to move on to the next?
No,
like 27 comics.
Guys, no, we don't go through the whole bucket. That's not how it works, Joe. I mean, I'm about to get rid of her, but I
I'm
got
not trying to get rid of her. I'm just
I'm just
saying.
gonna let Big J get one more thing in, and then
Okay, all right.
this is how it works.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Joe, you questioned Tony again. We're stepping out to the parking lot, bro.
Oh, you don't want to fight a sax player, dude.
Yeah.
He's got 6 fiddle energy.
Yeah. You don't want to fuck with guys wearing camouflage yarmulkes.
With chin straps? I dare you, Joe. Today's the day? Today's the day you're going to test that out?
Hey, today's the day, dude. I'm feeling it today.
So let me ask you one last thing, Michelle. Now that you're looking for like a new love, like are you on any of these dating sites or anything like that?
I tried one out, but I just would rather meet people like organically.
Well, where do you go to meet people organically when you're not?
You just, I don't know, you just live your life and go out and do stuff that you enjoy doing.
Do you go to biker bars?
No, I did. No.
What were you going to say? Something weird happened.
I did meet a guy while I was on a motorcycle ride that asked me out, but I didn't want to go out with him.
Wow.
Why not?
Yelling over the motorcycles.
Hey, you want to go out sometime?
Well, no, I like stopped at this place, and they were all there. It was like a restaurant. So like it was a bike. Okay, it's a biker bar.
Jeez.
Did you tell
But
me
I
you had
didn't go there
1200
for
pack
that.
on your bike?
Huh?
Did you tell me you have 1200 pack on your bike? Wherever the fuck you said
No.
1200 kid.
1200 kid?
What? Okay. It just means it's a really fast bike.
I figured that's what it meant. Nobody's
All
talking about their
right.
slow bike. Nobody's like, that's got a 400 torque.
I'll fuck you if you
I
give
don't
me a
know the
sidecar.
language.
If you give me a sidecar, I'll fuck.
Now I gotta negotiate?
I just want to cruise around in a sidecar.
Alright. Can we start a fund for that? Can I raise some money for that?
Yeah,
Nope.
go.
Okay.
Michelle.
This guy trolling over here.
Joe, welcome back to the show, Joe. I think now everybody's realizing why you got that shitty intro when I first brought you up.
What's he drawing?
He draws every episode.
He draws every episode.
Hey, Joe, let's break down all the barriers of this show.
What's the deal with the bucket?
Jeremiah, keep it up. I'm gonna cut your throat with this fucking sword. You'll never play that little fucking flute of yours again.
Michelle, I'm gonna keep you out of harm's way. Michelle Westford, everybody. There she
Thank you.
goes. She's on Twitter at Michelle's Comedy.
Yeah,
Getting
Michelle.
tonight kick-started.
Great job.
There you go. Fuck yeah, Michelle Westford. Whew.
This is fun, dude. This really makes me feel like a sultan. Like, dance for me.
It's crazy, right?
Michelle, it's over.
Michelle coming back for a glass of red
Fuck
wine.
out of here, you attention hog.
You fucking asshole.
You say shit, you give her 60 seconds.
She's drinking red wine too. I don't trust her on the motorcycle after drinking. I like it. Crazy stuff. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Handwriting, not that great. That's always a pretty interesting sign. Put your hands together for Phil Kemp.
Hey, what's up? So a lot of women don't want to fuck me. Probably because I do a really good impersonation of Schmeagol from Lord of the Rings. In the bedroom, while having sex, I'll be in there like, Lost, my precious will come, lost. It gives me the blues, so I'll do this bit for y'all called the Schmeagol Blues. Oh, yes, I want the precious. Oh, how I want to sit back. Oh, yes, I want the precious like it's a fat rock and crack. And if I don't get that precious, I'm gonna break them hobbits' neck. Oh, that rock and roll. That's nice and cool. I'm just so sweet. Oh, the rest. The cat is a fish. So we can eat. Oh, my precious. It's so good to me. And if I don't get my precious, I'll smoke some pussy pie.
Fuck yeah, Phil Kemp, everybody. Phil Kemp. Woo! Fuck yeah. I think we know who Michelle Westford's fucking tonight.
Wow, that Schmeagol voice you did was awesome. What did you learn how to do?
Oh, please.
Oh, Schmeagol battle! Schmeagol battle!
Everybody's doing the one voice that they know.
This is we're on 8 Mile Road in the fucking Shire, y'all.
Yeah, this is it.
And Bill Cosby came and talked to Joe. Hey, Joe, it's me, Bill Cosby.
And then Jack Nicholson showed up, right, folks? Hold on, let me turn around and turn back as Jack Nicholson. You can't handle the Schmeagol.
Overall, I'd say that's a pretty good performance, Phil.
Sucker for a pun.
I love it. What's your story? How long have you been in Los Angeles?
24 hours. He went from the Orlando club shooting. Right here.
Jesus Christ. Whoa. Hell yeah. We get over things real quick here. All right.
What's that buzz? I don't know.
Oh, that's what happened. Phil single-handedly wrecked the audio of the show.
All right. Well, but I've been in Los Angeles for about a month now, and so
Where are you from?
I'm from
Mississippi River, where you sailed down with Huckleberry Finn.
Pat, I love it, Pat. Pat normally is pretty reserved, but if somebody pulls out a harmonica in this show,
I got a holder too, so. Don't you compare yourself to Pat Reagan? Shut up. Don't you tell me to shut up. Joe DeRosa and I will murder you.
Phil, stick with me over here. Phil, everything's okay. You're on a big crazy live show right now. I know we don't have podcasts from wherever you're from, but just say, where is it that you're from?
I am from Bakersfield, California.
Ah, yes. That's why. Now it all makes sense. You just got Lord of the Rings up there, doing some topical DVD Lord of the Rings jokes.
No one's cracking up.
What's a DVD, dude?
Do you know what Bakersfield is? Have you been made aware as a New York guy through and through what Bakersfield is?
I went to World Bank for coordinates. They're big things.
Outdated band drop.
Phil looks like he opens for corn.
Yes, recently.
Phil Kemp opens for Corn the vegetable.
Maize, my A's.
Now, folks, I'll never forget when I was on the road with Winger. Those were good times. God damn it.
I got it.
Nobody got it.
Phil,
Too old of a
Just
reference.
Third Eye Blind. Would have been a wave of laughter.
Phil, you're an interesting guy. What do you do for work?
I actually my guitar, banjo, I stream online on this site called sonicbox.com.
And you live in the house next to Tom Hanks with the Burbs.
No, not yet. Dude, I'm lucky to find a couch.
Thank you, 6 people that saw the Burbs. So do people pay you to play? Is that say you're like a webcam
Well,
slut?
actually,
No way, I fucking beat this dude.
Wow. Yeah, I know, right?
Well, why did you bring this but you didn't play?
Because you guys give me 1 minute.
See,
Don't
Joe?
you snap at Joe
Shut the
DeRosa!
fuck up!
Phil, over here. Whoa, are you serious? Are you seriously mad, Phil? No. Are you playing a character?
Dude, I'm under a lot of stress right now.
What's the stress? Let's talk about
All right,
it.
say sorry. I don't mean to come in here. I don't want to come in here and slap my East Coast dick down on the table. But I don't think you guys out here have a good read on shit.
I don't think I would even slap on the table.
Buddy, I'm with you. I'm on your team. See? That's what you do. I could tell by the handwriting here that Phil wrote his name with a fist.
That's the best my handwriting gets.
He came here with a fucking banjo and abandoned the bit. Gotta carry it all night. I see the signs that let's just tell this guy great job and let him get the fuck on with it. No! You killed it. You killed it. Couldn't have went better. Tony, moving on. Me and you are good, Phil. We're good peeps.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Jay said it best. There's nothing to say after that.
Phil, how many times? How often do you do stand-up?
Like, almost every night.
Wow, I love that. So you make money online during the day,
And then I go do stand-up at night. I basically perform for 8 hours of the day, and then I'll, go do it 5, whatever, at night, And then, I on Saturday, I'm at a live album release party in Ventura, California.
Can we hear something, Del Taco? And
You want to hear one of
yeah,
my
I would love
songs?
to hear a quick little ditty.
A little ditty?
Yeah, a little ditty.
I think it's an AK-47 in this bag.
You fuckers better clap at this.
Please.
Just trust me. If you trust nothing else, I'm only here for 2 more days. Just clap. Phil, rock it out, bro.
This is my mom's favorite song. It's called I Want to Move Down South and Put My Dick in Your Mouth. I didn't know she was my sister till the day that I kissed her. Now she's gone and run away. Now there's a tear in my beer and I wish she was still here. So I can stand right up and say, hey, I want to move down south and put
put my dick in your mouth. That's just what I'm gonna do. Cause here in Alabama, they won't put you in the slammer for covering your sister in goo. I wanna move down south and put my dick in your mouth, and I will do it every day. Cause here in Alabama, they won't put you in the slammer, cause fucking your sister's okay. It seems that every girl I dated has been somehow related, and all of my uncles hate me. I do some smooching and some screwing at the family reunion, cause that's how love should be. I wouldn't call it incest if it's a double D breast, cause it feels lucky to score. But out here it's regulated, so our kids won't be mutated, and I just can't take it no more. I wanna move down south and put my dick in your mouth. That's just what I'm gonna do. Everybody, here in Alabama, they won't put you in the slammer for covering your sister in goo. I wanna move down south and put my dick in your mouth, and I would do it every day. Cause here in Alabama, they won't put you in the slammer, cause fucking your sister's okay. I wanna move down south and put my dick in your mouth. That's just what I'm gonna do. Cause here in Alabama, they won't put you in the slammer for covering your sister and you. Woo!
That's how the magic happens, ladies and gentlemen. Phil Kemp, everybody. There he goes. Phil Kemp.
Phil, go home and kill yourself, because that is the peak of your life.
Yeah, definitely.
That moment was it.
That was it. We all survived. He's on Twitter at Filthy Phil Kemp, everybody. One more time for Phil, everybody. Come on.
Joe clap.
That's pretty cool.
Sorry.
That was a cool moment. Had to be the most exciting thing.
We're all going to be going down south, put my dick in your mouth.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to happen for the next 3 days.
That song was a little heady for my taste.
I don't like a song with a message. I just want to dance.
I don't want to think when I'm listening to my comedy songs, damn it. I just want jokes. What was that song about?
Oh, wait, me and Joe both need new drinks again.
Yeah.
Wow, you guys are killing it.
one also.
Yeah, I'll have one as well. Let's just do it. Let's
Dude,
just
all right.
wreck this card
Hey, Josh, can I get a drink too?
Oh shit, here we go. Jeremiah, let's do it, you piece of shit.
Ride the wind.
Water, please.
Jeremiah plays the saxophone like he's drunk.
Totally.
He just plays one note over and
It
over.
really is. I've been friends with him. I've been friends with Jeremiah for like 7 or 8 years, and I forget that he doesn't drink. It's weird.
Why don't you drink? Joe, you're back in the red zone. It's back on. Oh, yeah.
Don't you dare tell Jeremiah. Wow, that silky fucking sax he plays, dude. Makes me so happy. Give me a little Baker Street. He can just do it.
Do it.
Dude, it's amazing. You could just...
There you go. Those are the 2 songs Jeremiah knows.
It's fucking bonkers. You could just yell out one of the 2 saxophone songs I know, and he plays both.
Yeah.
We're friends for life.
I pulled another name out of the bucket, and the name is Isaac Allen.
Here he comes.
Oh, shit.
All right. So, get rid of friends. A lot of them, especially superstitious friends. I can't do it. I can't talk to them anymore. I was talking to 2 of them when I was walking the other day, and I got a little shiver in my spine. Just wasn't cold, just a little. My buddy stops me. He goes, "Bro, someone just stepped on your future grave." Fucking no. My other buddy was like, "No, a ghost just passed through." I was like, "You guys are both stupid." So I just came up with one back at them. I was like, "Well, when someone thinks about you while they're masturbating, that's when you get that little shiver." I said it, so it's true. And I want to know that there's a porn star somewhere who just can't stop. Like, she's like, "Will you 13-year-olds just shut the fucking laptops already? This is ridiculous." You alright? Yeah, someone's just watching Thundercocks 9 again. This happens all the time. I don't even think Michael J. Fox has Parkinson's. I think there's just a bunch of women, like, beating off the Back to the Future. It's like, ooh, McFly! Oh, call me a bit, baby, like my clock tower, I swear to God. What are you looking at, butthead? If you didn't laugh at that, that means you'd rather him have Parkinson's, and that's fucked up. What's wrong with you guys? I don't understand that. Alright, that's it.
Fuck yeah. Isaac Allen. You work here at the Comedy Store.
Yeah.
How long have you worked here?
About a month and a half or so.
Where are you from? I don't really know you.
Yeah, I'm from Indianapolis, Indiana.
No, you know what he means. Where are you from?
Yeah.
Well, let me put it this way. I am from Indianapolis.
I want to know where them eyes come from, boy.
You know what the fuck we're saying?
I am from Charles, a half a brother.
Where are you from? Tijuana or something like that? Yeah.
That's 3 songs, Joe DeRosa.
My boy Jeremiah.
Jeremiah.
What is your nationality? Because you're either Asian or you're like Mexican or Avatar or something
Native.
like that.
All the above.
Native, maybe.
You look like a chili Avatar.
I'm a
Eskimo.
half Chinese, half white stuff. A bunch of white shit.
What's
Mom
the white
Chinese. Is your mom Chinese?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, it's always that.
stuff? Yeah.
It is always that.
White side is German, Polish, I think Irish. It's a bunch of other
Hey,
shit.
this guy's half German, half something else. He's not welcome at his own dinner table, folks.
Oh, wow. There you go, Joel.
Says how?
Can't keep up with the DeRosa. Can't keep up.
Hey, is that German?
Oh, no.
They have a German in my midst. What do you do here at the Comedy Store?
Door guy / comedian.
Sorry.
You don't do that when Funk Zhao's up here. I'm only half.
No. Just relax. Half is enough to be 100% wrong.
Yeah.
No,
Part of the half that you are is your eyes. So, like, that's an important half.
if you have a nice white sheet and there's a shit stain on the sheet, those sheets ruined. That's
Yeah.
the point.
He makes,
Oh, Lord.
he makes a strong point. He's right, you know.
That might be one of those racist things.
I'm not white. I'm allowed to say
It went
I'm
from
not white.
Asian eyes to shit on the blanket.
I'm not white. I'm allowed to say it.
You know your crazy Asian eyes, like blanket shit?
Joe.
You know what I'm saying? You know what Joe's saying, right?
No, I understand completely. I talk to my mom about it every day.
Hey,
What,
Joe.
laundry? Of
Hey.
course.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Joe. We are forming a team of racist Avengers, and we would like to know I'm Middle Eastern and Arab, but I still have to be on the team. Yeah. Just keep them as a hot shot.
Joe DeRosa's alter ego is Captain Get Out of America. Nice. Written on the fly. That's how.
This kid is fast.
Isaac.
Yeah.
Now, you worked here for a month and a half. How do you make your money? How do you survive?
I work during the day with adults with mental and physical disabilities.
Do you call it the dojo?
Yeah, just a bunch of retarded people teaching karate.
Hey, Tars, come to the dojo. I'll get you walking again.
Walking and chopping, that's our motto.
What do? You just like rub your hands together like Miyagi, and then the screen goes blank, and then we just assume you did some magic on them?
That's
What do you
Also, are you in the
They all have slanted eyes too,
Are you
but not for the same
part-time in the
reason.
Secret Service? What is this? Get up with the earpiece and everything.
Yeah,
He's literally on the clock right now, right?
yeah, which makes this all the better.
Why do they need the earpiece? Eddie Griffin is in the building. Eddie Griffin has arrived.
That's literally the same shit.
10-4.
Somebody get a pair of Air Force Ones for him before he goes on stage. Facts! These are facts! Behind the music, comedy.
How long have you been working with special people?
On and off for like the last 2.5 years.
Is it weird for you to see them as the band here tonight?
Yeah, I recognize them. I was actually with them during the day today. Great.
Isaac,
Why is this lip twitching?
Isaac, are you single?
No.
No? How long what's your situation?
I live with my girlfriend. She moved up here with me from San Diego. We've been together about 9 months, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You were very very funny. I'm serious. You did a really good job. You think you're
I'm a
gonna do
fan
well.
of yours too, man.
Thanks, man. But I mean,
I even listened to Uninformed podcast back in the fucking day.
holy
you very
shit,
much,
man. That's an old one.
You did?
But I really want to say that, like, you guys, like, we're bringing balls, but you did a good job. Seriously.
Thank you. Can we wax each other's balls a little more, please?
No, I'm not watching your balls. I'm saying you did a good job. You're funny.
Your voice is really high up too. You're really great.
I gotta do it now. I gotta do it.
Okay, Isaac, you did it. Go back to work. Make sure nobody shoots the place up. Isaac Allen. He's on Twitter at Isaac Allen, spelled I-S-A-K.
Isaac, not your fault. You had to follow the fucking Grim Reaper of the Comedy Store.
I love it in here right now.
I'm having a great time. I really am. I truly am. I'm having a really fun time. Could be the 4 whiskeys. I don't know.
Might be the comedian that I just pulled out of the bucket. This looks like a new name. Kat Gessen.
Hey, I know Kat. Already.
One more time for Kat Gessen, everybody.
Hi, I'm Kat. I've been in LA for 7 years. I don't know. It's kind of fun. Hasn't really gone as planned. Okay, so I'm not successful. Even if I don't have a lot of money, even if I'm single, the important thing is I'm not happy. Okay, so my name is Kat. What do you need to know about me? I have 2 cats. I live alone. I read tarot. I don't read my cat's tarot. That would be weird. My cats are both Pisces, you know? So Pisces are too sensitive for tarot. I have not seen Coke with my own eyes since like 2009. Does that make me a loser? Like, I'm the kind of girl, like, I don't do Coke, but I just, like, offer to hold your baby so you could go to the bathroom and do Coke.
Kat?
Yeah,
Yes.
1 minute. Nice.
All right.
Whoa.
Jeremiah's going at it.
He's got an audience here, man. I'll listen to him for an hour, just wail.
Why are you hard on me? I wasn't the one that said you only do 2 songs. Jay said that.
His was in the form of a compliment.
It's all about the wording, Joe. All right, I'm sorry.
Kat, welcome to the show.
You know,
You were on.
wording workshop.
You were on a few weeks ago. What do you do for work again?
Special needs nanny.
Oh.
And,
It's fucking Special Olympic. Isn't it weird how comedians always work with special needs people? I think it tells something about comedians.
You know how to connect with tards.
I have never heard it put so eloquently.
Someone said I was a 20th century Mark Twain.
I think I saw that on a quilt somewhere.
On a quilt?
Now, Kat, last time you were on, we talked about we talked about your list. I told you that it was the best performance since I saw you in Pulp Fiction, and now you're back. What else about you, Kat? How long have you been doing stand-up?
3 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
Where at?
3 mics. My mics I hit are the Hollywood Hotel and the Palace on Hillhurst and Elson. I managed to show in Elson. You know, like when I first started, I did a ton of Martin. What's his name? Martin.
You're really name dropping everything. I was more.
Huh?
Martin.
No.
You are saying like
The guy
what's
that
his face,
that
director?
books all the bringers here. Like when I first started, and like I took a stand-up class.
Yeah, it's Martin Scorsese. Pat was right.
Yeah, like I didn't know you came to Texas.
Hey, are you single?
Oh shit.
No.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was thinking.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
You're not single? I was gonna say such nice shit about you.
How long have you been in a relationship?
Since last August.
Where'd you meet him at?
At a party.
Useless.
Yeah. Do you know he physically looks a lot like you. I have a type.
Sick.
Wait,
Oh.
he looks like.
I think she's hot. Yeah, I was all about it.
Bears. Yeah.
Yeah, like a gay guy with a beard. Thanks for the late date compliment.
No,
I needed that before going
it's
into
like the
a
olive
show.
oil body type's always like the Bluto.
Right?
Yeah.
Bluto. You just got Bluto,
Damn, son,
dude.
she just called you fat, son.
Twice. Two different artistic ways.
No, don't
Bluto-esque.
say that. Don't say fat. Say formidable.
Right?
Say solid.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, say with a.
This girl's a freak, I can tell.
Oh, yeah.
It's okay. It'll be okay.
Have you ever been with a smaller guy before?
Cut Jeremiah off. I think he's had too much water.
He's fucking high on Baker Street.
That's not Baker Street.
That's
Have you
Whisper.
ever been with a smaller guy, Kat?
Yeah.
What's that been like? What don't you like about that?
What did she do?
I just feel kind of just not. I don't feel feminine with a smaller guy. I feel like kind of just large and yeah, no fun.
Did you play sports in high school?
Yeah, volleyball.
Wow. You play any sports now? How do you stay in shape?
Bar method.
What is it?
It's like kind of like ballet.
It's like a lawyer thing. You wouldn't know anything about it.
Oh, shut up!
Yeah, come on.
Fuck.
Kat, do you ever talk about the stuff that you see as a special needs nanny on stage?
No, just because.
What exactly does that mean, a special needs nanny? I mean, that means you go to the house of
Yeah.
rich people that have
Yeah.
fucked up kids.
Yeah. Yeah, and can't.
I think I saw that on
And their jobs are too high stress, and
Right.
they can't. do it themselves.
Any celebrities? You don't have to name them, but
Yeah, one big, yeah.
And what do you do? You just gotta make sure those goofballs don't break all the expensive shit in
But I
their
mean,
house.
yeah.
or like eat poison or get a gun.
She goes, or they don't eat poison. She just said.
But I can't talk about it because they're
Well,
famous.
you don't need to. You don't need to give us any names. But can you give us like some close calls, some shit where you're like, whoa, that was
Jimmy William Aguilera.
Stop eating paint chips! Put the knife down!
There was a little guy that who was 5 years old, and his habit was putting his face in women's,
Wow.
That's not retarded!
Yeah, that's my habit too. You know what I'm saying?
You call that retarded? That kid's progressive.
That kid just crushing it.
Guys just trying to headbutt that pussy. Who not now?
Is that the only thing special about this kid? He pulls his head out of your vagina and he's just like a straight A student other than that?
You started headbutting pussies and they're like, oh, our kid's sick.
He had Down syndrome, but the thing is, they're really not that much different from 5-year-olds that
Oh, he's
don't
got
have.
Down syndrome.
Yeah, so
Sounds
he's
like
really-
he's downs to fuck. You know what I'm saying?
What up, son? That's a too high fiver.
We like to call it ups.
Oh, I bet you do. With that horny 5-year-old, he definitely has some up syndrome.
It was just
And they all look
relentless.
alike, so if you fuck all of them, it's like you're only banging one dude.
Jesus.
They've had it too good for too long, if you ask me.
Right now, there's some Down syndrome podcast fan listening to this like, what does he mean we all look alike?
What does he say that is how we all look? And I nailed the impression! Oh!
Holy shit.
Oh, I never met
Oh
an
my
impression.
god, you just did a Down syndrome impression.
Oh my god.
That was
What the
unbelievable.
fuck are you talking about? I think you are very pretty.
All right, so you're with the 5-year-old. They had to warn you before. They're like, so my son, he's 5. he's
No,
like,
that's about loved when I came along.
wow, really?
Yeah, for sure. It was a phase that he got into, and then it just, every woman,
Phase I'm about.
like adults.
Hey, we're about to head to dinner. Listen, about the hour 10 mark, my son might start headbutting you in the cunt. But besides that, smooth sailing.
Listen, he likes to go outside to play a lot. You should feed him at 6 o'clock. He loves sandwiches. Oh, yeah, shit over his breath. Don't stick his head in your pussy. We gotta go. We got a ball to go to.
I like that Down syndrome kids get the same fucking instructions as gremlins.
Now,
Feed this little fucking weirdo up there midnight or he is going to be fucking ape shit.
Kat, let me ask you this. So, like, was there ever a time when you were hanging out with this kid, you know, like, the parents were gone and you're hanging out and you're
Don't
just...
be gross. No, 100% no.
Oh, shit.
But the
You
thing
know,
is that when it happens, it's usually because Joe gone, but it's because he's tired or hungry or you know what I mean.
Right, so then in that case, you just put a little peanut butter on your pussy and, two birds with one stone.
Well, the thing is, you have to tell them, you have to be very firm, but you can't shame them.
Right.
Which is really hard. You can't say, because that's inappropriate, because of vagina, you know.
So how would you say it?
How
How
would
would
a 5-year-old get out of here? You know, that's a pretty solid dick for a kid.
Few people know this. You don't have to say anything because all retarded kids have The Shining, so they just tell you in your head.
So
how did that not get a laugh? How did that not get a laugh?
Dude, are you really asking? It was probably because of the delivery and the.
How did that not get a laugh? You want some ice cream, Doc?
Let me
How
ask
did
you
that
this.
not get a laugh?
I want to know how you would tell a 5-year-old if this happened. So, Jeremiah, if you don't mind playing the 5-year-old that puts your head in her pussy, without shaming him, how would you say it?
Or shining. Could you just keep screaming, keep yelling over and over, Jeremiah? Box butt, box butt, box butt.
Hey, look, it's 5-year-old.
Oh, no. That's my private area. That's my private area. That's terrific. That's just my private area.
Okay.
So you can touch
All right,
your private area
I think we get it.
private, but don't touch my private area.
Oh, I see. It's mostly about private area.
Yeah.
Jeremiah.
If I was Jeremiah's dad, I would be like, look, just let him headbutt your pussy. He'll get it, and it'll stop. You have to let him do it.
But it would happen to strangers. Like, it would happen to strangers at museums, like at Disneyland and the stores. You do it to strangers.
We're at the Overlook Hotel.
There you go. People are catching on to my Shining bit.
Scatman Carruthers was hanging.
Hey, Doc. Kat, what's one of the weirdest things about you? If you had to confess something weird about you, what would it be?
I
Something.
love that question.
Jesus, you're acting like a 5-year-old just stuck his head in your pussy.
Is that your fetish, you piece of shit? Are you using these little fucking tards for your own sexual enjoyment, you son of a bitch?
Yeah.
These kids have dreams of math Olympics.
How did you? I fear death all the time.
Oh, that's such a boring answer.
But like, what's did you say weirdest? Like that, like I don't know. I think
We've had people on that like are like, yeah, I'm really into yo-yoing, and I'm like, do you have one in your pocket? And they're like, fuck yeah, I do. And it got like crazy one time. Was that you?
What's Cat's yo-yo?
Yeah. Put your hands together. From the yo-yo guy from that one episode.
Tony, don't refer to the mentally disabled as yo-yos. That's really rude.
Bunch of yo-yos.
That's inappropriate.
Headbutt box.
What's your favorite porn category?
Just be honest.
girls together.
Wow, girls together.
Hey, why did you make that finger thing? What is that?
Just like, I mean, just where they're together and you can tell that they actually really like each other. They've met before, and there's trust and respect.
You did this like crippled girls together.
You like
You care about the mental solidarity of the relationship?
Yeah, I do. And sometimes, like, when I'm looking for that, I'll see, like, little clips come up of things that are not like that, and then I'll just feel really bad.
So you like women that, like, get together and just, like, bond a lot.
Like, you can tell they really, like...
Wow, I've never met anybody that fingered themselves to Golden Girls before, but,
Hey, Koopa
for being a fucking friend, huh? You fucking cunt!
Tony, I'm ashamed to admit I know 5 girls who have jerked off to Golden Girls before.
Well, with that said, Kat, it was nice to have you on again.
Nice
Fun
to meet
times.
you.
There she goes.
Oh!
Wow. Fuck yeah.
Richard Dawson over here all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Hey, cupcake. I'll see you in the green room, man.
No, Kat's an old friend of mine.
Right. No, I know. We know. You're clearly half Down syndrome. We know, Joe.
She was my nanny.
She was my fucking nanny. Oh, my nanny with the fanny.
I headbutt that cunt right in the truck. Oh!
I pulled another name out of the bucket, and it says Michael Regilio.
Hey, you guys, start off with a little good news. Murder rate in Los Angeles going down. It's $300 now, so not bad. This is going to sound a little strange, but as of late, I have gotten really into leaf blowers, by which I mean Canadian prostitutes. I'm having fun. You guys, I'm loving comedy. In fact, the other night I had my best show to date. I haven't heard You Killed It and You Crushed It so many times since that dog sitting misunderstanding. You guys, I like to say I'm married to the sea. I'm referring to my wife. I don't want to say the whole word because, some people find it offensive. Is that a minute? I think that's it. No, okay. This girl came to me recently and said, I want to have your baby. I said, I don't know. I just found that thing. Give me a month. Maybe I'll give it to you. That's a minute. All right.
Fuck yeah. Michael Regilio. Very funny.
Good work, Michael.
Yes, Michael.
Very
Pleasure to
funny
meet you.
jokes. I'm Joe. Good change. Very funny jokes.
Oh, thank you very much. Oh.
Michael, very funny, and you look like a hot chick in a laundromat.
Hey! My thing! I have no idea what that means.
Yeah. Yes, he does.
What a fucking fantastic description.
It really is. It's unbelievable.
Thank you.
That's sort of what they look like. It is just like hair half done because they know when they get the laundromat, they just get to, sort of look like that.
All right. I'll take it.
You always rock this look? This is sort of you.
I was wearing this exact outfit last time I came on.
Right.
Yeah, screw it.
What's your last name?
Regilio.
So you're an Italian.
Yeah. Ah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
What, 100%?
No. Irish, German, Jewish, Italian.
Did someone say German?
Das ist richtig, meine Freundin, ja?
How much Italian?
50%.
50, okay. You don't look Italian at all. You look, mostly German.
Michael, I remember you've been on this show before.
Yes.
You did really good then. You did really good tonight.
You did really well, Tony. For Christ's sake.
Sure, thanks. Thanks, Joe.
Professor DeRosa.
Thank you.
Kat, can you come take care of Tony? Because he's mentally deficient.
Joni's.
Oh, wait a second.
Joni's another whiskey, and while you're there, if I can get one of these.
Yeah, I'll take it. Tequila, well,
You know what? I don't need another whiskey. Let's be honest. Something like a whiskey and club soda would be better.
Perfect.
Whiskey club soda. I can't do another whiskey on the rock. Real heavy right now.
Yeah, you're fine.
Michael.
Go ahead, Tony. It's your show.
Thanks,
Let's go.
Joe. We know it's my show. Thank you, Joe, for
Well, let's
mentioning
go.
it.
Come on, put that track jacket to use. Let's
Thank
get
you.
into the race here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Are you afraid you were going to get chased later on tonight?
What? This is
What are you dressed for right now?
I know this is all different for you, Joe. I know you're used to doing podcasts inside of telephone booths before turning into Superman, but
No, it's nice having these 26 people here.
no, I love it. No, it's more than 26. But I know you're used to performing 20 minutes behind a dumpster in Stanford University, so. do the Shining joke again right now?
That Shining joke was funny. That Shining joke was funny, and I don't like how you're wearing a collared shirt with a track jacket like you're the boss that lets loose on the weekends.
What are you talking about?
Hey, gang, let's have some fun. I'm cool.
We're all going to Six Flags.
Happy hour's on me. All right, kids? All right, go ahead. Talk to the comedian.
Have you hung out with a lot of guys buying kids happy hour drinks? That was an interesting reference. Okay, I'm going to go
Thank
back.
God that your bomb covered my bomb. And then my bomb covered your bomb.
Michael, what do you do for work? How do you make your money?
I manage a cafe in Los Feliz.
Wow.
Yeah.
God, that is as hip as it gets.
Yeah. Check it out.
I mean, that's just really the center of it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome to come in anytime, Tony. I'll hook you up.
Thank you.
Notice how he didn't say that to Joe DeRosa.
I know, right?
Joe's a little drunk.
Price.
I'm a little drunk.
We need another whiskey soda, and then I need another one of those puck things.
I'll take a tequila on the rocks. I'm on the stage.
Jay's a little drunk, too.
Do you have a drinking problem, Michael?
No. Oh, well, I don't drink enough, so a little goes a long way. Yeah.
How long have you been managing that cafe?
I don't want to talk about it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
When you do stand-up, what's the rest of Sonic Youth doing?
Yeah!
Fuck yeah.
I'll take it. I'll fucking take it.
All right, I'm liking Joe DeRosa again. I don't know what's going on.
It goes back and forth. It goes back and forth. Michael, what's the most hip thing you've seen while managing a cafe in the middle of Los Feliz? Like, you know, what's this crazy?
Well, jeez.
Is there somebody
I had Courtney Love in a week ago, and plastic surgery nightmare. I hate to say it. Didn't recognize her. Had to be told it was her. I thought she was a burn victim. I'm being totally honest.
Really?
Just don't do it. If you obviously she's got all the money in the world, and if plastic surgery doesn't work for her, it don't work for nobody. Don't do it.
It worked for a one point.
I did see some. Have you guys seen Mickey Rourke recently?
Oh, yeah. I just saw him in a new movie, and it's distracting.
Yeah. I don't know what he looks like in the movie, but in real
So
life,
handsome, though.
in real life, it's
This is
right.
my impression of every time I watch a Mickey Rourke movie. Wait, is this Mask? Oh, wait, no.
It's scary.
Ooh.
She ain't coming back, by the way.
Who, Courtney Love?
Not after this. No.
Well, she's not listening to this podcast.
Not after her cafe appearance? I think she'll be all right.
With a guy with looks like you, I'm surprised she didn't try to get you to shoot. Shoot yourself in the head.
Oh,
Whoa!
Right there.
Come on.
It's right there all along.
Every once in a while, Pat Reagan comes in, gets the pancakes, they make him an extra special mocha. It happens. It happens, folks.
Damn.
What does Pat have to do to get the pancakes for free?
He's doing it, baby. Being Pat. We love him.
All right. Wow, there you go.
Take that, Joe DeRosa.
Yeah. Sounds like somebody's getting free pancakes next time he goes in. Michael, anything else interesting about you? Special talents?
Very little, no.
Anything weird?
Yeah,
What's your
been in bands.
What's your least favorite race?
My least favorite race, I don't know, Daytona 500.
Very good. Very good answer.
that was quick.
Very good
This
answer.
kid is good. This kid is good.
We're gonna hustle somebody else up.
Okay.
Michael
Pleasure.
Regilio.
Thank you, everybody.
There he goes.
Good job, brother.
He's on Twitter at Regilio Michael. He went last name first. First name last.
Virgilio Michael.
I like
He's
how
fucking funny, man. I like that guy.
yeah. I like
I
how
like
he
everybody, but
he left the microphone.
Yeah, perfect.
He's cool like that.
This is so fair the way you stir it all up.
Yeah, it's fun, right? This looks interesting. This looks like a new name. Crack 'em up. Okay, wait. That might be something. That might be something else. I'm just gonna read this name that's underneath whatever that is above it.
Look at this guy. This is him. He's getting ready. He's on deck. He said the first.
Titus Jones.
What's going on, everybody? How we doing? Yeah, well, I'm economically stressed. In other words, I'm broke than a motherfucker. But when you broke, you appreciate the little things, though. You appreciate the little things. Like earlier today, I went to In-N-Out. I had a burger. About an hour later, I burped and tasted it. I was like, oh, thank you, Jesus. I appreciate that burp. It was like I ate there twice. It was like 2 meals in one for me. But when you broke, you can't do all the things that people with money do. Like, I don't bring females to my house because I don't got all the up-to-date equipment that you would normally have. Like, you liable to come to my house and see a VCR up in that motherfucker. I brought this one girl over. She started tripping. She was like, hell nah, Titus. Is that the TV with the knob still on it? I was like, yeah, bitch, it still work. And I had lost the value knob to it, right? So I replaced it with the stove knob that got low, medium, high on it. She was like, turn it up. I was like, bitch, it's already on medium. What are you trying to have me to do? Blow out my speaker. She just kept complaining though, right? She just kept complaining. She was like, I can't believe you done brought me this raggedy ass shack that you claim to be a house. A bitch can't look at a flat screen. I can't look at TV in HD or nothing. I said, well, hit this weed. Now you're looking at that shit in high definition.
Wow. Titus Jones. This is your first time on the show, right?
Yeah, it's my first time.
Very funny, man. Where are you from?
From Riverside.
Riverside. How long have you been doing stand-up?
That's great.
On and off for about 8-9 years.
Yeah. Yeah, it shows. Very funny, man.
How much material do you have? Like an hour and a half?
Yeah, probably about that.
It's cool that you're performing. We all know that, this week your father, Kimbo Slice, passed away.
Rest in peace, Kimbo.
It's good that you're still out here trying to make people laugh, using it for recovery.
Yeah, I think I speak for me and Joe. Both started the same, all-black comedy club in Philadelphia, the Laugh House. And that's where we became friends. And I gotta say, I'm taken back. I get smile every time somebody says that they're anything than a motherfucker. It makes me laugh every time.
Yeah.
Broke than a motherfucker, tired than a motherfucker.
That takes me back.
Yeah.
That takes me back, and also, there's some bullshit.
There's some
That
bullshit.
takes me back every time.
I'm a grown-ass man and all hell no.
I'm a grown-ass man. There's some bullshit.
I'm tired than a motherfucker.
I wanna.
Funny shit, Titus.
I want to give my support to you. I have to pee so
Go
bad.
pee.
Is that okay?
Yeah, go pee.
But
Is that your support?
I'm not ditching out because I don't care. I think you're great, and it was very funny. I just pee
Just
so
go
bad.
pee
Are you trying to
and come back,
You're
Joe.
not.
Nobody will even know you're gone. No, just go. Put the microphone down.
Why are you so mean? We come down here for free to do this.
For free, you're damn right.
This is going to be the longest chant I've ever started. Joe has the bladder of a woman. Joe has the bladder of a woman. Joe has the bladder of a woman.
That's the first guest that had to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, Jeremiah Walker.
Oh, look at this. Look at
Oh, it's easy fill-in.
It's good to be back. Quick pee that just happened. Very quick pee.
Oh, Joe, you're better comedic timing than you had before. This is impressive. It's like the same voice, but just a better, crisper delivery.
I don't know.
Have you heard Dan Soder's one-word impression of Joe DeRosa?
No.
He was going,
Shampoo, 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 shampoo.
That's so good.
Everyone can do a Joe DeRosa impression with just the word shampoo.
Shampoo, shampoo.
Titus, you look like a bad motherfucker. What do you do for a living?
I do Uber and comedy.
Wow.
Fuck
You
yeah.
have the beard that says that you just fucking really like. You have a beard that says that you have bigger shoulders than what you have. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You have a beard that says you gave the Emancipation Proclamation.
You have a beard that says you've been in a razor fight at a barber shop.
That has happened.
Oh, look at that. Big shave. Nailing it. Man, Titus, so what do you do for work?
Uber.
Uber. Any crazy shit ever go down in your Uber?
Yeah, a lot of females jumped in the vehicle one time, and they all started like, trying to get me.
Oh shit! What kind of Uber are you driving?
I have a Rogue, a Nissan Rogue.
So they went rogue.
Yeah, they went rogue on you.
What'd you do when they were trying to get you?
Well, I can't let them get me because I'm in a relationship.
How long you been?
Come on. Why do you gotta be like that, Big J? What do you? It's true. Sorry, Vanilla Joe. My apologies.
Hey, Joe, do you know any songs on saxophone?
Yeah, I know a few. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh shit!
You think I can't hear what the fuck you guys are saying? When I'm up in that fucking bathroom? First of all, Jeremiah looks like Ann H. First of all,
you had 5 minutes to think of that.
No, I didn't. I did not have 5 minutes to think of it. I was peeing the whole time.
Oh shit! What'd you write for me?
Oh my God. Your haunted preacher face fucking annoys the shit out of me.
Oh my god!
Yeah, Jay looks like one of the Rugrats, let's be honest right now. It's funny because it's true.
Joe, sit down.
No, I'm not going to sit down. Now 60 seconds. Dude, 60 seconds.
That's how you get somebody to sit down real quick.
I love starting chants.
Oh, fuck.
You guys are fucking assholes, man. I just went to the bathroom. I'm sorry to pee real quick.
It's all good.
No problem with it.
It's all good. Trust me, the listeners loved it.
Sorry, I got a teeny tiny bladder.
Titus, what does your girlfriend do for work?
She just started working. I don't really actually know what she does.
How many tokens does she cost?
You're not banging other chicks because of her, but you don't know what she does?
All right.
That's
What?
Now we're all just concerned.
Is her hours? Yeah, how do you not know? Like, is her hours like 11 p.m. to like 6 a.m. or like?
What, as far as Uber?
No, like, how do you not know how her
Girlfriend. Oh, no. She got regular hours, from the morning until whatever time she get off. I don't know what time.
Morning. Yeah, so
it was regular 8 hours.
You live with her?
What does she do?
Yeah, we stay. I don't know what she does.
is her homepage Craigslist?
Wait, you don't know what her job is?
No, I don't know what
You
she
live
does.
with her.
I know, right?
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. You don't know what her job is?
I don't know what her job is. Like, I don't know her title,
But where does she work?
I don't know.
What the?
Is this a confused white girl?
Nah, she's not white.
Black chick.
No. Latino.
I can't believe you don't know.
She got many jobs.
Spicy.
I can't believe you don't know how she makes her money. I mean, I've been wondering that for years about Joe DeRosa, but I mean, you live with.
Congrats, Tony.
Does she taste different when she comes home than when she left?
Oh, Brian, you're getting naughty over there.
What kind of Latina?
She's from El Salvador.
Oh shit.
I know what she does.
Wait, speaking of taste. Speaking of taste, Tony, what does Rogan's dick taste like?
You just thought of that one. I would say, who does? I'd ask you the same question. I'd ask you the same question, but nobody that's that big works with you at all, so I can't even.
Well, no.
I can't set you up with it.
It's because I headline on my own.
No, and I do that. I do that too.
I saw the special, not quite.
Well, that's funny, Joe, because I did not see your special.
You will in October, and it'll be in a venue bigger than the Ice House.
Well, you might need a bigger venue because I don't need to pad my room with laughs. So, but have fun in your big.
Tony headlined an open mic in Pasadena.
No.
Why are mommy and daddy fighting? Is it my fault?
This show's sponsored by.
Oh, if we break the seal of the sword, it must taste blood before it's resheathed.
But back to you. I'm sorry.
This was way more interesting.
Booked all the way to October, by the way. You can get all my tour dates at TonyHinchcliffe.com. All the way till October. Think about that for a second.
Guys, go to Tony's show if you ever want to see a guy stretch 20 minutes into 45.
Right. That's a good one.
Titus, this was supposed to be your time.
I'm having a good ass time.
I apologize for these two. I apologize for these two dykes fighting it out in front of you. I want to bring you with my whole life, Jeremiah.
All right, Titus, we're going to get somebody else up here. It was nice to meet you.
Are we leaving Titus already?
What?
We're leaving Titus already?
You want to say anything else? You can.
It's funny. Titus is funny.
At the end of the day, and I mean this, I love you, and I know where you're at night.
That Brett?
No, I'm saying Titus didn't know where his girl was. I was saying, like, I love Tony.
Oh,
right.
We know where each other.
There you go.
What was that? Was that a girl choking on a dick?
That was one of Pat Agason's nanny people. Nanny people, as I call them.
She was asking for water.
That's very rude.
All right, we have two regulars that do a brand new minute every single week. If we get through them in time, we'll go back to the bucket for one last one. But let's get the two people to write and perform a brand new minute every single week up here before we close the show. Put your hands together for your first comedian. Always sort of nervous, trying to get better at it. Very goofy, interesting style. Put your hands together for Melissa Esslinger, everybody.
This room felt remarkably like my family dinner table. I've done this before, but that's Donald Duck washing his face. That's the only impression I was able to do as a child, so that was my best friend. It couldn't say words, but it still made me laugh. I drive a stick shift because I'm a hard worker. I just replaced my clutch because I'm a shitty driver. I once was dropped.
Fuck yeah.
Hey, buddy, that was a minute?
Yeah.
There's no way that was a full minute.
It happens quick.
Joe.
There's no way that was a full minute.
There's a minute and 5 seconds.
Minute, 5 seconds.
Nervous energy fills a lot.
Fair.
I thought you were just starting to settle in. I wanted to see more. I really did, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. It didn't go. That was crazy fast.
Yeah, it's fun. Your delivery was good. You got through some stuff. There was a part where you almost tried to bail out, panic, and stall, wondering what we were talking about over here. But you went back in the pocket and saved it.
But I'm like Tony's hour. I wanted to see more.
Again.
Joe, you're cruising for it.
Right.
You're cruising for a cruising.
Adorable. I would make fun of the things that you've done, but I literally have no idea. So. I literally have no idea. You keep referencing my special and thinking, what could I possibly fucking make fun of? Appearances on like radio stations?
I'm unfamiliar with your work. It's the worst insult you can give me. I'll be honest, I'm unfamiliar with your work.
I gotta tell you, I didn't.
Come on, I'm so uncomfortable.
Oh yeah, you.
Yeah,
good job.
Why are you uncomfortable? All about you, huh?
Well, no, but right now, I mean, it's the time that
don't be uncomfortable.
No, that's see. That's what happens. I shout, and then I'm like, oh fuck.
How many weeks have you done this in a row?
Since August.
You should. I think you're funny. You shouldn't be so nervous. But it's nervous part of your character you're doing. Like,
I mean, I'm trying to not let it be so real. You know, like.
But you're genuinely frazzled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta get over that shit quick. But you're funny. I think you're pretty funny. That was get off the top shit.
Really great advice, Jake. Thank you.
Yeah, get your shit together. And then come back and do it
nervous?
again.
Stop that shit.
Knock it off, asshole. Enough with the nervous.
I haven't been this nervous since I was on TV live for Byron Allen in 2007.
Is that me? Is that me?
I turned down.
No, is that me?
Yeah, it's you.
Jeremiah, listen, look forward to the day that you get on TV with fucking Byron Allen, okay? It'll be some time, but you'll get there.
This is not a lie. My girlfriend says the hottest thing about me is that I have turned down Comics Unleashed with Byron Allen 17 times.
Wow.
Thank you.
That is very impressive.
Yes.
Why would they ask you after like time 11? Why would
Couldn't
you
even
be like,
guess, but every time I go, no thanks.
I only did
So, so that's pretty crazy with shark attacks. Hey, Jay, you have a mother-in-law. Oh, I couldn't deal with it.
I only did it one time. Why the fuck is everybody piling the fuck up on me right now?
I'm shitting on Byron Allen. I love you.
Yeah.
Why is everybody piling up on me?
I'm not. Don't include me in that. I love you.
No, I do love you. I'm not.
Nobody.
Yell at Tony. He's piling on.
No, I'm not.
Why do
No, I'm not. I am
Tony,
not.
it's not my fault. You have 3 months to live.
Oh.
Okay?
We're loyal to Tony. We're loyal to Tony.
Jeremiah, it's not my
Private
fault.
Pat Jeremiah.
Make sure you get
First
play
class Kill Tony
saxophone.
infantry.
What'd you say?
I said we're loyal to Tony. Private Pat Jeremiah. Kill Tony first class infantry.
That's good. Being loyal to Tony is sort of like being loyal to Red Band, which is kind of like being loyal to Joe Rogan. So it'll get you somewhere. All right.
6 degrees of Kevin Bacon,
You
bro.
got enough of a laugh. I don't care. You got enough of a laugh. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Now you.
Hey, what's up?
Melissa, very, very awesome. Very good stuff tonight. Another brand new
Thank
minute.
you.
Watch her grow every single week on Kill Tony.
Are you
She's
seeing
Melissa Esslinger.
progression?
Yeah.
Are you seeing it?
Yeah.
Wow, she was fucking hell as fast as fuck.
I truly thought Melissa was just settling in. I wanted to see more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is everybody mad at me?
Nobody's mad at you, Joe. Nobody's mad at you. Did you eat dinner tonight before you started drinking whiskey on? Did you eat more than one meal today?
I didn't. I'm
I had a
sorry.
feeling you didn't.
I didn't either, bro.
I didn't. I'm sorry.
drink with everybody.
Am I that bad right
No, I think
No,
it's great.
no, but it seems like you missed dinner.
now? Red Band, am I bad? Am I in bad shape? No, you're not. You're doing fine. Everything's good.
Red Band, stop wigging out Joe. You're doing great.
I went to the bathroom. Everybody started making fun of me.
No, we were making fun of
Just
you before that. Don't worry. All right.
Jeremiah did a spot on impression. We moved on.
Why do birds?
You're one other regular that writes and performs a brand new minute documented in front of all the listeners every single week. Kill Tony regular, really smart, interesting type of comedian that we're building here. Put your hands together for the one, the only Vanessa Johnston.
There she is.
I saw in the news that some McDonald's locations now require that their cashiers have a college degree. Like, here's the thing. Most people go up to McDonald's in the middle of the night and are drunk. I don't want to order from someone with an English major. Like, it's not, like, you're going to walk up the fucking counter and they're going to be like, so, me and my friend would like, I'm sorry, I think you mean my friend and I. Okay, Shakespeare. My friend and I would like the number 11. I'm sorry, I think you mean a number 11. What? Can I get a machine? I don't like this cash register person. They're like, I'm not a cashier. I'm the vice president of cash register affairs. That's all.
Fuck yeah, Vanessa Johnston. With a new bit about college degrees and working the registered at McDonald's.
Once again, that was only a minute?
Yeah, well, it's 56 seconds. I thought you were going to go a different direction. I thought I didn't want to see you as a cashier because you have a college degree. You know, like that's depressing as fuck. But, yeah, I mean, that was all right. I like it. Taking shots at rich and powerful McDonald's employees. They could really use it. They could really use that. Is that true? Is that true, though?
Is this a weird comment? She is so hot, but she could be 19 or 51 years old. I have no idea. She's so hot. I have no idea.
Oh my god, you make observations that make me feel like I just had a stroke. That's so funny. Oh my god.
How is McDonald's going to do that? Like, Wendy's just announced they're taking all their cashiers and they're making them like touch screens.
Right.
So is McDonald's? You think McDonald's is doing this just to like weed out all the cashiers, like they, you know, instead of firing them all?
I don't know, dude. I tried so many different ways and they all failed. That was the best I've done. Like, I tried going like, you attack the corporate, like this is so retarded. And people were like, don't be mean to them. So anyway, I'm sorry.
Red Band just bumped into the inner workings of McDonald's.
Yeah. It's just weird. It doesn't seem real.
I know, Google it. It's on the internet.
Do you ever eat at McDonald's?
No.
Right.
Why not? Why not?
I mean, look at me.
Because she's 19 or 50 and keeping that ass in great shape.
You and Jeremiah look very similar right now.
I'll take it. I'm a hot bitch, Joe DeRosa.
Why don't you eat at McDonald's ever?
I have, when I was like really little.
But now why don't you?
It makes me feel sick.
It's shitty food. And
Yeah.
I think that the reason why I asked is I think that that's what that joke's missing. I think you need to wire in you into it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Your actual fucking, your
Giving comedy advice makes me sick.
Oh, Joe.
It's like,
You wonder why we were piling on!
Joe.
It's like Hitler giving tolerance advice.
Right. Thank you.
Oh, fuck off, Tony.
Thank you, Joe.
you know, I
You
think
need to put a little more of you into that bit. Tony, shut up.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. If you ever want to jumpstart your career, you can ask me for some of that advice.
So I just found out it's not true.
Listen,
it was a misprint.
Take it from an opener. Here's what you should do.
Yeah. Take it from a guy having the meltdown right now on the live show. You just want to text me, I'm sorry now, or wait until tomorrow afternoon? You can text me right now, I'm sorry about last night, and we'll all be cool right now.
Oh, I'm having a great time. Stop
I
it.
know, I'm kidding. Me too, I love you, Joe.
Go ahead.
So thank you.
So you guys are going to have a weird text.
Possible. It's possible.
The tension is palpable.
You know what I mean? Your perspective on McDonald's is sort of what I was missing there. Anyway. You know, you're talking on, anyway, there you go, Vanessa
Okay,
Johnson.
thank you.
She's on Twitter. Vanessa Johnson too. Melissa Esslinger, that's the whole show, we did it.
Vanessa, you're super hot.
Look at that drawing. That was a blank sheet of paper when we started.
That's an
Joe
awesome
DeRosa,
drawing.
Big J. Okerson.
Oh, he made me so thin.
You did.
Thanks, bro.
Oh, you skinny bitch.
Reagan and Watkins. Over there, catch them at Patty Reagan, Jeremiah, Joel Jimenez.
so at Jeremiah's stand-up, at Patty Reagan, and mostly normal. Mostly sorry for Joel Jimenez on Twitter.
You whores.
Very nice.
Sweet Gilly's suit, though, huh? Am I right? Come on.
What do you guys want to promote? Oh, Big J, you have a ton of shit coming up.
Let's just, I got a Bonfire on Comedy Central Radio on Sirius XM, Legion of Skanks podcast. But what's your fucking deal? Crowdwork show. Very important.
Watch that show. It's so fucking funny. Please watch it.
It's a super
Join
funny
CISO
show.
and watch the show. It's so good.
CISO.com.
It's the next wave of TV is CISO. Like, watch this shit.
It's
Very
an NBC streaming service. It's all crowd work. I bring a bunch of comics up and do a all crowd work show. But my first ever Comedy Central Hour special comes out this Friday at midnight. Watch that shit. I'm very nervous. I hope people like it. Please watch it. Thanks.
Joe, is there anything you want to plug of Big J's?
I'm sorry, what?
Is there anything that you want to plug from someone who gets work? You know, like any gigs coming up?
I got a ton of shit coming up, but I don't need to plug anything. I'm good.
Joe, seriously, plug something. We love you.
I have a podcast. I have a horror podcast with this guy right here, Pat Walsh, on Fangoria.com called We'll See You in Hell. My first 1 hour special comes out this fall. I'm on Better Call Saul. Watch that shit.
Yeah.
I'm recurring.
One of my favorite human beings, Joe DeRosa, Big J. Okerson. Thank you guys so much.
Sure, Tony.
Bye, audience. Thank you. Good night.
See you guys.
Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 4. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe. Yeah, hi everybody. Wow, look at this. Live from the main room. 400 seat capacity. Capacity in this room. 400 seats, and we are live. See what's funny about that is there's only like 60 people here. Hi, everybody.
There's more than 6.
I'm talking to the podcast people right now and our friends at Ustream and on Periscope. Live audience, make some fucking noise. This is Monday night. This is the craziest show in the world. On a scale from 1 to 10, our episodes lately have been on a level 75 craziness.
Yeah.
We met Ichabod and Jesus. Anyway, Brian Redband is to my left. Everybody,
Hey, how's it
fresh
going?
back from New York City where he represented.
That's right. Hung out with the Skank Fest out there.
Big J. Okerson.
Did you see Big J. Okerson's new special?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Comedy Central. Go get it.
Yeah.
Go find it. DVR it and then find it on the internet and then watch it again.
Yeah.
Hi everybody. How's it going? Just keep getting them to make noise over and over again until it feels like a show.
What did you do this week? Anything exciting happen for old Hinchcliffe?
Bunch of crazy stuff. But you know, it's boring. What I can say is this: I'm going on tour, everybody. I'm going on tour. They say that if you call it a tour, more people get excited about it. I mean, I've been going on the road like every weekend forever anyway. But now I'm calling it a tour. That's right, you sons of bitches. It's coming. More about that soon. The dates have already gone on sale at TonyHinchcliffe.com. You guys are Ready to start tonight's show or what? Our house artist Ryan J. Ebel has started drawing tonight's episode with a blank sheet of paper, and a shit ton of comedians are here. Shall we bring up the band, Brian?
Sure.
Every single week, we have a band here on Kill Tony. They're the Kill Tony Band. We are huge fans of them, and we know you are too. Here they are, ladies and gentlemen. Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, and Joel Jimenez, everybody. It's Reagan and Watkins. Reagan and Watkins. There goes Josh Martin, by the way, out of nowhere. Fuck yeah, here they are, Reagan and Watkins, the band, ladies and gentlemen. This party's about to get started. Their mouths are cold as fuck right now. Pat has the upper half of a drumstick in his mouth. Full commitment.
Wow. Look at the ring of nipple hair that Jeremiah has around his nipple. Really makes it look like he has dark areolas.
So you do have low-hanging nipples, Jeremiah. If there's one thing we learned from the... It's a fancy intro you guys came out with. By the way, they came out in swim trunks with drumsticks and a boogie board because to the song Heat Wave, because believe it or not, there's a heat wave here in Los Angeles.
Yeah. Guys, it is hot outside, and boy, are my arms tired. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, your nipples look pretty tired too. They have gone down. They have gone down for the night. Down to rest. That sounds like if you ever want to have a spin-off band, Jeremiah, that sounds like it. Jeremiah and the low-hanging nipples, live at the Velveeta Room.
Oh, it's a hot one too.
Yes, it is. It's scalding out there.
You know how hot it is?
How hot is it?
So hot I took an Uber pool.
Guys, that's a good one.
That really is a good one. You really caught me off guard with that.
That's a good one.
Really caught me off guard with that good joke disguised and delivered as a bad joke. That's the way Pat Reagan does it. Wow, Jeremiah, look how unhealthy you are. You are really surprising me. Look at that gut. He hides it so well. Every time he laughs, it crawls over his groin. It flies back up again. Look at that bounce. It has its own pulse. Not only is there a heat wave, there's obviously an earthquake, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God. That belly button is off the charts when you laugh. Damn. I don't think I've ever said the words "that belly button is off the charts," but it's going down tonight.
I've never heard that as a description for my belly button.
That's because you don't wear you wear shirts more often than not. Tonight's a little fucking revelation for you. You know what I mean? This will give you some influence to get in the gym. And
You don't even drink though, so that's not a beer belly. What is that?
Dude, I like pizza, man.
Yeah, he does.
Pizza belly.
I love it. Joel Jimenez on the percussion, ladies and gentlemen. Where's Josh Martin? Josh, are you around? Josh? That's how you respond. That's how you respond on a live podcast. Just comes down from a string in the ceiling. Yes, you rang? Sure. You can tell Brian's coming back from a 5-night hangover in New York City by his timing on the sound effects. Josh, are our guests here?
Yeah.
All right. Well, this is fucking awesome. Shall we meet tonight's guests, ladies and gentlemen? Huh? Believe it or not, it gets even better than this. Every single week, I have two of the funniest comedians in the world on the show. This week's no different. Two of our finest guests ever in a special guest Hall of Fame episode. Put your hands together for the great Dom Irera and Ian Edwards, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Dom looks like he's dressed as part of your guys' band tonight. Dom Irera and Ian Edwards. Hi, Dom. How's it going, buddy? How are you?
Nice. He's on.
I was just running, and I stopped here. I've been running all day. It's really a good feeling. I try not to dehydrate, and then I just keep running until I stroke. This is fucking scary, man.
I know, Jeremiah. Take what Dom's telling you as a piece of health advice. Start running now, so that when you run later. Okie dokie. Ian Edwards is here. How you doing, buddy?
What's up, man?
What do you think about this band? What's going on here tonight?
It's terrible, man. It's just terrible.
Why do I feel like you two bought those bathing suits together at the same time?
Because we did.
I love it.
Is that CVS? Where'd you guys target? What are we looking at here?
That looks like a... I love that Jeremiah's shorts, if you look, they actually have strings around the thigh so that you can adjust the belly.
They look like women's swimsuit bottoms from the 50s.
Yeah, it looks like some kind of like green room wallpaper or something like that.
I feel bad for that saxophone.
Why?
Take a picture of selfies.
All right, I will.
I'll probably attack you all night. Don't worry about it.
This is gonna be fun.
Ian and I have great comedy chemistry together.
I do. You don't.
Oh, there he goes.
I mean, the outfit's doing a lot for your humor.
You guys ready to start this fucking show or what? I know I am, guys. We have a bucket that's filled with comedians. Over 50, 40, some, or whatever it was, comedians signed up for the chance to get pulled out and do 60 seconds on this stage. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. You could barely hear that little kitty. Why don't we listen to it one more time? There you go. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. There you go. Live from Orlando. Here we are. It's not that bad of a joke if you do it on the fly, guys. I love that the comedians are like, whoa, I don't know. Fuck you. It's like if I had like a week to write that. If Brian's like, hey, I'm going to do it. You're blowing all the good sound effects from the top of the show, by the way. Every one of them. I don't know if you realize this. It's all going to be callbacks now. So, yeah, they do 60 seconds, and then we talk to them about anything in the world. We've met some of the most interesting people on the planet in this show. A lot of the comedians that have gotten pulled out ended up getting jobs here. Two more Tony people just got hired here. One of them being Jessica Wellington.
Yeah, the first...
the first ever female. Female door guy. We live in a special time, ladies and gentlemen, where barriers are being broken one after the other. So, Jessica Wellington, first ever female door guy at the Comedy Store.
Is she here?
I don't know.
She's out front, actually. She's working today on the
Yeah, she
patio.
is.
She's protecting us?
Yeah.
I feel safe. Let's do it. Let's do it.
So here we go. Oh, I'm gonna go to the fucking bucket. You guys ready to start this show or what? Guys. A lot of shows say anything can happen. This show, literally anybody who signed up gets pulled out of this fucking thing. So anything can seriously happen. Let's get into this shit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kill Tony, live from the main room at the Comedy Store, episode 160 something. And your first comedian going up. Make a lot of noise, everybody. Wow, this is a guy that actually used to work here and doesn't work here anymore. Always funny. Put your hands together for Jamie Salita, everybody.
Hey, thank you. What's up, guys? Can you hear? Perfect. Moment of truth. I love pussy. Thank you. I just wish I knew how to fit it in my ass, that's all. I watched this documentary about trans women in the Philippines, and basically I learned that if you get the operation and you go from male to female, you have to insert a giant tampon regularly. Otherwise, it's just gonna shrink up and close on you. I know, fuck that shit, right, girl? Hell no. That's when I realized I'll be the worst tranny ever. Just the worst, because I don't even remember to take out my contacts when I go to bed. I don't even remember to plug in my phone when I charge it at night. There's no way I'm going to remember to plug in my pussy every fucking night. Because I guarantee I'm going to wake up each morning like, shit, my pussy's on 0%, y'all. She's in the red.
There you go, 60 seconds, Jamie Salita. Here he is. Jamie, I love your style. Now, you worked here for how long? Do you still work here?
No, I worked here from like 2010 to 2013.
Yeah. Oh, wait, where do you work now?
So I'm working with a friend as an assistant. So, yeah.
What's the most dicks you ever sucked in one day?
That was my next question.
Ballpark figure.
Just like 0.001. I have sex that irregularly. Doesn't happen as much.
It doesn't sound like it, Jamie. You have the voice of a guy. Now,
you have the voice of a guy that has a lot of sex.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you.
Now, I remember...
He's too likable.
Yeah. Now, I remember you doing, back when I would see you a lot, because I would host the shows here, and you would go up as an employee in the other room. And, like, I remember you would always do, like, a lot of, like, really dirty, like, a lot of jokes about, like, butt fucking and, like, penises and butts and butts.
It hasn't changed.
And now you've moved on to full tranny holes. Like, you're really the first person to cover a tranny hole that I've really heard. Like, really describe it, because I had no idea about that tampon thing.
Yeah,
the first thing I thought was like, you know, the whole reason why you put a tampon in is for something called a period. If that thing's forever, then it's not really a period. Thank you, Joel. Before I hit the punchline on that one, thanks for giving me a shot there.
I thought I could do it.
Oh my God. That was awesome. Don, this is your first time on the show since we got a drummer. What do you think about this?
I like it.
Cool, right?
I like the whole feel.
It's fun.
I like the band.
I love Joel because
charismatic.
He looks like the sunglasses emoticon. All right, this party's out of control. So, Jamie, is that true? Is that true about the plugging the vagina? What's the word for it?
They call it a neo-vagina.
Neo-vagina?
Neo-vagina.
Yeah! Welcome to the Matrix, huh? A neo-vagina. Oof, take the red pill. All right.
I like that he's done his research on this.
I have.
Vagina?
It's called the neovagina. For like the first couple months, you have to just like stick it in regularly, and then like once like you pass a certain milestone, you can just like start having sex. Where it just kind of just like
it's a disaster, right?
There you go. Snoop Dogg out of nowhere, special guest. Long time listener, first time caller, Snoop Dogg on the podcast. So Jamie, so really, you don't have that active of a sex life, or you just shy to talk about it?
So no, I talk about it. I had a joke about it, and like I'm just kind of like building on it because joke.
No. We'll get it popping. But down here will be the big breakdown.
What were you saying? No, but yeah, basically it was just like, I don't have as much sex because I'm scared of getting AIDS. So I just started taking this medicine called Nevada, which is like PrEP.
And all this is fighting the
pre-exposure prophylactic. So
it's supposed to be a little bit of AIDS. Is that what it does? Like
no, it builds up a barrier in your body so that way HIV can't attach itself to it.
So you can have sex without a condom with guys that have AIDS, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared to test it out though. It's kind of crazy.
you bet your asshole you're scared to test that out.
Is there a lot of good catches that have AIDS? Is that the reasoning? Like, is there like this big like gold mine of good-looking AIDS guys? That
dude, there are.
Of course, I mean it seems like in that game, like the AIDS guys would be like the fucking like players with championship rings and shit. You know what I mean? Like I've been around the block, motherfuckers. We did it.
Hey Tony.
Yeah.
It sounds like he's taking Gatorades. You know, because like.
Oh wow, man. Dude, I think one of your nipples just fell off, Jeremiah. One of your nipples just jumped for its life.
The hair's for shading.
Oh, I love it.
I gotta say, you're very likable.
Yeah.
Very you got charm, you got likability.
Thank you, Dom.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You got charm, likability, probably HIV. You have a lot going for you. No, that's
Season
interesting.
1 of Charmed on DVD.
So you really took the thing so that you can't get it?
Yeah, I just started.
Wow.
Like
How long
2
do you have
weeks.
to take it for? How long's that build up?
They say like the minimum is like a week for it to build up in your body.
Oh,
yeah.
Minimum. I love that there's a minimum. Like, it seems like it really just be like, why don't you just try 3 weeks? But it's like, for those of you jonesing for HIV, at least 7 days.
Wow. It doesn't seem tested either. That seems like one of those drugs that you're going to end up having like super AIDS from or something like that.
Brian,
Dr. Brian.
Our medical research expert, Brian Redban. So, Jamie, that's interesting. Is there a guy that you know that has HIV or AIDS that you're like interested in particular?
No, it's just something that's going around for us right now where we're like,
yeah, we know. We've heard.
I think it's been going around a while.
Since the 80s. All right. Jamie. So what else is going on in life? So you quit working here. Do you still do a lot of stand-up?
You know, not as much.
When you're not doing doggy style, do you do stand-up?
In between digs stuff. Maybe like here and there, like once a week. It's kind of like off and on. How many open mics do you hit? You know what I'm saying, people? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's the mic, the gym, all right, guys, it's all still gay jokes, everybody. Those are all men's names. All right.
I just got to say, you got to get on more.
Yeah.
On stage more and punch up your shit. Because you got some harsh like things that make people cringe, so you got to really punch that shit up.
Okay. Yeah.
That's it.
All right, cool.
Just real talk. You know?
Other than stand-up, do you have any like special talents or anything? Like, like we once had like a grandmaster yo-yo guy on the show.
Yeah,
Do you have any hobbies? Do you have any hobbies or special fun facts about you that
fights as you can before you sign a UFC contract?
I can draw.
Where you do
comic book characters.
no one gives a shit, and then
manga.
most got asked me.
More like
Yeah, you didn't do a lot. I didn't have amateur fights. Did you ever do any open mics or no?
All right, everybody, and we're back. We stepped away for a commercial break there for a second, and we are back live with Kill Tony. Our first ever mid-show commercial break. So that's good. I hope that edit went through properly. But anyway,
welcome to Lukewarm Ribs with Reagan and Watkins.
Welcome back. So, Jamie, so your special talent drawing, you're going with?
MMA, just different time where you didn't need a lot of heavy fights.
Now, how Asian? What kind of Asian are you?
But now, dude,
I'm Filipino at the end of the day.
Filipino
amateur fights, build as much you can before
which one
you get
is
a name.
Vietnamese, your mom and dad?
Posting clips on Instagram and all that shit. It's such an encouragement. How do you do?
My God, sometimes I really wish I could rewind the hands of time and just go, don't do that.
Get as much fights as you can.
So, did they know you do stand-up?
Like stand-up where you do open mics.
No, I don't think they do. Like, we don't really talk.
Oh, really? Because of the old... that whole thing, the old bridge burner? There's no real prepping your parents for that, you know what I mean? There's no build-up of a...
Oh, no, they know about all of that. It's just more that we just don't talk about stuff. We're not that close. We're not like that. Make me fucking sad. I'm sorry.
Well, Jaina, it was nice to see you again. Nice to meet you. Fun times. There he is, Jamie Sweet, everybody. He's on Twitter at JAISAL. JSAL. Oh, wow, he was blocking my view from Jeremiah's body. I almost forgot how hilarious that is over there. Oh, there's a new crease that wasn't there before, right underneath the nipples. Your posture as the show goes on gets a little bit worse, and there's a new flaps that I didn't think were happening. Are you performing in flappers this week, Jeremiah? It's going on. It looks like 3 rooms of flappers right there, live all night. Jeremiah, you guys look like your hair is in your hats tonight.
It's like stand-up where you do
summer for the comedians and summer for the audience.
Shit. And then again,
go back to the bucket. This looks like a new name. I always love that. And I always love it when next to their Twitter handle they just put the word Facebook. Put your hands together for Josh Popkin, everybody. Here we go. I really don't blame Josh. I'd be scared too. Josh, missing the spot. This looks like another new name, and I like this. I guarantee you this person's here because there's a peace sign and a star written next to his name. Put your hands together. This looks like a new name. Johnny Gold, everybody. Here we go. This way. Yo.
From downtown.
Great, I made it to the stage. Thank you. Band, I appreciate it. I like to start off by doing an impersonation. Here's an impersonation of my dad when I was 4 years old. My dad when I was 4. See ya. Dads in my neighborhood were like weapons of mass destruction. They were out there. We were looking for them. Nobody could find them anywhere. Just gone. And when I was a kid, my mom got me a Big Brother of America, and he came to my door. He goes, "I'm your Big Brother of America." And like after 3 weeks, that motherfucker left too. And I was like, "Damn, I got dad propellant." Just couldn't believe it. But in my neighborhood, we had pimps in San Francisco, and I used to go down to the liquor store and I used to, get like candy, whatever they had down there. And I saw these heads. I didn't know they were pimps, but I saw this money coming out of their pocket. And I'm like, if my mom could hook up with one of these guys, maybe we can get the fuck out of here. Thank you.
Fuck yeah, Johnny Gold, everybody. Hi, Johnny. Now, have you been on the show before? It's a while ago, right? How long ago was that?
The Anthony Jeselman?
Yeah, that was a while ago. So it was like a year. Where you been? Haven't seen you in a long time. I thought you were
disappeared like your dad.
I've been out.
Hell yeah.
Leave it up to a black man to tell me that.
You're still on a lot of.
Wow.
Okay, Reagan and Watkins.
This guy thought he signed up for a Trump rally or something like that.
Go Trump.
Johnny Gold. Interesting.
No, I mean, I can't get on here, so I don't know.
You can't get on.
I mean, it's hard to get staged
At the Comedy Store. Yeah, it's tough.
I go on every time I want. Dom gets up here all the time. Might have a little.
Let me ask you something. How you still live with that pain, right? When you were 4. I used to have a joke about my father left home when I was in 2nd grade, never cheated on my mother, used to cheat on me, pick up other kids after school, take them to the zoo, take them to play ball. But, there's really where you can flush out, because the fact that you brought up 2 rejections in less than a minute shows the incredible pain that caused you. And I think that there's a way you can make it really fucking funny.
Nice.
Maybe you left it there, you just left it hanging there.
Right.
Bye. And that was it. I expected more from that.
I expected more from myself.
Can we make this sadder, please?
This is a really interesting episode. I feel like maybe
First, the gay guy wants a pussy, and then this white dude has no dad.
Yeah.
Well, I think this show.
I come back when people have like parents' dicks.
Johnny, do you mind me asking how old you are?
52.
52. Is your dad still?
Why is that funny?
What was the sound of?
Oh my God! See, that's why if people wonder why I let him just hit the button as often as I do, it's because when he gets it, he fucking gets it. It's like Steph Curry last night, just like 1 for 11 from 3-point line, but when he hits it, it makes a good noise. Johnny, what's your story, man? So your dad's still alive? Yeah. Where's he at? Santa Monica. Johnny, let's do this shit right now. We have a special treat for you.
No. He won't be able to hear the phone. No.
Here he is. Ron White, ladies and gentlemen. Johnny Gold's dad. Johnny, how do you make your money?
I own a diesel truck shop.
Diesel truck shop.
Hell yeah.
Somebody's got daddy issues. I mean, that sounds like exactly the right.
I'll show you, Dad. I'm gonna own my own diesel company.
I'm more of a man than you'll ever be, Dad. All right.
I don't think it's that sad.
Do you ever talk to him?
You get over it after a while.
Oh yeah, we're close.
I talked to him.
Your
but
dad?
doesn't
I poisoned him. He's in my basement.
How long you been doing comedy?
Since 2002.
After 9/11.
Right. That was my inspiration.
Some people join the army. He joined comedy.
So, Johnny, you own a diesel company, and tell us something else about yourself. Like, are you married? Kids?
No, 1 kid.
1 kid.
But you don't know him.
No, I left him. No. I played professional table tennis. That's about it.
Get the fuck out of here.
Next time, open with that.
Yes.
When you say professional, you get paid?
I guess I should have.
You played table tennis, and the last comedian's middle name was Ping Pong. What a coincidence.
I mean, I call it ping pong, but they get when you call it table tennis, it sounds elite, but it's really ping pong. I love that game. It's a hard game, actually.
It is.
Yeah.
So you professional, you get paid to do it?
I did when I was younger. I was in the U.S. Open when I was 14.
It's impressive.
It was cool. I liked it.
Your dad would have been so proud of you.
Dom, I rare.
We're supposed to get better here, Dom.
My son is too much of a pussy to even just play tennis. He has to play table tennis. What's going on here?
It's so funny. Just still not proud. Dad, I won the gold medal in table tennis.
If you're not putting food on my table, I don't care about it.
You know, table tennis, it's a very weird sport. It's not like tennis, where you can make a lot of money.
Yeah, we know. Believe it or not, curling does not make as much as the NFL. Breaking news.
The thing about table.
Hello, Mike. How are you?
Helps if I speak with the microphone, doesn't it?
Most certainly. How is everything? Is everything okay?
Was that am I late, or I thought we started about 10 o'clock here?
No, we agreed, at least for my time.
No microphone. Oh, hang on. Ah, there we go.
No, yes, you are late. I can hear echo.
My apologies.
You okay? No,
I thought it was 10 o'clock.
no, 8 a.m. your time. We've been doing it.
Oh, that's 9 o'clock here.
No, we've been doing it 3 p.m. my time, 8 a.m. your time.
My apologies. I got up late again this morning.
No worries at all. I'm hearing a lot of feedback. Is there do you have your speakers on or something?
No, you're breaking up.
Let's see here.
How's that? Can you hear me now okay?
I can hear you fine, yeah. I could just hear it myself.
Yeah, your sound is not real good.
Let's see. I have my phone the way that I always have it. Do you have your speakers on?
I do.
That's why. Can you, do you normally have them that loud?
I do.
Okay, so it's fine. It's fine now. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How's that? Is that all right?
Beautiful. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, let's get stuck into it. So today we're talking about aliens.
That's correct, my friend.
All right. So, actually, let me just get the email up first that we talked about before. And what was the, where are we here? Okay. All right, so we're going to be covering humanity beyond,
We did that last. We did that last time. Yes, extraterrestrial.
Yeah, if they're still alive. Okay. Yeah, well, maybe you should be telling us a little bit about this.
Absolutely. I'm comfortable doing so.
Okay, so I'm going to start the recording.
Recording in progress.
A minute or two to zoom in. And hello there, Rabbi. How are you? Nice to see you again.
I'm well, thank God. How are you, Mike?
Excellent. So today we're going to be talking about extraterrestrial life.
That's correct. Quite an interesting subject.
I think we have a few ring-ins sitting in our parliament in Australia and in England.
Well,
but anyway, why don't you tell us your thoughts on extraterrestrial life? What's going on there? Do you think that we do have extraterrestrials, and if so, why, and what are we going to do about them?
Most certainly I do. And let me first start by saying I was once a major UFO skeptic. I would debate people on the subject. I thought it was misinformation, disinformation. I didn't really know that much about the subject. In the year 2001, May 9th, there was something called the Disclosure Project. It was hosted by Dr. Stephen Greer, who many in ufology may know. And what he did was he gathered a group of whistleblowers from the United States government who would discuss, and who did discuss, some of the evidence that at least the United States government, but also governments around the world have regarding the UFO phenomenon. Things like FAA flight recorder data, things like radar data, things like people who worked at NASA who would literally airbrush UFOs from publicly disclosed photos. And I saw this Disclosure Project around the year 2008, 2009, and it really caused me to change my mind regarding the subject and made me realize that I really needed to delve deep into it. And
this is something that's always puzzled me. What are these people afraid of? Why do they keep on trying to hide the fact that there are extraterrestrials, not only out in space, but here too?
Well, the idea of extraterrestrial contact has major implications on the current state of the world in terms of energy, in terms of military technology, in terms of religion, and could definitely disrupt the status quo that we have. The idea of UFO and UFO well, to many of us, yes, but this would potentially endanger the fossil fuel industry. The idea of alien technology being able to utilize certain advanced nuclear propulsion, nuclear energy, advanced propulsion, advanced energy, would basically put the fossil fuel industry out of business perhaps overnight. Additionally, from a military intelligence standpoint, UFOs, if what we have learned is potentially true, can create force fields. They can warp space-time. They can travel faster than conventional radar and basically be undetectable. There is an argument that we are in a period of what's known as slow disclosure or soft disclosure. Basically, the idea that since at least the Cold War, potentially around the Roswell crash, for those who don't know what the Roswell crash is, it's an alleged UFO crash that occurred near Roswell, New Mexico, specifically in an area of New Mexico known as Corona, where a farmer named Matt Brazel found debris and basically called the sheriff. The sheriff called the Air Force or the Air Force agency, and it was collected, perhaps flown or traveled to first Roswell, the Roswell military base, and then eventually maybe Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and then eventually may have made its way to a place. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, from that, we know now that there are different types of aliens here. There's the greys, who seem to have big eyes and grey skin, and bipedal like us and fairly benign. But there are other types, aren't there? What else is here?
Well, I don't know if they're here necessarily, but yes, there's the greys. Potentially, the argument is that they may be from a place about between 30 and 40 light years away, known as Zeta Reticuli. They're also known as perhaps the Zetas. And they have a bi-solar system, basically two suns, one slightly larger than the other. Their suns are slightly smaller, as I understand, than our sun, but produce, because there are two of them, more energy, and have allowed them to maybe be able to evolve faster and be able to travel interstellarly. There's the argument that is brought up regularly about reptilians here on Earth and their role. For those who don't know, many people in the UFO lore talk about reptilians being able to shapeshift. So they could perhaps look like you or I do, but in reality, they are very large creatures with reptilian like skin and only make their true selves known when they feel comfortable. Otherwise, they may be someone who, or a being that may be living amongst the normal humans. There are hybrids that perhaps exist through alien abduction.
You mean like Hillary Clinton, for instance?
Well, I don't want to name names, and no, I mean, I'm not someone who necessarily believes that, but I do believe that there are perhaps alien abductees, people who have literally been abducted by aliens, brought to alien crafts. One of the more famous of these tales is the uh, Betty and Barney Hill tale from the early 1960s, where Betty and Barney Hill were traveling back from Canada for just a vacation, and saw something in the sky and eventually had some missing time, and were able through hypnosis to be able to basically glean that they had been abducted by some type of alien civilization. And in later discussions, one of the survivors of this alien abduction, Betty Hill, was able to create a star map that basically was extremely or very accurate in terms of 1960s, in terms of the 1960s, to be able to show that the creatures that had perhaps abducted her were the Zetas, more than 30 light years away. And there were some other anomalies on their bodies, some unknown pains and sores that they perhaps had that they couldn't explain. There are other alien abductee stories like the Travis Walton encounter that happened in the early late 1970s, early 1980s. That whole lore that occurred during those times, where Travis Walton, I believe, was a lumberjack in northern Arizona and was gone for a few days, and his friends were actually being considered culprits, or were looked into to perhaps see if they had anything to do with with him being missing. But eventually, he would come back and be able to talk about some of the encounters that he's had. So there are some encounters that people have had, and just depending, there is a book that was allegedly leaked. Go ahead.
Because you're talking here about actual cases.
That's
now,
correct.
If it was only one or two, we could probably just go, oh, that's rubbish. But there's been a lot, haven't there?
That's right. And throughout.
I don't think we need to go over them all, but there have been a lot of reports of people getting abducted. Is that still going on today?
I believe so. There's an argument to be made, something called the Grenada Treaty that happened in the 1950s, allegedly. And let me just say, I should have said this at the preface. No one knows for sure. At least no one in the mainstream public knows for sure. So these are just what is hypothesized. But there's something called the Grenada Treaty, perhaps that happened in the 1950s, between President Eisenhower and some alien civilization, where in exchange for some alien technology, the alien abduction program could go on. Apparently, the aliens who were a part of that agreement, that treaty, reneged on it, and perhaps the alien abduction anomaly that occurs was either increased, or at least they did not follow the same terms. This is an alleged meeting that occurred at Edwards Air Force Base in California, and another that perhaps happened in New Mexico as well over the course of time around the year 1954 or so.
I think the rate of our technological expansion over the last 100 years, I think is pretty indicative that we couldn't have done all of this on our own. I don't think so anyway, but that's my opinion. But I grew up with the idea of aliens because I used to read an old comic called The Eagle with Dan Dare, and I loved this comic. I grew up with this in England, and when I came to Australia, I continued watching it, getting it. It was a fantastic comic. So, I've always had an open mind about, aliens and alien technology and everything. In fact, when I was in New Zealand, there was a space there in the 70s when I was over there. The space between the North and the South Island was reporting a lot of alien craft flying around there, and they believed that there may even have been a base in the rugged wilds of the southern island. So, I've grown up with this idea in my head, but I've always wondered why they have never actually made themselves publicly available and noticeable.
Well, there are arguments to say that they have. During the 1950s, there was a major UFO flap where the crafts were seen over the White House. People always say, well, why not over the U.S. Capitol, over the White House? Well, this was imaged and was in Time magazine. Additionally, we have events like what's known as the Phoenix Lights during the late 1990s, where there were, over the course of a night or so, lights that were basically unexplainable. Eventually, the government would say that they were flares, but perhaps it was a very large craft that was documented. One of the points that you made is that, I don't think that we could have advanced as quickly as we have over the course of the last 80 or so years. And that's an argument that's made by a former military person who wrote a book called The Day After Roswell. It's by Philip J. Corso. And essentially the argument is that within President Eisenhower's National Security Council, there was technology that was seeded here. And that's how we got transistors and integrated circuit chips, fiber optics, lasers, some types of radar. In fact, the argument is made that the night vision had something to do with perhaps the vision of an alien species. Whether this is true or not, we have seen some unprecedented advancement since after World War II, around when we had Roswell in 1947. And go ahead.
I don't believe this is just recent. I believe that the aliens have been coming to Earth for a very, very long time. If you go back to Mesopotamia, on their clay tablets, they talk about these guys as if they're real. And, these people are primitive people. And they've even written down where the aliens actually interfered with or engineered human genome to create workers for them. So, there's a lot of stories around. How much truth is in them, who knows? But I want to ask you now, what are your thoughts in regards to aliens? What do you hope for them and what do you expect them to do?
I look forward to a day of alien disclosure where we can talk about this subject seriously and not be cast out, for this not to be seen as a fringe theory. In 2017, the Pentagon UFO program, an article was written in the New York Times, the basically newspaper of record for a century in the United States. And this revealed something called ATIP, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. And in the subsequent years, things like the Tic Tac of Colonel Fravor were discussed. And the footage was seen of the craft on a FLIR, which is basically a type of military radar camera combination. And this was seen off the coast of San Diego. And these types of events, I am someone who feel are positive towards true disclosure. But again, we may be in a period of soft disclosure where there just won't be one event where the aliens land on the White House lawn, that it will take some time. I think the documentary industry has been of extreme value. to make some people aware of what's going on. There's the Bob Lazar story. For those who don't know, Bob Lazar was a researcher at an area called S4 of Area 51. He's basically one of the people, why we even know what Area 51 is for almost 2 decades. Anyone who talked about Area 51, or if not longer, was seen as a kook or misinformation artist or whatever it may be. But in 2012, President Obama declassified Area 51 and needed to be able to increase the size of the basic buffer zone around it. And it proved that Bob Lazar was right. And Bob Lazar talked about a reverse engineering program that occurred and had been occurring for many decades at Area S4. He talks about element 115, a type of element on the periodic table that can be used to be able to propel advanced vehicles that UFOs or that aliens may use. And these types of stories are becoming more mainstream. When I was a child, anyone who talked about aliens was immediately dismissed. And I think today, perhaps the majority of people may give some credence to the fact that aliens may exist. And I look forward to the growing the growing interest in the subject, because really there's a lot of technology and a lot of information here that could change the world.
But I got a question for you. You keep on talking about the aliens landing at the White House. Why not in the Congo?
They could land at the Congo. They can land wherever they like. One question that I've always had, that's just generally been the discussion point, that if aliens were here, why wouldn't they make themselves well known? It makes
sense too. I mean, when you think about aliens, you've got to understand how big this universe is. I mean,
that's correct.
Our human brain can hardly comprehend how big the universe is, and it appears now not to be finite. It appears to go on forever, or at least as far as we can see.
Well, there
may even be multiple universes.
Absolutely, that's a multiverse theory, and the idea of the universe perhaps is expanding is something that is proposed by physicists. You know, one thing that you discussed, and I'm in agreement, that this alien phenomenon is not new, and I may even be someone who lends some viability and credence to the idea of panspermia, where Earth itself was perhaps seeded here by an intelligent life form from another body, and we are basically a zoo, and we are being observed and perhaps having experiments run on us. There may be hybrid programs. We don't necessarily know. I do know that Bob Lazar, who was briefed at Area S4, allegedly in his briefing stated that at least 65 or so major changes to the human DNA had taken place, which could explain why humans seem to be so much more advanced in comparison to other primates and other animals. The true answer is I don't know, but I find the topic to be fascinating, and I want more people to know about it.
All right. Anything else you want to add to that?
Anyone who wants to hear these types of discussions, please come to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. Watch my YouTube channels. Go to Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, filter by live. Check out my social media, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I would love to talk with anyone who finds these topics to be interesting. I'm live 24 hours a day in my Discord. You can always connect with me. And thank you so much, Mike, for the opportunity to be able to address many of the topics that we've had in these sessions. And thank you to your audience.
My pleasure, and thank you for coming along. And this is the last session. Viewers can find my podcasts on most major podcast channels, as well as on my website, MikeHoltzShow.com. And please come along and join me anytime. I'll see you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Bye.
Where are we here? Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Mike, if I may ask, in 1 year, let's do a follow-up, if possible. If you need me in the meantime, I'm here. But we're going to live forever, God willing, and we'll keep doing this annually. If you need me, always send me an email if you have any information for me. If I need anything, I'll do the same. That communication channel is open between us, and I just really appreciate the time that you've given to me and the opportunity. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. And I've actually got an appointment now out of one of these discussions with a chap later on this month. Who wrote to me, and he's got a very big interest in alternatives and in energy, etc. So we've already got one more follow-up podcast out of this.
That's wonderful, and that's what we wanted. We wanted to start those conversations. So excellent. All right. Well, then, in the meantime, if we don't have the opportunity to chat, I wish you the best. I will contact you, God willing, a year from now or so, and we can do some kind of follow-up. Okay.
Keep an eye on things here because it's all about to break loose. And one of my partners, because there's a team of us here, there's about 15 of us, 12 of us have been appointed, what do you call it, trustees for Australia. And we are about to lay something on the Australian government that is just going to shock them and probably get rid of them.
All right.
So, watching Australia, we're leading the way here, okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. See you again.
God willing. Take care, Mike. Bye. Shout out to Mike. I'm glad we got to do that. That was a really good one. Really? Yeah, I'm happy with it. Why? Why not, baby?
Table tennis is not as popular as regular. Little known fact.
Like we're never really on the cover of Sports Illustrated or something like that, but me in the middle of the newspaper once a year, maybe. It's a challenge. So, like, what do you win if you win the championship at 14? Did you win at 14?
No,
what you said?
I was in the U.S. Open. You played, rounds. I got to the round of 16, and I lost to someone.
Jesus.
You're kidding. There the stereotypes really matter. No, there the stereotypes are right on point.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
You were a renegade. You were like the Jackie Robinson of
well, it's not what it's the U.S. Open. If you know anything about sports, U.S. Open, anybody can play if they qualify. Right. So the first guy I played had one arm. And he served it like that. I swear. And when I was 14, I was like, I can't play this.
He served it off his shoulder?
Yeah. And when I first played him, I'm like, I was 14. I was like, I can't. I looked at my coach. I go, I can't play him. It just doesn't seem right.
Yeah, but you can't lose to him. That doesn't seem
no,
right
that's
either.
even worse. That's what I was afraid of. And I was afraid of losing to him.
And how'd that end up going? You beat him?
I won.
You beat the one-armed man?
I did.
Are you proud of me? No, Dad. I beat a one-armed kid. Come on, Dad. Please love me. Hey, come on. Give me 10. Never mind. 5's horrible.
It's fucking horrible.
After that guy lost, he's like, you know what? I'm going to go put my one arm around my dad. At least I have that.
It's fucked up. The one-armed kid had a dad.
Do you know how that kid lost his arm?
No, he was like my age at the time. It was a U.S. Open, so you play all different types of
But how did he lose his arm?
Yeah.
I didn't ask him. I just beat him, and then went on to the next guy.
Damn.
I was ruthless, 14. But that wasn't the worst thing that happened.
my coach got arrested for child molesting. That was the fucked up part.
The sad thing, it was me who he molested.
No, but I really I don't want to waste a lot of your
It's kind of
time.
fucked up. Like your dad leaves, he doesn't love kids, but your coach really loves kids. I'm sure you got to find a middle some point.
No, the fucked up thing is when you're 14, okay, you don't come in contact with being molested. This guy comes up to me and goes, he actually used to take me to an adult bookstore and he used to raise me up and have me look through a peephole. And
while he ate your asshole?
No, nothing. No, but Tony, this is no.
When you put your eye up to the peephole, did a dick come out of the other side?
No, it was just a bookstore. It was the 70s, just a bookstore, just people in there. But I noticed he picked me up by my fucking dick. And I was like, this is wrong. And then I quit right after. I knew that was
God.
I know.
Andre Fagacy over there, right?
I don't like how he's licking his lips while he's saying it. Have you noticed this? He's been like, for the whole stories, he's been he's doing these pouty lip things. Look, he's doing.
What do you mean your ping pong coach grabbed you by your dick?
No,
Tonight it's like an episode of Dr. Phil, by the way, for some reason here. But I'm trying
to,
Yeah, I like it compelling. Let's stick.
No, I mean, I didn't know anything. You don't know when you're a kid. You don't know what it is to be molested. Right. You've never been molested.
You have no idea your coach is going.
But you know when he grabs you. Yeah.
How did it feel?
Oh, Dr. Phil, I almost didn't recognize you by your half of a
it felt fantastic.
Now when he raised you up while you're dead.
There it is.
What happened?
Let me ask you a non-molestation question. Like, how serious are you about comedy?
I think I'm fantastic. I do. I really do. I have a high feeling about myself. But the thing is that I know my expectations. I have to keep working at it. I've been doing it a while, and I've had a lot of success and I've had a lot of failure. But I feel like I'm an artist. I feel like I just keep going out.
Well, you definitely have stage presence. You just need to be a lot funnier.
Right. Thanks, Tom. That's gonna
maybe take some
that's gonna help me sleep tonight.
Maybe take some advice from your old table tennis coach. Go back to your roots and why you got into it in the first place.
Well, that's why I like doing the show, and because you do a minute worth of comedy, and then I'm just trying to ask. It's a challenge. It's a challenge doing a minute and finishing, being funny. I mean, it's okay. That's what I'm saying.
It is, absolutely.
No.
Ever since he got grabbed by a dick, everything he's been good at has been something that you're holding in your hand, like a microphone or a ping pong ball.
Brian, you're almost onto something. I don't know how long you've been putting together this conspiracy. Did you notice that sometimes he holds things in his hands? Something's up here. Johnny, it was nice to meet you. There he goes. Anything else from Johnny Gold, guys? Johnny Gold, there he goes. He's on Twitter at JGLBC. Johnny Gold, fuck yeah, there he is.
He's a good sport.
Looks like the kind of guy that's about to star in a workout video or something like that.
It's like Mark and Brad.
Even though he has the body of Jeremiah Watkins. 52.
Hey, at least I have a dad bod.
You also have a dad body. It's perfect. Oh, really? Oh, I thought you said. All right. There's been a couple Wi-Fi problems here with my skull here tonight. Put your hands together for your next comedian. We've seen this guy before. Hilarious. Lots of energy. Can't wait to see a new minute from him. Preacher Lawson, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
All right, sorry, excited. I didn't get off work. I don't work here at all. I just laundry day. I used to work here. I'm trying to look for a job. I just got fired in 2007, and I feel like everywhere. No. I got a motorcycle. It's really annoying when I tell people I got a motorcycle because they always got to tell me a story about how the friends crashed on a motorcycle. Like, why do people got to be so negative? I don't go with the pregnant women telling them my dad left. I let you live your life. I know it's dangerous. Okay, I was walking down my apartment complex one time. My neighbor walked up to me. She was like, "Oh my God, you got a motorcycle? Are you serious? You better be careful." I got in a car wreck the other day. My car flipped 8 times. I'm looking to be alive. Blessed. I was like, your car flipped 8 times. You're like, it showed it flipped 8 times, and I'm lucky to be alive. Blessed. And I was like, who counted? Right? Like, who is that call when the car's flipping? One! Like, who's doing that? I got it, man. You see his lips? All right, I'm done.
Preacher Lawson. Wow. Pretty sure if you listened closely during that set, you heard a 52-year-old man kill himself. Preacher motherfucking Lawson. You've been on the show 3 or 4 times. Three times. Every time you've killed. Always high energy. Always fun. How long you been on stand-up?
7 years.
7 years. Where are you from?
I was from Orlando.
Get the fuck out.
Yeah, I don't like telling people that because like just messes up the mood. Yeah, I'm from Orlando. I moved from Orlando 4 months ago. So
4 months
I think your mood can be affected for the victims that were shot in Orlando.
All right. Jeremiah is very for the LGBT community because he has the body of both a man and a woman and a grandmother. Fuck. Preacher, you are a cold-blooded assassin. How much time do you think you have of that type of like joke and energy thing?
Well, I mean, I've been done hours.
That's what we
I'm
talked
not
about
like
last
the whole.
time.
Yeah. I'm not like Of course, I got jokes, I have stories. You know what I mean? But have a minute. So, and I was really So I can do about an hour.
Of course. Oh yeah, you're saying it like we're gonna ask you to do an hour.
No. I can do an hour.
I think it's a strong performance. Where was the lip joke going?
I was because airbags, and I was like, you see these my airbags?
That's funny. That's where I thought you was going. I
always
kill the lip joke.
You would kill that joke?
Yeah, it's too stereotypical.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll kill that joke, man. Yeah, I just wanted to laugh.
I mean, you got funny quality shit. You don't need a lip joke about being happy.
I got big lips though, man. Like I really do. I know I got big. It's not even like it's not a stereotype. Like I really got big lips. Like you know what I mean? Like I got a big. Like they can see it. You know what I mean? Like it's not like they're like what? I didn't even notice the big old lips. Like it's 70% of my face. You know what I mean? I got two, man.
They were about to ask you how your shrimp company is going.
Yeah, I'll cut that part. Yeah, it's not even. Sometimes I don't even get a laugh at mom.
Since the last episode, did you do anything different from that last episode? Because I think it was something about your energy. If you could do it for like a whole hour set, we were talking about slowing it down.
Oh yeah. I mean, do I slow it down?
Or did you try that?
Oh man, when I do longer sets, I feel like this. I had to rush it, and yeah. So I mean, that's the only reason. I mean, when I'm doing longer sets, I definitely pace myself.
Preacher, what do you do for work?
I work at LA Fitness. I lied. I didn't get fired. I just need a quick joke to get y'all on the side.
Personal trainer? Or?
I'm a fitness counselor, so I sign people up for training, and if they're like, I don't want to do it, and I'm like, listen, I'll train you for free every week, and they're like, I'm stupid, and then they do it. So I do that.
You don't train them?
No, I do train. I do train every day.
I have a friend who recently I found out is one of the most unhealthy bodies I've ever seen. And if there's anything we could do, like some kind of like, I'll throw you some money once in a while, just like $20 or something, because I like feel really bad. Oh my God.
I mean, is that not working out, or is that mostly diet, would you say?
What kind of? Wow. It really is. Even Dom Ibarra, it's like I just saw him puke a little bit.
It's just like a weird pattern for your hair, like because he got the line up here. There's like a talking about my hair. Okay.
For those of you listening to the podcast, Preacher is now giving a TED Talks on Jeremiah's body. Pulled out a laser pointer and started Jeremiah's pointing out flaps.
See right here.
Good stage work.
When he laughs, it bounces. Preacher, anything crazy ever? How long have you been working at LA Fitness?
I've been working at LA Fitness for 4 months since I got it 2 weeks after I moved down here. And in anything crazy happen?
Jeremiah, you should switch gyms, dude. You should get rid of your membership at LA Fatness and switch it over, dude. Okay. Preacher, what else is going on? How's the love life? You've been out here 4 months. How's that going? You slaying it at the LA Fitness?
It's alright. I kind of talking to somebody right now. You know what I'm saying? She ain't texted back in a few days, but just in case she texts back, I don't think that's a question I want to ask. You know what I mean?
She hasn't texted you back in a few days?
She hasn't texted back, but she don't love me no more. No, she really hasn't texted back. It's been like I'm trying to do the thing where I'm not going to text you back either, and then I'm losing right now. Like, she won't text me back.
Keep checking your phone? Keep checking your phone?
I keep checking my phone. Like, every time I bleep, it's my brother. I'm like, like, it just makes me so mad. Like, I don't want to talk to you, Mom.
What was the last conversation?
Our last conversation, I was just like, hey, good morning, beautiful. Hope you have a good day. And then she had a great life. Like, you know what I mean? She hasn't texted back.
Did you talk about this in the last few days since it happened?
It's only been like 3. This is the 3rd day she hasn't texted back.
Dude, then to take this, breakup and just do what you just did and do that run. That's a new whole chunk.
At least you got that out of her.
Exactly.
Yeah, man. But listen, man, let's not give up like she's not gonna text me.
At least she's writing something for you.
Even her phone's dead.
Preacher, it doesn't look good.
Yeah.
Man to man.
She lost her charge.
How long you?
Why y'all being there?
In another new dude's bedroom.
What is she doing in Texas?
What's she doing in Texas? She's not from Texas. She lives here.
Oh, that's right. It was Texas.
She lives
so, how long you been smashing?
Well, listen, making love. I've been.
Preacher, that's the fucking Preacher,
making love.
Preacher, that's the problem. Listen. Are you treating her different than the other women you fuck with?
First off, I only have one woman, right?
You don't have a woman. You sound like a crazy man right now.
Listen, just because we haven't met yet doesn't mean no. No. Look, man, she cool.
Preacher, just be honest. What's happening here? You turned into the nutty professor on us for a second here.
Preacher, you like her too much. You scared her off. You like her too much. You scared her off.
I do like her. I mean, I don't like her like that. If I like her enough, I mean, go ahead.
It's because
listen, I like her, man, but I don't want to be in a relationship right now. So I think it's just
I have a woman.
Listen, I know. Listen, like you talk to a girl and then you stop talking to me. Like, no, I don't do it. You know what I mean? Like, I'll be with you and then you get with her. Like, I don't know if I want to be with you.
What the fuck are you saying?
That's why she's not texting you back. You're in an auction right now.
That's racist. That's extreme.
Last date you went on with this girl, what was that? Well, tell us the truth. Don't stop thinking of bits, you funny motherfucker. And just tell us what you really did.
I'm not gonna be
What exactly did you do?
It was inside the Kill Tony. See, it was y'all fault. It was inside the Kill Tony room up in the belly room. I took it here.
You brought her here?
Yeah.
Dude, that's why shit went bad. I don't know if you've seen tonight's show.
What happened after?
What happened
after you left here?
I think she's not taking me back because come on, man. No,
special guest coming in from the back of the room. She's in on it. She contacted us a few days ago. She brought her to the show. She said, all right, HGH. All right.
You know what happened?
Yeah.
She left with me.
Wow. Preacher, what did you guys do?
That didn't get a laugh because that could actually happen because it's real.
Yeah,
my boy, Patty Reagan, specialist.
She don't do drugs. That can't even happen. That's not possible.
Preacher, answer this question. After you brought her to the show, you probably didn't get up that night, right?
No, I didn't get up.
Random bucket selection. So, what do you guys do right after you left here? Tell the truth.
I thought you said you were going to get up at the comedy store.
Well, baby. I'm going to take that on it, baby. You know what I'm saying? You want to get the car? I don't have a comedy. We're going to go somewhere. We don't do that.
Oh, my God. Killed it.
I'm like, why am I talking? I'm not even moving my mouth.
That's what I was looking for. Something like that.
To my lips, baby.
We have, yeah, I mean, what we do, each other. Like, I don't know. Like,
What do you mean, what you do?
I mean, we live, man.
Give it a finger.
We didn't. Listen,
Listen,
I don't want to be nasty, guys.
Did you smash it?
Huh?
Did you smash
Like
it?
a bunch of times.
After Kill Tony that night.
Yeah, like a lot.
And then what happened?
So she's not into the sex.
No. Hold on, man.
There's some weird.
You know what I'm saying? Hold on. I would have done. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, we smash, but like, don't totally cool. Like, she like me. Like, I'm saying, not you. I'm scared because I got a big lip. You know what I'm saying? It's like saying something. Listen, you come on to me now.
All right.
I can't post this Kill Tony podcast on Facebook now.
You can't post it, preacher. That's what you're worried about. Trust me. We're gonna post the dog shit out of
You
this.
can post. I don't care. It's not gonna be
This episode, like, so one dude doesn't talk to his parents. The other dude, his parents left, and then everything seems bright and happy with you, and then your girl.
I don't know my dad. I don't know what my dad looked like.
You don't know what he looks like?
Nah, I don't know what he looked like. I don't know his name. Nothing. I know my mom. She's pretty cool.
I mean, I sort of have an idea. I mean, I don't want to sound racist here, but I think I sort of have an idea of what your dad looks like. I mean, preacher, what's up? Let's not bullshit ourselves, shall we?
Was that an Eddie Murphy joke? I didn't went through my head.
You don't know what your dad looks like?
No, I don't know.
Welcome to the NBA.
A lot of black people in the NBA.
Hey, you know, and then I agree with you about the stereotype thing. The big lips, yeah. You should call them soup coolers.
That's not. I've heard that, man. I got big lips.
There he is, back again. Preacher, in closing, anything else? Any fun facts about Preacher? Do you have any like special skills, table tennis or looting or anything like that?
Yeah, I don't know. You said moving.
I said looting.
Looting.
But nobody heard it, and I was happy with that. And then you had to ask me what I said.
Preacher, I would love to have you back on the Death Squad show July 1st if you're around.
Do it, man. I'm down.
That's how it happens, Preacher Lawson.
Bring a date, man.
And I'm gonna put in a good word with you with whoever the fuck is hiring people here. I'm gonna say something for Preacher Lawson. He's just too much of a crazy energy. Probably not gonna do anything for you. That's sort of weird about me here because you probably heard it. Yeah.
You know what I liked about him? He was actually having fun.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the whole thing. Everybody else came up here and tear jerkers. Bunch of tear jerkers. Preacher Lawson's on Twitter. It's Preacher Lawson. Exactly how it's spelled, all one word. All right. I feel like I've seen this name before, but I can't put a face to it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Lonnell Price, everyone.
What's up? Hey, I'm mad at y'all Chicago. I mean, California. I've only been out here for like 3 weeks. Yo, why y'all tell me about these crazy ass homeless people? I swear to God, like, true story. I'm on the bus, man, in my business. Here come this goddamn crazy homeless dude. He's like, hey, you. Me? He said, yeah, you. I was like, what's up? He's like, who's the hottest rapper in California? I was like, Snoop Dogg. He's like, no, me, MC Mucho. Hit it. Shotgun in my hand, go bang. I got your girl on my dime, go bang. She gon' let a nigga run a train. Choo, 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 bang, bang. I got me a little ice cold chain. I got me a little diamond, pick it right. Then he stops the performance. Like, you got dollars? I'm like, nope. He's like, well, fuck you then, nigga. And then what's messed up? 3 days later, I was in the shower singing that shit. Shotgun in my hand, go right. My girl like, what the hell song you sing? I say, MC Mucho, bitch. She said, what the fuck you call me, bitch? We got to fight, and I call it domestic. I went to jail, y'all.
Wow, Lonnell Price. Fuck yeah. I don't even know where to begin with that.
Did I told you I rode the subway in New York City? And I think were you on the subway? It sounded like you were on the subway in New York City.
No.
I had no idea what the fuck you were talking about that whole entire time.
No, right? So one of the super awkward things that he does once an episode. Look out, everybody. Just ignore it. Pretend like it didn't happen.
No, I mean, seriously,
Okay.
If there was a joke wrapped up somewhere in there, you really confused me. I mean,
no, it's like longer. You know what I'm saying?
They laughed at the end.
Yeah. Yeah.
It take like more than 60 seconds to say that.
should probably use one of your shorter jokes then.
Yeah.
I try.
Well, now let's not even. I'm not even gonna. I don't even want to get started with what you talked about up here tonight. How often? How many different T-shirts do you have? Like, how long have you lived in Los Angeles?
3 weeks.
3 weeks from Chicago, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm the guy who.
Am I right?
Yeah, remember last time?
When you came out, you said, I'm sick of all you Chicagoans live in Hollywood, California.
No. Yeah, I get confused sometimes. Like,
So you've been out here 3 weeks. How many shirts did you bring from Chicago with you? And why the fuck is that one of them?
No, this.
Yeah, Brian, again, dropping into the song before the beat comes in. I mean, you are just really, like, so close. I love it.
Now, I've been had this shirt, like, before I came out here, but, everybody loves Tupac, so plus, he got the movie coming out, so.
He does? He has a movie coming out?
The hologram does.
On what, Instagram?
No, it's like, it's directed by Lee Daniels. It's gonna be the shit, man. We gotta see it.
I mean, if I didn't want to get shot, like, I wouldn't wear that shirt. I feel like you have doubled your chances of getting shot in a drive-by by wearing that shirt. I don't even think Tupac would wear that shirt if he was alive today. Yeah, for those of you listening, he's wearing a shirt with the Jeremiah Watkins body on it. Yeah, it's
Only
just
when it's wrinkled.
Lonell, tell us more. How are you making money? You just got here 3 weeks ago. You have a lot of it. How long have you been on stand-up?
2 years.
2 years? Yeah. Really?
Yeah. 2 years.
What made you think you was ready to come out here? What made you think you was ready to come out here?
I think I was ready, man, because Chicago, they like, it's a lot of death out there, so I'm trying to stay alive.
Seems like
that's good enough.
It's the purge.
It's the purge.
The purge.
That's
The commencement. So,
what part of Chicago was you from?
I thought he said deaf people. Like, there's a lot of deaf people out there. You gotta watch your back out there. They'll come up on you.
Lonell, what the fuck? Did I get an answer out of what you're doing for work?
Yeah, I do Lyft and Uber. Remember, I'm Lyft and Uber.
No, I don't remember. You were on the show before?
I was on like 3 weeks ago. Y'all asked me about my girl, and she left me for the guy in St. Louis. And I found out his name. His name is like Rahim.
Oh.
And y'all said he might have a big penis, but don't that sound like a guy with a big penis?
Rahim?
She left a guy named Lonell for a guy named Rahim. Sounds like a real winner to me.
How you just explained it, that little tidbit though, if you did your comedy that speed, it'd be 100 times better because we understood it and it was funny and it felt pure and like it felt real. The other thing was like I couldn't follow you. It was.
I was like I said, the joke is like pretty long, so I tried to cut.
Don't ever double time it. I've done that before where I've tried to fit in way more jokes than I could, and it just ruins your timing. It makes it feel uncomfortable. People are like trying to catch up. You're just flying over tags if there is any.
Lonell, what have you been doing the 3 weeks that you're here? Where are you living?
I'm living in a hostel. About me and like 20 random Russians and shit. Like, I like for real though. Like,
well, you don't have to worry about them stealing your clothes.
No, like for real, I'm staying with some creeps, man. I caught one of my roommates jagging off like 2 days ago, man. It was very awkward.
You didn't catch it. You walked in.
No, for real. Look, he forgot to lock the door. No, it's like 4 different rooms, and it's like bunk beds and stuff. And like he forgot to lock the room, the bathroom door. Like I just like opened the door and this mother had the laptop in his legs.
You ruined the special
moment. No, like for real, y'all think I'm making this up?
No, we don't.
So wait, jerk off. You said he's laying in bed?
No, he was laying like how you sit on the toilet.
He had his legs on what? The shower?
No, yeah, his legs.
On what? Oh, like straight across?
Yeah,
What? What is going on? What are you trying to force into this dialogue that I'm having?
No, he caught me masturbating with
a
laptop on my
So when you open the door, Lionel's roommates, everybody. When you open the door, you didn't immediately go, "Oh, there's somebody in here," and shut it. You open and go, "What's going on here?"
Waited until I finish. It was very
Did you gobble it all up? Did you look Brian, you are really active tonight. We have guests here and a bunch of other positive, crazy things going on.
Like the laptop fell, and I got
Lionel, stick with me up here. I have a question for you. You're saying that he had his legs straight out. What did he have his feet on? Nothing? So
It was a squatty potty.
Oh my God. Okay. So he has his butt on the toilet?
No, he got both his legs just up. I guess so.
What is he sitting on?
He's sitting on the toilet.
Right. Where are his pants? Nowhere.
Nowhere.
On the floor. Not around his ankles or anything like that. And he has a computer balancing on his legs behind his.
And when I opened the door, the laptop fell on the floor, and I got to see what he was actually watching. That's what he was watching would really creep me out. This motherfucker is watching latex fart videos.
Wait. So you came in, stood there, and go, "Excuse me, what category of porn is this?"
Classic. Russian classic. Wait. At first I'm just like, what's the fuck?
All right, I don't buy any of this anymore.
Because I just kept hearing farts and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is you watching? Not only I called him, it was just
wait. He's working on this show. Gives you 1 minute, but during this conversation, he's working on another 5 minutes.
He's pushing it.
Wait, so you heard fart noises coming from a bathroom, and you're like, I'm going to see what's going on in here. I'm going to get to the bottom of this, and then you're like, oh my God, somebody bring it up on the video.
Wait a second, he's wearing latex. I can tell.
That motherfucker got weird fetish, man. People be having creepy ass fetishes, man. That's one of them. Now I'm scared to fart around.
I don't believe any of the story at all. Dom, any initial thoughts about Lionel? Any feelings about Lionel?
No.
Come on, Godfather.
Honestly, I couldn't understand you sometimes.
You gotta slow it down and sometimes speed it up at other times, and don't cackle at yourself. And that's the gist of it. But you seem to be having a lot of fun.
Man.
Now that you're in LA, maybe you should try to do more spots and hustle around town.
I did flappers, man, but they did me wrong. They said,
I do that. Really?
No, I didn't bring nobody, so they like, hey, we're not gonna book you no more. You don't know no.
What up, Zoo? What's good? You hear me? What's good, son? Did you perform? Okay. How did everybody do?
I'm like, damn, well, you didn't count Tupac as one person?
So are you gonna fucking speak, or are you gonna just sit there and jerk yourself off raw? Yeah. Okay, did anybody do really well? Okay. And that was funny. Okay. Why did you walk out? Yeah, why do they let somebody? Why do they let somebody so young in? And you're allowed to do it if you're there with your parents? Okay. And are you cool with that? Okay. 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 Are you ready to lose? Okay, well, you're going to have to wait like 3 minutes. Is that all right? Do you remember that time I asked you if that's all right and then you just were silent? Was that a cool story? Okay, and what do you think they would have said? You guys got a pizza party if you uh, one class count clowns? Was this a public school? What kind of pizza would they have? Did you say egg rolls? Would they have Supreme? Would they have Supreme? That's baller. Anything that they had that you didn't like? Do you hate all olives or just black olives? Okay. And do you think that is there anything else that you wouldn't want it on it? Okay, okay, so black olives and semen. Yeah, just give me a second. I've gotta finish typing something. Yeah, we're gonna play. And what do you want to play? 6:21 p.m. Dude, I did a podcast today with this guy from Australia. It was our last one today, and he was late to the last three of them that we've done. We had invitations, we had reminders, but it's cool. we were able to do it, and I'm happy that we did. He's a really nice guy, and I like him a lot. I wish we would have gotten the time right because I get all ready. We're supposed to be at 3, and then he's not there, and then uh, it's like, okay, now what time are we doing it? And then he emailed me and he's like, I'm waiting on you. And I'm like, Doug, I've been waiting on you for 2 hours, man. Uh, I didn't say that, but I'm just like, basically, that's how it was interesting to me. What up, pimp? What up, pimp? Sort of. I mean, I guess it's like relative time travel. What's wrong? That sucks. You just rolled 5 1s? All right. So when you're done with that game, we'll play. Sound like a plan? What's wrong, Zoot? That chick? All right, cool. I'll be right back. Why did you just say you? Why did you say you should be in a mental asylum? Why do you feel that way? Okay, but why? Zoot, why did you say that? That's like a weird thing to say. Uh, are you gonna? Didn't you have to see a doctor or something? Have you been taking your medication? No. What? Stop. I don't care about that. I care about your mental health. Why aren't you taking your medication? Dude, you don't think that going into random discords or my discord and saying I think I belong in a mental institution is not a reason for you to need to take a medication? Zoot, why don't you just take the medication? Zoot, you need to take the medication right now, or we're not playing. Zoot, it does too. We are not playing unless you take. I don't care. Start taking it right now. I don't care. Start taking it right now. I can't have you in here saying that you need to be in a mental institution. That's that's not healthy talk. I don't want people who watch my stream to think that. You need to seek help, and the help is in a pill bottle that you have at your house, and you need to take the medication. Did you take your medication? No, you did. Don't lie to me. Okay. You need to take your medication, Zoot, and until you do, I can't have you around me. Tough love. Zoot, take your medicine.
Investigative series from Baltimore. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now.
הנה, איפה העץ שלי? תשתום את זה שמחר תשכיר. שבא ואומר, הוא נפל מהכיסא. איזה סוג הזה. עכשיו כאילו הפשוט הזה שעולה 16 שקל. לא, יש לנו קטע גם על העיתונים. גם לי יכולים. מה זה אומר? אז אני אראה לך, זה ממש קל. תסתכלו על הפסוק. כל הלכה חלקו להשם על זה ספק. מה אומר? ראית את המילים האלה, כל המילים פה. ראית את הפסוק השקלימו להשם על זה ספק. ויצאו אזרחים ויצאו אף אחד. אבל כל התמודד. הקבוצה שלא באת את המשהו הזה, סתם זה לא משהו שקוראים לפני הקבוצה האחרונה. עכשיו אני לא שואל, כאילו, אם אתה מצטרף את שניהם, לפני הקבוצה, אתה מצטרף גם את השאלה שאתה גם את הקבוצה, איך אתה יודע שאסור להחמיץ את זה? אבל לא סתם. כל המילים, מה שאנחנו רואים, אבל אני יכולה להגיד, הכל ביחד לפני הקבוצה. עכשיו אנחנו שאם אתה שם את כל התמה, כל התמה, כל הבלחה, אשר תקראו לשם שלו, ולא תפסו. אז כאן יש לנו מאוד מעניין, שהמוסד צריכה להיות שירה, ולא תפסו. מה זה אומר? שאם זה יוצא, או זה סתום, זה לא מחליט, זה לא אומר. המחד קצת שירה, המשפט הזה חמץ, מתחת שירה, תפסו לו, אם אתה חמץ, משהו שבסוף, לא סגרום אומר את למה, פתאום, אני מרצה, כל עוד שלא שמת את זה למזבח, הוא לא מרצה. אחרי שאתה שם את זה למזבח, הוא מרצה שתי זכר. אתה באמת מרצה את התרומה, זה מוריד את התרומה. אבל עכשיו זה לא עליך, אבל עכשיו זה פסול, אז זה פסול, ואתה מתחמק את זה, זה לא עליך. אוי נכון. אם זה לא אומר, אנחנו עשינו את זה פה. אמרנו במשנה שאתה חייב 4 פעמים. אז יש את היחשית זה, אתה רואה את זה, ואתה כותב את זה, ועושה את זה. אם זה כתוב את זה פה. וזה יצא מבייס המקדש. ופה זה הלכות של הרמח"ל, אז יש לה עוד פעולה, מה זה עוד פעולה? לא אותו זכר עוד פעם. שגויה, שובע. מה זה עוד פעם? מה אתה עושה פה את החומץ? או, עושה פעולה. אתה לא עושה פעולה, לא עוד פעם, כן? לעשות אותו דבר סבבה, זה לא עוד פעם. עוד פעולה. עוד פעם. עשית פעולה אחת. לא. כבר עשית, כבר עברת על 4 מעלה, אז כבר אתה יכול לקבל כבר 5. השאלה מאוד יפה, למה? כי ברגע שיצאת, להיות בזה ביועצה, אז יש עוד הלשון, שזה לא בעצם הלשון, זה אין פגישה תמורה, אין פגישה תמורה. יכול להיות שבפעם השנייה אתה צריך את זה משהו שיהיה גדול, עד משהו שיהיה גדול. ברגע שעוצת את זה החוצה, זה יכול להיות כמו חדוש יותר. אי אפשר. צריך להיות סדבר בשביל שלום השפעה לפני המשפט. בכל זאת אומר, אם להיות סביב של הביועצת, שתהיה את המחר אצלו, ולכן אבל משמחה את המחר. וכיוון שזה עכשיו, אז כבר לא קטון, החומץ השני לא יכול להגיד, ואני נותנים את זה בפעם משמחה שיוצאת את זה לא יעזור לך. וכיוון במחר אצלו, וחייב את המשמחה את המחר. אני חושב שבכלל אפשר, תראי, שכל הדברים שמתח, סתם מעניין אותי מי שמבין, אני הרבה פעמים מה זה? שמצוא דברים שמתח, עולה על המתח, שם עושה חור. לא, הוא עולה להכיר, עולה להכיר, משחת עולה להכיר למעלה, ושם עושה חור. ולא מה שעושים הוא כל הבאת לבוא, אנחנו פותחים את המעשה, הוא עולה למעלה על המזבח, פותחים את המעשה, אבל הפנרה לא כל הדברים שאלה למזבח זה כל מיני דבר, כבר מרחיב את זה, כבר לא אפשר להחליט את זה, אתה לא יכול לעבור הרבה להחליט. כולה צריך לחדש על המזבח, ואחר כך זה לא, נכון? השאלה היא עד האש, הוא לא נכנס לאש, הוא לא יגדל עכשיו להקריב, ואחר כך זה מי של השם, מה זה להקריב? הוא הקריב, הוא מגיע להכנס את זה על האש. יכול להיות שהוא לא יכול לעבור את זה. לא להגיד מה זה מכל העמוד. יש שם דברים, יש שם שני דברים. אבל ודאי הוא לא שם גלש, כן? אבל זה קלה, אז מי אמר שאתה לא יכול מי אמר שאתה לא יכול להמשיך את זה אחרי שזה קלה? הוא הוציא את זה מהיד, ממש תגיד. לא, זה לא יכול לך, ודאי שלא יכול לך. זאת צריכים ללכת בחזרה למזבח, וחכה שהם עושה לסגירה איתה. שור הלכת, אבל חושבים שור הלכת. לא, אני חושב שהם שם ליד האורך, ליד האורך. אתה לא רוצה לשם. הם מסכים להגיש את שם, לא? לא, אני לא רוצה לשם. זאת דוגמה. ואז זה נגיד פה, אשר זה נגיד השם לא רצה. אם אנחנו למדנו לכל המין, מה זה לא רצה? עוד לפני, אמרנו שלפני, מי יצור את החייו? אנשים נגידו לשם לא מולידה משהו. למה צריך להגיד שזה כבר בשלב של הקרבה, לפני שאתה עושה את זה, שתילה כזה בחייו. אז ובואי נגיד, אם בלמה נגיד בישראל ומחבות, יש גם מחלוק. מה זה כאלה חבות? דיבר ביזה, שזה נכנס לסוף, מה זה נכנס לסוף? בכל מקום זה בשלום, יחד עם אוהל עכשיו, ויין, ויין, יש לנו שיטה, בלח, שזה רק תפנית בבחוץ, ויש לנו שיטה בלח, שלא תציגה את זה, אמרתי לך עכשיו, גובש, תפנית בבחוץ, יש לנו שיטה שגובש לא קדוש בכלל, גם תפנית בבחוץ. אז בואו נדבר. מי זה דבר דברים מבנים בבחוץ? בציון כבר בפני ימי בחוץ. ביבש, ורקו. ובסביבות מי סלח מי שאנחנו מבנים, ואיתם שהם מבנים. משהו אומר על יבש, הוא אומר עליו. הוא אומר עליו. רק מבנים לא שום משם לבחוץ השנה. בציון לא יודעים שאנחנו יודעים שום דבר. זה נכון. שהרי הם קדש. רגע, נגיד השלישי השנייה. עושים משהו זה, שני עלים מבחים, קוראים למזרח השניים, שני ישראל, תהיה לך לפתוח, לא? לא, הפנימי, עושה את זה קודם, קוראים להשם, מתי זה נהיה להשם? תעשה יותר. והפנימיה, לא הידי הפנים. אם לא זה לא להשם, אנחנו קוראים. ואני הכי לא יצור, ככה אנחנו עוזרים את העולם הזה. לא יצור, אוי סור, במיוחד מן הזור מבחוץ, אוי סור, משמע, בפנים, לא בחוץ. ומי עושה צבא בין הסיום בשכול, מה שמגדל כן על זכול, לא יצטרך כל המודי, הוא לא מקבל שום תחושה. יצטרך כל המודי ונסלח לו עבור. זה הלך שאני מנהל, ואני אומר, אני לא הייתי מקבל תחושה בפנים, שלא בחוץ. אז מה זה כמו? אז בוא רגע. לא יודעת, זה יעזור לכם? אני לא אומר שהוא לא יצטרך לי, הוא לא יצטרך לי טוב עליו. כן? הוא רואה, שמה? יבש. יש רק בפנים, גם בפנים גם זה בפנים. עכשיו כמו אומרת שרבי אמר, זה ראינו בכל. מה רבי אמר על היבש? שהיה לנו בעיה בפנים? לא גדולות. אז מידס היובש הוא הסגן של גדולה, מצויה. תזכרו את זה. ועל מידס עליו הוא אומר זה כזה. עכשיו שואל, כמו שאמרתי שאני מתפלים דחש, הוא הוביל שלו, אז בוא נגיד שבקימה, בקימה זה לא אותו דבר. כן, זה נראה במה שאותו דבר. אבל לא, זה לא אותו דבר. למה? הם אומרים אותו דבר בדיוק. לא משהו מהם מסכים אותם אנשים. אבל בגלל שבקימה אומר, זה מתקדש גם לפי וגם בחוץ. זה לא מסתכל, זה רק מתקדש. אז אפשר להגיד שבקימה אומר שהוא מוביל אותו דבר. ששבא גם אני אומר אותו דבר. אבל הוא לא מתקדש בעילה. הוא יודע שהוא אותו דבר, שבעילה. זה דבר נוסף. הוא עושה יושי עידין, זה ממש כדי שזה יגיע בפניון. זה לא ממש ככה, יש כאלה שאומרים ככה. שזה לא שרבים היה צריך לקדש שזה בפניון. העידה הזה, שבסוף זה נשאר בפניון יחוד. ולפני הוא משתח כאילו מעל הגאות של הכלי, וזה דרגה בפניון. זה אפשרות. לב הנאמי, כן? זה לא פשוט, זה פשוט, הלב הנאמי, הוא כאילו נאמי לתמיד לשמור על המולו, הוא אולי נגיד שהוא כאילו בדיוק בסוף, הוא בדבר, הוא מה לא ביום בסוף? לא, עכשיו הוא נשלח לעזור, הירוק הזה, שהוא אחד כחול הירוק, מה שדלח מקדש, אז לא עושה הוא אותו דבר, הוא נכנס לשיטה, הוא גם מחוץ כזה, ובאמת שזה רק בפנים, אז הם לא שומעים. בואו נראה הבית, או כתפיסה, זה מה שבין להורים ולהורים בסוגיה, שהזכיר בו, הרי כאילו הרבה את הלב מהפונים. איפה היית את הלב מהפונים? בטיסו כזה, הנה, וכזה כאילו, בצד שמאל, כן? בצד שמאל. וזה, מי שעובד, זה מקדש. ואז מה? נו, אז מה? אז אפשר להפריץ אותו. אז אפשר להפריץ אותו כדי שאתה עושה את זה בטיסו. למה לא אין שום אפשרות להפריץ אותו כי הוא לא מגיע לצלשום? הנה, בטיסו זה פלישום. זה לא מישהו שידע, באמת שאתה רוצה להגיד לי שאני סובר שאין דרישה בסדר, יש אולי בין שלא שאדם קצת שלא זו שירו, והוא היה עושה את זה בביסו, בצד שמאל, אז יש לי דרישה, בסדר שלהם, עושה את זה יותר חמור. יום עליהם, יום עושה תגע לפה, שאני מקדשת, שאמרנו, לגוש, למה? כן, עכשיו, יהיה מקדשת, שתי דקות, זה לא שתי דקות. יבש, לא קדוש. לא יודע, קדוש אחד את הסוף. למה הוא אומר לו, שהוא עושה את זה בבני, ממש, יש לו ביסו, לא שאני לא חושב לעצמי, אי אפשר לעשות את זה ביסו, אבל עושה את זה חדקתו, ולא, זה כאילו קצת הולך מקום לפגישה כזה, שתי דקות. זה מפורש מהפרסות, שחייבים לעשות את זה ביסו. לא כתוב, זה יכול לצחוק, ולתדע, אולי עושה את זה על חלק אחר. לא יודע, יש לו ביסו, ואני אגיד בשום מקום, איפה הם צריכים להביס את זה. כי לא זה גם את הטיפול, לא זה כבר טוב, לא שבוע, לא פחד. למסורות, ובשתי החלקים לא מונו. כתוב, פורש, סורי, סוילוס, נכון, כתוב מסורות, זה מסורות, משתמש מסורות, או מסורות כאלה, שואל מסורות, לפעמים, מסורות, כל אחד עושה מסורות בכוס פלסטיק, הפעמים, אי אפשר כתוב בפרסות מסורות, לכן, רבי שלא נוכל להשתמש פה, אתם יודעים מה? רבו, זה יש כל... מה? שני הלכבים. כן, רבו, זה תסתכלו בפרסות די, אז תגידו לנו למצוא כאן, רבו יצאי, שיהיה פה או, זה נגיד. שום דבר לא עוצר אותה, אפילו לא
Happy, what brings you great joy other than comedy and playing music? Give us one fun fact about action.
I've been taking shepherding lessons with my dog, learning to become a shepherd.
We're talking
Yeah.
You should have led.
Rabbi coming live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up and Tony, let's go!
their lives. How about one more time for the best damn band in all the land, everybody? Playing you live here in the live music capital of the world, Austin, Texas. That's Carlos Sosa on the saxophone. It's his birthday, everybody. Fernando Castillo, Raul Vallejo. Normally, it's Nachos Belgrande, but tonight, I think it's Tres Leches over there. How about a hand for Justin Heights sitting in tonight on the drums? We have the great Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, John Dees on the keys, and this is indeed Deep Madness live in the flesh, ladies and gentlemen. This episode is brought to you by Netflix, the roast of Kevin Hart on May 10th. Some of your favorite roasters and human beings, and just overall great people, are going to be on that. So you're going to want to watch that because, May 10th, live on Netflix, following the roast of Tom Brady. Fun fact about the roast of Tom Brady, the most watched comedy event of the past decade. So we'll see where Kevin Hart lands and everything. Should be fun. I specialize in making fun of small black people, so this could be good. Before we get started tonight, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Surfshark. With the help of AI, scammers are getting smarter every day. They're sending emails that look legit but are designed to steal your data, passwords, and money. If you want to stay protected, you gotta check out Surfshark. It's way more than your good old VPN. It's an all-in-one online security tool. They have a ton of advanced features, and one in particular is called Email Scam Checker. This thing notifies you if an email you received is a scam or phishing attempt. So instead of guessing whether that bank's email is real, you can check it before you click it. Amen.
Tony, Surfshark is totally awesome. It's offering the best online protection out there. Surfshark still provides the standard VPN benefits of hiding your online activity or allowing you to virtually change your location and access geo-blocked content while traveling.
Ooh. And the final kicker, one subscription covers unlimited devices so you can protect your phone, laptop, and even share it with your household. Pay for one tool and protect all aspects of your online life. Go to surfshark.com/Kiltony or use code Kiltony at checkout to get 4 extra months of Surfshark. Surfshark.com/Kiltony or code Kiltony for 4 extra months. That's right, surfshark.com/Kiltony. Use code Kiltony for 4 extra months. Surfshark. And here we go. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Ladies and gentlemen, we have one guest tonight because that's all we need because he's one of the greatest guests in the show's history. How many of you are real diehard Kiltony fans, huh? Well, then you're in for a special treat. One of the absolute best, one of the smartest, one of the funniest. Make some fucking noise for one of my favorite human beings and comedians. It's the great Sam Talent, everybody. Here we go. The man. You've seen him on all of your favorite episodes. The absolute best. Sam Talent is the fucking man, and he's coming to Buffalo, Chicago, Madison, a bunch of places. Touchuplive.com/Sam Talent. That's with 2 L's. And his new novel, Brute, comes out September 22nd.
Yeah, pre-order that, please. I'm competing with Mr. Beast and James Patterson.
Yes, that is tough.
2 dead-eyed ghouls and me. So yeah, get the book, please. It's an erotic thriller about a hitman in Paris doing one last job.
Ooh, I like that. It's called Brute, B-R-U-T. Pre-order it now. It's available September 22nd. My friend, Sam Talent, you are fantastic.
Feeling good. I wore a shirt that people online will say fits, I hope.
Oh, good.
Last time I was on here, I was wearing what many described as a tarp or some kind of boat cover, and I have a new hot body, and I want everyone to know that.
It fits.
And it's, look, I know I'm sexually distracting now, but let's focus. Please, Tony's the hot one. Red Band's the pervert, you know.
I'm just here so we can get a nice cake for old Carlos over there. But
That's right, Carlos's birthday.
Carlos and his twin butting off his shoulder there. That's just asexual reproduction at its finest. That's crazy.
Rogan said if you're going to have horn players, they all have to have a bald head like me. And trust me, the trombone player is well on his way.
He said, hey man, we can tell it's a win. All right. Wait, it was Red Band?
Yeah, that was Red Band. He got you. He got you, Fernando. Oh wait, that's not Fernando. That's Raul. I get them all confused. It's like George Foreman's kids over here. You know what I mean? I wish they all had the same name, but they do not. Sometimes I order the wrong thing when I'm at Matt's El Rancho. It happens.
Carlos, does your twin have the same birthday? Does that count that way, or does he get a birthday? Oh, you don't speak English. I'm sorry. Lo siento. Feliz cumpleaños. Quisiera la música.
As you can tell, Sam Talent is the man, multiple-time guest, always a guest of the year, contender, nominee, always in the mix, and we're doing it again, Sam.
Bro, glad to be here. This is my favorite thing in show business. Thank you guys for coming here.
200 innocent souls signed up for the opportunity to perhaps get pulled out of this bucket. If they are, they get 60 seconds on stage. You know their time is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. I'm going to let this dead-eyed ketamine addict pull the first name. Go right ahead, sir. Yes, I know, we can all tell. Hand that to Red Band, or we're going to go wrangle that person. Could be anybody, clearly. And while we wrangle that person, ladies and gentlemen, starting the show is one of our favorite golden ticket winners ever in the show's history. You know him, you love him. Make some noise for the great David Jolly, everybody.
Mr. Aquarius, how are you?
But most of my homeboys my age,
Alrighty, madam.
homeboys be going through like a midlife crisis.
Okay, just you let me know when you're ready.
I don't want to see no old nigga.
Oh, you want me to send it? Yes, ma'am. How was your hair appointment? Nice spare. I Well, it's out. And your hair thing is out, and that's good. Oh, okay. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. 2 more away. Yes, ma'am. Right. You are welcome. Nice spare. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, great spare. Thank you. What? There's no touching her. Go. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in French. Yay is right. Good job. Thank you, madam. It was good, thankfully. I had plans to do a podcast, and then the person ghosted me, and then they came back 2 hours later, and they were ready to do it. So we did it, which was great. Yes, ma'am. Sweet dreams to you, Miss Aquarius. Doesn't seem like it. Sweet dreams.
וזו הצורה שלהם. אבל יש כאן עניין מאוד מעניין, זה מדבר על זה מאוד, וזה כל הנושא של עניין קצר. שאתה, תראי מה שקורה החבר שלו מתחיל ערך תלך לראות עכשיו, הוא גם מחליט את זה לחיים, הוא מקבל מרקט פעמיים, למה? גם על העריכה וגם על הבנייה. אבל יש עוד בשאלה, ההוא כבר קיבל את מרקט העריכה, איך אתה מקבל מרקט העריכה? אתה עובד אחרי הרבה, זה לא ככה עובד אחרי הרבה. אז זה, אפשר במעשה אחד, אתה מספר ואני מספר ואם יש כאן שתי עשיות. זאת אומרת, אם יש אחד שבלמוד, ואחד יש בימה שהיא בעייתות, ואני עושה פה, היה? כן, שזה סוגיה, היינו יכול לעשות את זה.
The Twitch. 5:30 a.m. chat, taking my blood pressure medicine. So passed out at work again. There's only one type of people I want to see stream. That's crackheads. I pay top dollar to watch crackheads stream. 3:30 a.m. Just sucked my night nigga today. Learn American so word. They doing all kind of crackhead shit in the camera. I'm about to take this full-size washer and dryer 9 miles away on a 10-speed bicycle. Yeah. Thank y'all. It's been a bunch of fun, man.
57 seconds on the nose by the great David Jolly.
Fuck yeah.
Fantastic stuff you're talking about.
Yeah. You don't want to see a crackhead stream?
I'm agreeing with you, my friend. I literally would watch that. I'm not one to watch streams, but I would watch that.
Yeah.
Sometimes I look out of my giant, penthouse condo windows down in the alleyways, and I love that fucking. Sometimes I'll grab a captain ship telescope monocle, whatever that thing is, and I'm just fucking interested in what's going on down there. There's a lot.
I bet you see some good shit up there, don't you?
Non-stop. A lot of people look like you, but it's not you.
David, it's me. Oh, sorry. Pam. I've never heard a bit about streaming.
Yeah.
Honestly. You ever heard a bit about streaming?
No, I love it.
Dude, crackhead streaming?
Yeah.
The crackheads are like that's how they transport shit like Vietnamese families,
Yeah.
Like you go to like Laos, it's all bicycles with like the washing machine. That's a great bit.
Yeah. Crackhead's stronger than a motherfucker. I seen that for real. I seen a crackhead put a washer and a dryer on a 10-speed bicycle and ride where you were going with it. It's amazing, man.
And you know what? Meth head's not that strong.
Yeah, man, you gotta do the real kind of drug, like crack cocaine. Fuck that homemade shit, you know what I'm saying?
I think this is a cultural thing, David.
Yeah,
that's white versus black right
now. Yeah, that's why all crackheads so strong, you know what I mean?
That's why the meth heads, all still live with their mom.
Yep, exactly. Oh, crackheads live with their mom, too. They just live on the other side of the house,
Mom doesn't know that they're in there.
Yeah, exactly.
They're in the attic.
Yeah.
Now, David, you've smoked crack before,
No, motherfucker, I ain't never smoked no.
Really?
Man, fuck you, Tony. I ain't smoked no fuck.
I am. I thought we were going to have a good in-depth interview about crack use.
Yeah, you're a real asshole.
You mean you've never smoked
You a
crack?
real fucking asshole, Tony. You know that?
I mean, I could have sworn this was part of this backstory.
Hell no, look at my teeth, motherfucker. This good like crackhead teeth.
No, we are. Not your teeth, David. I was literally there. You can't say that. By the way, here's a little behind the scenes for you. David had a spot in the other room. I was doing this room one night, just a normal Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday night of stand-up. And for some reason, he didn't take the night off. The day that he got full-on teeth implants. And I don't know, Sam, if you've ever had the unbelievable pleasure of being in a comedy green room when another comedian walks in. The day of, clearly he needed whatever it is, $75 or $100 or whatever you got paid for that set. You know what I don't know what it is. Doesn't matter. But clearly he could not spare a night off of work because his entire mouth was full. He had these. I mean, I swear, David, instead of me rambling, but how long, if you had to guess, did I make fun of you? Non-stop jokes about your teeth. If you had to guess a time length,
Hey, it was a long time.
No, come on.
Like about an hour, and I gave him the old classic "fuck you, Tony," and I walked out. You know what I'm saying? It was a good joke.
Think about what he just said. An hour, ladies and gentlemen, is 60 minutes. That's not like each one of my jokes was a minute long. No, we're talking about perhaps 6 to 10 jokes per minute for 60 fucking minutes.
They weren't that rapid fire. Now there was some good ones.
Those teeth. There's something about. Have you ever seen someone get new teeth the day up?
Yeah.
I mean, like they were like out. The whole thing was swollen. It was crazy.
Yeah, did you have to learn how to talk like a horse with peanut butter in its mouth?
Oh, it was pretty bad.
I mean, that was a rough day. But
do you remember any of the good ones he said to you?
It was out. When Tony started rambling and go on the hot fire shit, I just block it out. You know what I mean? I'm used to it now. You gotta block it out because he'll keep going. If you act like you ain't paying attention to him, then he'll stop.
The whole band's agreeing with you like I bully them all the time.
You gotta know when to just walk the fuck away. You know what I mean? That's what I used to do.
I think your teeth look great.
Thank you, Sam. I think you look great, and your shirt is not too big. You look amazing, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. Little positive energy. How about that, Tony? I know you don't like that shit.
But you never smoked crack.
No, motherfucker, I ain't smoke no fucking crack.
I could have sworn. I want to go back and rewatch the tapes of your first interviews.
Hell no,
I can
man.
swear when you had the old teeth, you would admit that.
I ain't ever smoked. You know what crack do to the black community, motherfucker? I would not be up here if I smoked crack. I'd be fucking breaking in people's cars or something,
Or
man.
you'd be in Parliament Funkadelic.
Yeah, they smoke crack. But the crack was different. They were freebasing, you know. It's something they put in the crack. There's a difference between freebase and crack.
That was that cameo shit.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Freebase is like cocaine and whatever they
How do you know all of this? These scientific
Because I'm in the hood, motherfucker. That's how it is. They teach you that.
You think he bought his teeth?
Yeah. No, I don't do nothing illegal. I just go on the road and have a good time now. You know, I live a better life. You know, I got health insurance.
Wow,
that's pretty good.
That's very good for a recovering crackhead.
Hey, fuck you, Tony. You're a real piece of shit, Tony. You know that? You're
I've smoked crack.
You have?
Yeah, of course. How do you like I lost the weight? No, I've smoked crack though.
I've done freebase, I guess. I've never done crack.
What the fuck? You mean you two have smoked crack and David's offended that I even asked for them to smoke crack?
I had smoked crack, yeah.
What was that like?
Awesome.
It was?
I was really high for like 12 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah.
How about you? How would you describe it?
I didn't like it. It was very panicky and it smelled like burnt plastic.
It smells bad.
Yeah.
And now when I smell it in the wild, I know every time. Actually, it was really bad. I smoked crack, and I brought these guys back from the bar where I got the crack, and then they stole my laptop. So
I would imagine those are the types of things that happen.
Hey, ask David. I don't know.
Yeah. Like I never smoked crack, but I did steal a few laptops.
Yeah. I'm living a pretty good life, and I really don't like that negative energy that's coming from over there. It's a lot of negative energy, and you know, I'm having a great day.
Yeah.
You know, I've never smoked crack, Tony.
Okay.
I did cocaine though.
How much cocaine have you done?
In one day. What are you talking about? I used to be a bartender. I remember me and this white girl. Her name was what? Christy. She was like 135. Me and her moved
Better weight
or her credit.
135 pounds. She might have been like 115 actually. She was real little. Like we were doing cocaine after work one night. We moved a whole 2-bedroom apartment, just me and her. Wow. Cocaine, a hell of a drug, boy. I swear.
David Jolly, you're the man. Way to get tonight's episode. We lost America's favorite uncle, David Jolly, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. And now we move to the bucket, everybody. This is obviously where the show, you know, this is the meat and potatoes of it. Anything can happen. It could be the next great talent of the world. It could be a crazy person. It could be somebody that's great that had a rough night. It could be somebody that stinks that had a great night. Their set could suck. Their interview could be great, or vice versa. Anything can happen. Your first bucket full tonight, getting 60 seconds uninterrupted. Goes by the name of David Edwards, everyone. Here we go. David Edwards.
Hello. I know I look like I just fucked a pair of balloons. I've also been known to look like a chicken that just got done picking the ground. It is what it is, man. No, guys, really, I just wanted to come out here and acknowledge the fact that I am the unwanted love child of Uncle Laser and Ellen DeGeneres. Just the ultimate gay, baby. It's been years. They refused to contact me. So I actually moved down here from Utah to get in touch. But I kind of got distracted, guys. A lot of just amazing Latino women here. To all my Latino women, I am like a baboon under the sheets. Brutal hemorrhoids, guys. It's. Have you guys ever seen The Ring? Specifically the scene where the ghost lady is like crawling out of the TV? That's me on the shitter, dude. I am just grunting, sweating like an NFL linebacker, dude. It's quite the sight. Thank you, guys.
David Edwards. Keep it going for his barber. He really got most of the laughs tonight. Amazing. David, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing great.
How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
This is my 10th mic.
Your 10th mic ever. Wow.
Yes, sir.
Mike. Calling it a mic. Yeah, the biggest thing in show business.
I gotta be professional.
A typical mic, just millions and millions of people watching.
Like most open mics, you know,
Yeah.
an attentive crowd, a band behind you.
Yeah, exactly. So, David, how long ago was the first mic?
6 months ago when I moved here.
6 months ago. What made you want to start comedy 6 months ago?
Probably the haircut.
Yeah. No, well, in Utah, I fell in love with a bisexual woman.
Sexual women?
Woman, yeah.
Okay, there's only one.
Yeah. She started to have sex with this blonde guitarist. Yeah.
Guy or girl?
Girl.
Girl.
It's just getting finger blasted to the moon right now.
So wait, so she left you for a female guitarist? Is that what you're saying?
We were never together, Tony.
You just fell in love with her?
I fell hard.
How far away did you fall in love with her?
Mandatory 100 foot.
Excellent.
Yeah.
What grade is she in?
You got this. Dave.
Mine.
So how old are you?
I'm 22 now.
22. So you moved from Utah here 6 months ago.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. What were you doing with your life up until that point?
Doing fiber optic work.
Okay.
Construction.
All right.
Why, because the end of the cable meshed your head?
Yeah.
Amazing.
What'd they do? Put you in a pipe and you like scurrying around like a badger?
I just fucked the power outlet, dude. I don't know.
Yeah.
So how are you surviving in Austin, Texas?
I finally got a job. I was in debt. That's why I only have 10 mics. So
Open mics are so expensive, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a big barrier to comedy.
Yes, sir.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
You don't have money, it's hard to do. Go ahead.
But I finally got a job doing fiber optic works again.
You specialize in fiber optics.
Sure. Yeah.
Wow. Amazing.
And did you grow up all of your life in Utah?
Yes, sir.
LDS or no?
No.
That means Mormon jerks.
Yeah.
So David, you're 22. You're starting now. Do you do your hair like that specifically only when you go do stand-up comedy?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yeah, just for tonight. Yeah.
Exactly. So the stuff was working. You got a big laugh coming out, and then you got a good chuckle from Red Band on the what is it, baboon hemorrhoid joke.
Yeah, that was
Yes,
great.
sir.
But then it kind of all went away after that. So, do you plan on doing more mics?
Yes, sir. Now that I have a job, I can fix up my Jeep.
And what's your job, human ferret?
Yes.
I'm going to say this. You came out, you have confidence, you're doing good in the interview, you're doing the funny faces, you have timing. Your jokes are going to catch up to what you're currently doing. It's probably going to be a lot easier to do more than a minute.
Exactly. And you're 22. That's how old I was when I started. That's a good age to start at.
Thank you.
So what else are you into in life? Do you have any hobbies or you collect things? You seem like the kind of guy that would do like those finger skateboards or something like that.
That's my brother, actually.
Really?
Yeah, he's actually a yo-yo guy, too.
Hey,
wow.
Dave's a pussy, this guy's brother.
Yeah. Believe it or not, I have the looks. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're a handsome kid. You got piercing green eyes. You're just doing a weirdo thing. I get it. Yeah.
So how about you? Your brother's into yo-yos and finger skateboards. What are you into?
Well, I was into like hiking and video games and stuff like that, but since moving out, I've just been jacking it.
Wow. Okay.
That's illegal in Utah.
Yeah. What have you been jacking it to? What are you into? What are some of your wild fantasies? Let's talk about it. You're 22. We don't get to talk about jacking it with a 22-year-old very often.
Not enough.
Yeah. Normally we'd have to have our own island to have these kinds of conversations.
And you wouldn't be 22, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Not on our island. We'd have the sweetest young ass.
Yeah. You'd be a cougar in our world with that Mayan mania ears.
You'd be run through and gross.
We can still make something out.
No, we can't.
Yeah, we can.
What, you and us?
Uh-oh.
So yeah, what are your sexual proclivities?
Well, I kind of had like a rough come up, so step family, mom.
Okay. Stepmoms. You said step family first. As though might be a dad or an uncle in there.
Category. That's like the
Brady Bunch stuff.
So what happened to you in your childhood that makes you think that psychologically you're attracted to stepmoms?
well, my mom, she's cool now. She's great. She's killing it. She's like an old man in a rocking chair, man. She's rocking it, all right?
Okay.
But
what was she doing before?
Well, she was like an alcoholic, hard, and she just wasn't there a lot. Oh, when she was there, she was drunk. She's cool now, man. She's doing great.
But when she was gone, your new hot stepmom showed up, right?
No, my dad was a bigger guy, so...
What's wrong with that?
Well... No, you're looking good now, man.
Hey, right back at you, just kidding.
Any other crazy thing we should know about the life of David Edwards? Any fun facts? You ever almost die? You ever save a life? You ever...
Well, when I graduated high school, I got 4 baby raccoons. I just kind of found them. So I raised them up, and then I let them free, and now there's like so many raccoons in Utah, dude. That's all me.
Out of absolutely nowhere. At an absolute insane time to come out.
Eyes up. Eyes up. Thank you, Heidi.
Okay. That's wild. All right. Okay. Here you go. Here's a medium-sized joke book.
Thank you,
Just
sir.
getting started. David Edwards, everybody.
David Edwards. Haircuts will take you a long way early in comedy.
I'm against.
Well, I'm not saying everyone should have cool hair, right, Red Band?
Yeah.
Oh, Red Band, gross.
You know, doing your hair to be able to do jokes, it's just something that kind of always been against. But, you know, he's starting out. He's just getting his legs under him. He's got hemorrhoids. He'll figure it out. Hey there, this podcast is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, the future of erectile function is here. Blue Chew Gold is changing the way millions of men are having sex in 2026. The new arousal-boosting formula combines passion and performance into one tablet that dissolves under your tongue for super fast onset. No more waiting for a pill to kick in. No more moments ruined by performance anxiety. Just the results you freaking want. You want them to talk hard owners again and again. Most ED meds only focus on blood flow, but Blue Chew Gold goes further by combining 2 ingredients for blood flow and 2 for mental arousal and connection. So you're not just physically ready, you're actually in the mood. This type of innovation is why Blue Chew Gold is the #1 brand in erectile function. The process is simple and all online. Get started today at BlueChew.com and go for the gold. You know who needs a little softy pie? Red Band.
Oh, I love it. Tony, Blue Chew's the best. They're providing the best ED treatment out there. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link and make him a trophy husband with Blue Chew Gold.
Make everyone around you hard as a rock. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners right now. When you buy 2 months of Blue Chew Gold, you get the 3rd for free with promo code Tony. That's promo code Tony. Visit BlueChew.com for details and important safety information. And we love Blue Chew for sponsoring this podcast. Hello there, our dear friends. This podcast is sponsored by Prize Picks. The regular season is wrapped and the NBA playoffs are finally here. Prize Picks, a preferred partner of the NBA. So, don't pass up your next shot with Prize Picks and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Now is the time to do it live with the 2026 NBA Finals sweepstakes. Pick live squares during the NBA playoffs, and you could win a trip or 2 to the NBA Finals. To enter, Just make a $5 lineup with at least one live NBA player pick during any part of the 2026 NBA playoffs. Live player picks are picks made after a game is already in progress. Red Man?
Tony, I love Prize Picks. It's so easy to get started. You pick more or less on 2 to 6 players' stat projections. If you get your picks right, you could cash in. Pick from all your favorite sports, anything from NBA, baseball, hockey, UFC, soccer, college basketball, tennis, golf, esports, and more.
PrizePicks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. So download the PrizePicks app today and use code TONY to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code TONY to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, a preferred partner of the NBA.
PrizePicks Predict is a registered FCM offering team picks and culture picks as event contracts. Trading involves significant risk, not for all. The content provided is for informational and educational purposes only. It does not constitute investment advice, recommendation to trade any commodity interest, or an offer to open an account. Kill Tony is not registered with the CFTC or NFA. PrizePicks Predict does not endorse or guarantee any statements made by third-party promoters or influencers. Please consult with a qualified professional before making any trading decisions.
On to our next bucket pool. You guys get it? You having fun yet? All right, here we go. Number 2 goes by the name of Candace August. Everybody, here comes Candace August.
Hey, I am in an interracial marriage, and so I'm the only black person in my husband's family. And because of that, they always have annoying-ass questions for me. One time, my sister-in-law was like, "Hey, Candace, can you please talk to the kids about Juneteenth?" That shit pissed me the fuck off. Because then I had to go look up what Juneteenth was. I had absolutely no idea. I stuck in the bathroom and searched that shit on Google. I was like, oh, this why I was off work on Monday? Oh, okay.
So far, no details have been shared about what's likely to be a very promising purchase.
Did you take your medicine? Are you lying? Why did you take half? Because what? You got a tamp 3 into it? Did you really take it? Okay. You're not lying? I don't believe you. Okay, why not? Who says? What's the name of the medication? Okay, well, I'm reading about it. It doesn't say that there's anything about brain damage. All right, well, let's hope it works. You have an invitation. You have an invitation. Zoot, are you gonna accept? Yeah, I heard you say that. Both. Probably just late registration because of, or no, college dropout. Late registration or college dropout. Cool. What up, big dog? Just go for the twos. What up, big dog? Oh, no, you didn't. What happened? Okay. Did you ask for a number?
You follow her on Instagram? Oh, this bitch doesn't like you. Does she have a private account? I played like absolute dog shit. Because I was playing even worse. Okay, dude, I have to use the restroom. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, we can. I'll play after, baby. Did you win, Zoot? Okay. What up, baby? Yo, what up, Zoot? Are you ready? All right, well, let me know when you're ready. Excellent. Good job, Big Red. I thought you said you just won. Dude, I don't know what to believe out of you anymore. Did you take your medicine? Did you? I thought you only took half of it. Next time you take it, I want to see you take it on camera. Let me check. That's a good question. Why don't you call him? All right, call Riser. Yeah, I like this game. Call Riser, please. All right, call him, please. Call him, or I'm going to tell you all about Brendan Shaw. Okay, what did he say? Are you serious? Oh, that's some bullshit. Does that mean he's in a call with somebody else? From that chick? Yo, from that chick? All right, well, did they send you a skee ball invite, or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw? Dog, you have a skee ball invite. Zoot. Zoot, you have a skee ball invite. All right, you're up, big man. No, it's not. Yes, sir. A lot. There's a delay. There's a delay. That game sucks. Yeah, what happened to Riser? Okay, well, cool, man. You want a cookie? Zoot, you have an invitation. Who knows? Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? Okay, are you gonna go? Yep. Yep. What did you do with Riser? Yo, dog, what did you do with Riser? Alright, my last game. You have an invitation. Wire bomb. Why not? I know. No, it didn't. Look how amazing a shot that was. Your shot was terrible. One of the worst shots ever. Maybe. You're done. You're gonna hit the corner. What did I? Zoot, Zoot, what did I? Zoot, what did I tell you? Look how good a shot this is, Zoot. Terrible shot. That's a miss. You're done. Okay, well, don't do that. How about that? Look at this shot, Zoot. Look at this shot, Zoot. Fuck. Um, it's not like a formal thing, but you need countries to declare war generally. But there's an argument to be made that was already done with the United States and the global war on terror. Dude, look how good a shot this is. Wow. Wow. Zoot, are you going to score? The answer to that is no. Not involved in bullshit. That's what you want? Alright, well, you're gonna have to find something. You're gonna have to find something else. Because I'm gonna play 9 ball with you and bullshit, and then I'm gonna watch Kill Tony. What's a laugh lab? Oh yeah, I'm sure. Dude, you proud of that shot? What was it? There you go. Yep. No. Yep, you say it. Who is hot? That's a dog. Oh, the other girl. Damn. That's a cool story. Okay, well, you should have called bullshit, dog. Who knows? I know, big man. Are you gonna call my bluff here? You think I'm lying about everything, dog? This bitch needs to go. She quit. Yep. Got her. Fuck. She's good. I might have all the threes. I might have all the threes. This guy's a dick. I don't know. How? Yes, sir. So he has all the nines. You were quiet for a while. You're trying to get rid of those threes. So, on this guy, this stupid bitch, whenever that other guy goes, I'm going bullshit on him. Got him. Yes, it was. Fuck you, dude. Fuck this bitch. This game takes so long. This bitch sucks. You're really working that single bullet, aren't you? Fuck this person. This bitch has got me. She's been right every time. This bitch sucked. Alright, Zoot, go masturbate. Whatever that bitch's name is.
What happened to Riser? Call Riser. 906. It's 906. Oh, there he is. Did Zoo call you? No. Call him right now. He was in here like 10 seconds ago. How was your day? I really enjoy how you like that your clock, when it says 9 o'clock, you think it's 8 o'clock. I really like that. Oh, okay. I see. All right. Is your work? No one knows who that is. Gotcha. Hey, Zoo. Zoo, remember when I said don't leave because Riser's going to be here and then he came like 10 seconds after he came in? He called you Riser. Riser, it said your phone was busy. Oh, we're talking about Palmer Lucky. That's you don't think Bob Lazar's credible. I'm glad you don't think that Stephen Greer. Okay, Riser, would you? Riser, why didn't you ask me what's going on in Brendan Schaub's life? All right, so here's the newest, and we haven't had. Oh, this is really important. No, it's important. They changed studios. They were in an Austin storage space on the first floor, and now they're in the same Austin storage space on the third floor. The reason why they were able to move from the first floor to the third floor is because Brendan Schaub sold all his vehicles that were his toys, and they didn't need all the space anymore. And additionally, tomorrow is the first Fighter and the Kid from the new studio and the first Shop show that has been renamed back to its previous name, which is the Big Brown Breakdown. Isn't that fascinating? All right, dog. Next thing, I had my fifth and final session of what is this bullshit? Um, of fifth and final session of this podcast today, and it was on extraterrestrials. And well, originally it was just going to be one, but he liked talking to me so much because I'm so sick that we turned it into actually 7 sessions, 5 of which aired. The first 2, he was just feeling me out. And then we, today was the last one. I find it a good sign that when I do a podcast with someone, the last 2 podcasts I've done are basically like 2 of the last ones that I've done most recently. Once we do the podcast, the people have asked me to do a series with them. So the one guy asked me to do a 5-part series, and then the one that I did yesterday, we did like we're gonna do a 4-part series or so. And I didn't even want to. I would just say I didn't even want to do another series, but that's fine. That's cool. It's more publicity and stuff, so that's neat. Um, and this guy, he is in Brisbane, and he's 78 years old. And for the 3rd time in a row, he was late. And if he ever sees this, I'm busting his balls. But he sent me like this series of like the invitations, and I remember him telling me, like he wanted to do it, or we arranged to do it 8 o'clock his time, 8 a.m., which is Brisbane, is 3 p.m. LA. And then he was late 3 times in a row, and he's like, I thought we had said 10. And I'm like, no, dog, we've been doing it at 8 the whole time. And I even emailed him. Like, this was the funny part to me. I emailed him at like 3:10, and I'm like, hey, I'm waiting for you. 3:15, I was like, please tell me when you want to reschedule. And he emailed me at 5 my time, and he's like, I'm waiting on you. And I'm like, waiting on me? I've sent you 2 emails saying like, dude, you're basically you're late 3rd week. So anyway, he apologized, and it was cool. And then we agreed that in a year, God willing, he's still alive. I mean, he's in good shape though. So, but you never know. God willing, I'm still alive. We'll do it again. So that's what I like to do with podcasts. Like, hey, let's check in a year and do an update. It's very Joe Rogan-esque. All right, so Zoo, while we have Riser here, this is my intervention to you. Zoot has said some things that are very concerning, and he has to take his medication. So, Zoot, did you take your medication today? So, this is the first time you've taken this medication, and how long? Okay. And so today's the first day. I know you took half of it, which is at least something that you say you took half of it. I don't believe you. If we were playing bullshit, I would be using a bullet. But Zoot, Okay, I don't understand. I understand medicine. I understand health. I don't understand why they would be like, yeah, only take half the pill. Even then, they would just give you a half dosage. But anyway, that's fine. But I'm saying this in front of Riser, not for embarrassment or anything, but for accountability. We can't have you in here, Zoot, if you're going to be saying I should be in a mental you saying to yourself with no one else listening to you, I should be in a mental asylum. Like no one. That's not good thinking. You need to stay strong, and we support you. We're your friends. We love you. We really do. I know. I sent you a video saying I love you. I love having you a member of my community, and love having you as a member in here every night. But not if you're not in a good headspace. Okay, Zoot? Well, you're not focused, and that's quite obvious. I don't know what to do with you. So, Zoo, you need to take your medicine every single day. And if you don't speak positively, if you start having these bad thoughts or whatever, I'm going to disconnect you from the call like I had to earlier today. Okay, Zoo? Zoo, what did I just say? If you don't, you can have bad thoughts. There's nothing wrong with that, but you can't. Yeah, exactly. Okay, and you need to take your medicine. So, Zoo, I want to hear you say, "I'm going to take my medicine every single day for the next 30 days." Okay. All right. So you're in the middle of bullshit, Zoot. Is that correct? Okay. Well, Riser, how was you? So you, Zoot and I just played bullshit with a really hot girl, and she won, and she kept fucking me. We could only see her from behind, and it was a mirror shot. But so like that's hard to tell. She had like a 9 out of 10 body. Like, she didn't speak English. I didn't feel like being on Google Translate all day. So Riser, how was the beach? Were there any hotties there? That's some bullshit. There were no hotties at the beach.
I agree. I use that, and it I don't think I have a limit on it. I mean, I could, but I don't think I've hit it. Um, have you ever seen those people at like they'll be like at the store and they'll have this is like a prank video, but they'll go up to someone and they will with their phone have that sound that just sounds like it was a deduction from somebody's account up to somebody and they'll be like, uh do you know what time it is? And they'll be like, and they'll look at their watch, and then it'll be, or they get out their phone, I should say, and they'll be like, it's like 3 o'clock, and it'll be like, ding, and they'll be like, huh? Thanks so much for the money. And then they'll start walking away, and the person will be like, hey, get back here. And they'll be like, what did you do? And the person will be like, what? I'm just I just want to know what time it was. They're like, no, I heard it. You took money from me, and they're like, oh, dog, did I? And then they'll start walking towards the front, and the person will chase after them and be like, help, help! This person robbed me. And the people who work at the store will be like, hey, hey, stop! And the guy will be like, oh, I just want to know what time it was or whatever. And they get a really good video out of it because they get like a huge reaction out of someone and like they always they, they always do it to like old people and the old because like a young person's gonna be like, I didn't send you anything and like how did you know like they're just a little bit better with technology, but the older people they're always like, this person stole money from me. Now I don't like prank videos, but I find it to be fucking hilarious, but I still don't like them. I agree. So I think that I don't know. I think there's an argument to be made, and maybe I'm getting punked, and like everybody's in on it, and I don't know it. But um, I dude, there's this thing that I think that should be illegal. I uh, I think I'm gonna write on it. So it's called killing a story. Basically, like let's say you have like a really juicy thing to tell to the press. CNN or I don't know CBC or somebody will be like, okay, Zoo or okay, Riser, we're gonna have a conversation with you, and you'd be like, oh, I know all this juicy shit about Zoo, and they'll be like, okay, that's great, and we're gonna pay you um, $1 million for um, this story, and you're like, oh, okay, cool, and they're gonna be like, yeah, but the thing is, you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement, and you also have to agree that we have the exclusive um, ability to. We have an exclusive on this story, so you can't go to anybody else and be like, "Where the fuck did Zuko?" You can't go to anybody else and be like, "Oh, I, I have a really good story about Zoot." They say, "No, we have exclusivity on it." And then you say, okay, that's fine. I'm getting $1 million to tell this juicy shit about Zoot. And they're like, yes, that's correct. And so then what they'll do is they'll record the video with you and then they just don't air it. And you're not allowed to share that story with anybody else. And you never got your story out there. Isn't that a bitchy strategy? You have to what? Yeah, I get that. I get that. So what they do is they say since there are like only a handful of like outlets that are willing to pay for stories, It's like NBC, CBS, ABC, CNN, those kind of groups. They say, look, we want to kill this story, so we're going to interview them, and we're going to say that they can't share it anywhere else with the non-disclosure agreement, and then we will. I think, personally, I think non-disclosure agreements should be illegal. I've written about it. I think it's a violation of freedom of speech, and I don't think they're enforceable, even though they absolutely are. To me, I mean, like, you can use them just for deceptive practices, and at least in California, like, you're supposedly not able to use them in terms of like sexual assault, but I don't think you, like, if you can't use it in sexual assault, why can't you use it on other stuff? And I don't like that. And I get why they have them, because it's like, if you have a hamburger stand and Zoot has a hamburger stand and you hire me to work at your hamburger stand, and then I don't like it and I go to Zoot's hamburger stand, I guess that's a non compete agreement, but um I don't know. You should be able to say anything you want, whenever you want, however you want. That's the First Amendment. And I know it doesn't cover you, and I know it doesn't cover Zoot, but at least in the United States, I feel it's the law of the land. And if you don't like that, that's cool. Then change the Constitution. It's as simple as that. I hate these arguments that are like, well, uh, like, we're gonna, like, that's national security or something like that. Okay, that's not in the Constitution. If you want to argue that's national security, then make an amendment that says that. But if you're not going to make an amendment that says that, we already have an overriding law. Anyway, that's just how I feel. What are we watching tonight? Okay, this is an important one. No. Top documentary. Well, I wonder what the top documentary is on IMDb. The Making of the Fighter and the Kid. Oh, interesting. Dude, I love how they have Melania as a popular movie, but 1 point, like, you can tell that they're like being bribed to like push that. No other movie that would have a 1.6 would they ever in a million years push. That's such bullshit. Those algorithms, that to me should just be fucking illegal. I know I talk about all this shit being illegal, but it should be. It's like, right, they're abysmal. Is that what happens? All right, so Planet Earth is rated number one, which I've seen. It's good. It's got that guy in it. The Joy of Painting, that's amazing. Our Planet, The World at War, Vietnam War, Life, the Beatles anthology. I've seen it. I love it. It's amazing. Clarkson's Farm. Everybody loves that fucking guy. It's whatever. Last Dance, that's on the Bulls. That's pretty amazing. The Civil War is amazing. Oh, I don't want to watch anything like just pure war or pure nature, though. I want something like a story. Nathan for You is considered a documentary, or it's a top-rated series. They say. Oh, these are top-rated series. Apologies. Under documentary though, it's confusing as fuck how this thing is organized. Okay, all. Okay, here we go. All starred by popularity. No. Um. Oh, dude, the new Jackass. I don't know if it's a new Jackass. They say it's a new Jackass, but
It's kind of like the same. It's like all their old shit. Okay, your rating recently rated. It could be. All right, naked on the truth about Rose Leonel. What the fuck is this? It has a 10.0 because it has like 7 reviews. All right, how about something that's so stupid? They should have like a thing that's like minimum like 50 reviews or something, or else everybody's just gonna say, uh, okay. So let me look for a documentary. It's on Ernest Shackleton because I think this is a fucking. I think it's the best story of survival I've ever heard. Ernest Shack. I'm sure there's somebody else who has one, but um, I'm sure somebody else has one. Okay, known for. Oh, this is 19. So interesting. He's got a movie from 1919 on him. It's like so early for a fucking movie. All right, filmography. No, I want who? Ernest Shackleton. They did. Okay, endurance. That's the name of his. Okay, see if you can find Shackleton, the greatest story of survival. Oh, look who fucking showed up. No, oh, Zoo, we're watching a document. We're watching a documentary. It's called Shackleton. It takes so long. Is your chick coming on the internet? Okay, well, you could watch the documentary's 90 minutes, dog. So watch the documentary. Okay, so are we not playing bullshit? Okay. It's on a guy who was a captain of a ship that went to Antarctica. There's no way Zoo would. There's no way in a million years would like. Okay, yeah. Are you ready? Zoo. Okay, so I'm not, but I'm gonna say 3, 2, 1, and then go, and then we all release our fingers off of the join, and we'll see what happens. Okay? 3, 2, 1, go. Zoo. Do you think this is a real person, or do you think they're playing? Or
No, it looks like they're fake. Or they're just letting the computer do it. So this is what it's like to play All of Us. Zoot. That's not how we play, dog. Is this person gonna... What'd you say, Zoot? That's what I'm saying. They gave up. They're done. I,
אותו דבר, זה כי זה. זה הייתה הרבה לא תצטרכו, פחות, זה השמונה שם, זה הספיגו בגזי סנוז ובגזי סקלר. לא, אני חייב מלא שפיגו בגזי סקלר. שעה, במיוחד במשול, זה התפרקו, שעה מוספת. אתה לא בוחר את זה לא עולם, כי אם זה נהיה גדול בחזרה, אז הוא גם ילך. אבל אני לא, זה לא אומר, יש לי ריסות. תהיה לנו על זה שאומר שזה נבחר לו. שמן, את הגודל של ה... אז זה. עכשיו אנחנו הלכנו לזה, אנחנו אמרנו ש... זה חוזר, אז ששמת מים גשם, זה דווקא. אבל זה הרחמה, שיותר נכון הזה, כדי שאני חייב לקרוא, זה הכי טוב ש... וזה מצטער בגלל לא? זה היה פה בדפור, אנחנו מדברים כאן לא, אנחנו מדברים על מייסים. אז זה של הסוגיה, אנחנו יודעים. אבל... זוכר שם שהסיפור אבל זה לא זה
Gotcha. Eat it. 16 cards. Yes, sir. I had to piss. I had something in the microwave I had to get. And then when I came back, I was out. So I've just been watching. Yeah, it says you declared one jack. I still think I could win.
אז אתה יכול לקחת 10 כאלה, זה יהיה 14 אנשים כאלה. היא הקטנה. אז מה זה אומר לנו? תשעים או בלתי תשעים.
I agree with that. What up, Zoo? Call me out. Call me out, son. You don't have the balls to call me out, Zoot. You don't have the balls to call me out, Zoot. Bells won without even being there. Yeah. Look how good of a position I'm in. You both, Rise are so far away from scoring, and Zoot is so far away from scoring. Zoot's going in the water. Go, 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 go. Dog, I'm so amazing at mini golf. I'm like the Brendan Schaub of mini golf. That's in the water. Psych. Water bump. What a water bump. What a sick ass water. Sick ass water bump. That was new. That was one of the best shots I've ever seen Zoot have. No way, dog. Whoa. Riser starting off with the goose egg. Starting out with the goose egg, son. Riser starting out with the goose egg, son. Riser starting out with the goose egg, son. Riser taking one of the worst routes to score ever. Maybe the worst route. Look how good. Look at this shot. Dropped it in there. Just perfectly. The penny drop, baby. Get in the fucking hole. Get in the fucking hole. Shit. Riser, who do you think is the host or the guest of Kill Tony today? Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Who the fuck is Ernest Schrader? I don't know why you guys are having like such struggles just hitting the big thing full of arrows. Are you serious? Oh, give it to me. Riser, did you like that shot? Thanks, baby. Black shit. Thank you for stealing my strategies. Get him. Ooh, what happened here? It's going to shit. Shit. Get him. Oh, what a good move. Yeah, Richter still doesn't have this bitch memorized. He's had 10, 9. He's had 4 shots at it and still sucks. No, you don't. That's not through the thing, dude. You want it to go through the thing. Did you see where mine went? Look at the score. Zoot, don't use those words. Skill? Little thing called skill? That was one of the best shots of disgusting. And you can win. Oh no, you can't. You can tie for a second. No way. No way. Good job, Riser. Good job, Riser. Dude, just make it, dog. Champion. Champion. Know how I made up the term ad hoc? I think host advantage is an ad hominem attack. Yeah, it is. It's against the person. Okay. Then I'm gonna make that a term which is an ad hominem attack. No, I know. No, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm gonna make up a term like excuse maker or something, and that's an ad hominem attack. No, I know you didn't. I'm going to. You're an executioner. You're an executioner. You're an executioner. You're an executioner. He's masturbating to some Armenian chick. Okay. You're never gonna watch, dude. You're gonna call it a warm up game. It's not even call it a warm up game. Like it's not even fun playing because there's so much fucking warming up to actually get into a game with you. It takes like 5 hours. Oh, where is the invite? See how quickly I joined? Oh, I'm in, baby. Do you want to hear my song? That was great. It's called That's Bullshit, Dog. Thanks, baby.
ואז אתה משים את הקרח. לא, אנחנו עשינו בדברים. ואז אתה עושים את הקרח, מה הבעיה בזה? וזה שאין לך את השיעור של היסוד. ספר של זמן וספר של קבע ועושים את זה ביחד. כמה בצק יצא לך אחרי שאתה עושה את זה? ספר אחד של מים שהוא מידה, ספר אחד של קבע שהוא מידה, אתה מפריד אותו ביחד. האם יהיה לך 2 ליטר של בצק, ליטר 25 של בצק, ו2 ליטר 25, או ליטר 75. זאת אומרת, יהיה לך פחות מכל הכמויות של פלסטה, או יותר. ואתה בסדר? אז יהיה פחות. איך מים יהיה פחות? איך קמח יהיה פחות? למה? למה מוסיפים מים לחול? ליטר של מים וליטר של חול יהיה לך פחות. למה? כי יש הרבה אחים בין החול, בין הגבורים של הקמח, יש מלא אחים. והמים נכנס לתוך המקומות האלה, והאוויר יוצא, ולכן זה רק... אין למים אפשר לעשות פחות, אבל ככה אפשר לעשות פחות. זה מה שהרגיש לעצמי. ובאמת אומרת, הסעול, בואי תלוהד לבנה, וחמצות. לוקחים את הסעול מתוך המדינה שיש לך שם, ואתה עושה את זה חומץ. תגיד חומץ, אפי אין לנו כזה לא טוב. אלו, נרגיס הסעול ולא יש יותר חמידות. בואו שמים את המחמש את הסעול בזיני מתוך המדינה. כאילו מה עכשיו את הדבר נמנית זה הדבר עם אני רוצה לסיים ולסיים. יחסר בעצם, זה אומר, יחסר ביותר, תכלס, לא לך, בכיס, קמח, אז אולי פחות.
Could you hear that? Chicka, 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 chicka.
ואז שאלו אותו מה רוצה, גלינו, הוא אומר, אני רוצה שהעולם נצח, זה לדון את הכל, גם חי 400 שנה, ולהכניס את הבחינים. זה שאנחנו עושים את הבחינים, זה היום באמת, יש לנו מגע שני, עמוד וחצי, יש מגע הרבה. זה לא נגיד, זה הכל מסוג בחינים. ואתה מדבר על לשאול אותו, נראה לי כל מה פה יש עם לא ישמע את זה. אתה יודע שמלך מגיעה את זה אמצע, לא נצפו זה ער שלא יפעל. זה לא רע. יסיפו, אם זה גם טוב, שצריך לשמור על התקוקים מפורה, שהנה, אסור, אחד מפעיל שתרשים לכם. וכי ניסקתי את כל בנים פה, מה אתה מסולס, אבל ספרסולס, למה אתה שם אותי בצד הזה כזה? לעשות, יכול להיות, עוד פעם, נסתם, זה מעניין. לא, אתה יודע מה הבעיה? עכשיו אני מסתכל, אפילו מה נוכל. הרצוף שלי, כאילו, טוב. אני טוב את הטרש, לא סגרה. עכשיו אני מסתכל על זה. ויסעתי כל המקומה ודנו סויס חריץ, מה צריך לקום פרש? מה צריך? רק שואל איך אתה יודע שזה מצב ולא חפש, כי מופרח בפסוק, אין לך יותר מופרח מזה. זה לא הקסיק בו, ולא כתוב ממש במנחה הזאת, הקסיק בו, עדיין כתוב בזה דף מורים לא דף so is those המנחות, כל המנחות, עד לא סברי אבו לפני השם על פני המזבח. כל המנחות, תסתכל זה לא אגר, אני עושה דברים כאלה בעם לבוא, מה זה סתירה? כל המנחות יש כאלה ברכה, שמה זה סתירה? אבל זה לא כאלה, לא שם לך, זה דווקא איזו מצווה, ובואו למה? אסור מה יש על זה שבקושי כדי שמשהו יעקב צריך שהתורה תגיד את זה פעמיים אפשר לא לעקב וכל התורה בוא לא עושה בכל דבר כי אמרנו בתור איסיס וכל התורה עושה בכל אחד בכל שצריך פעמיים אז הוא לקרא וכמו שכתוב את זה פעם אחד אז שם שזה נמצא אז לא יפה לעשות זה לא לעקב אבל זה מילה אולי מהמילים הכי קשות תרגיל מהמילים בשביל השיעור שלנו זה כבר אנחנו עובדים כבר שבועיים וכל יום לקבל ועידון להגיד מה זה מעקב המילה הכי טובה בינתיים זה מעקב מה זה מעקב? יש כל יום מישהו שהולך לראות משהו וצריך להיות ממש לא טוב, חשוב להשתת ובראש שקלו רוב המלך ולך לא נתור אחר לטוב מעקב בעברית זה לא בעיה, זה מעקב בסוף יכול זה לא מה אז תוכל פעמיים, בסוף יכול זה לא מה כתוב בתורה, בסוף יכול אנחנו מרשים בזה, אין לו מה, זה קיצור זה עוד מקום שאנחנו אמורים להבין שזה רק לא לעשות חוק, זה אומר מה זה אז לא בסוף עכשיו לפריסטו, ואין לו לזרוק חומר אין לו סיפור שם, לא ספצת, בציון וסיון שתיים שלו סיום, הכוונה זה חינוך עכשיו, בסיום יש שתי שיטות יש ובאים ובאים של הסיום זה
No, it really sounds like a you problem. What do you want me to do about it? This game isn't even close. Never was close, never will be close. Not a word. That was good. Big dog. What's up, baby? It's really rare. B's and a Y. Not a word. Ape is a word, baby. Whatever you're trying to do is not a word. That's not a word. Why don't you just put ape down and be happy with it? Why don't you put ape down? Oh, that was good. 21 points. That was good. No way. Give him all the S's. Jink. Oh, Jinx and Jink. It's over, baby. How many tiles remain? I'm in love with the stripper. She rockin', she rollin' that pole, and I ain't going nowhere. It's over. O to the V to the E to the R. O to the V to the E to the R. O to the V to the E to the R. It's over, baby. This game is over. What didn't even test me? Oh fuck. Oh, what is this resignation shit? Dog, I beat you fair and square, son. Why would you why would you resign in a warm up game, quote unquote? No, it does count. It counts in the official records of humanity. All right. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I'm basking in the. I mean, I don't know how the documentary is, but the story is so good that it's like I don't know what more you could do. Just a moment. Just one moment. I'm watching my robot and I'm making sure it's working correctly. I need 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1. Something's wrong with it. Something is wrong with this robot. And I don't know what. And I don't know what. That's some bullshit. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, are you ready? Did you find the documentary? Do you consider me to be the best competition in the world? Considering I beat you at mini and I beat you at literati. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. And anyone who has watched, not right now.
Dog, last time I played you, I beat you. Last time I played you, I beat you. We had a timer on, dog. Oh. Yeah, we had a timer on. You used what echo? I yes. It's called being a bitch. Is what it's called. No, I agree with you. Dog, you're gonna be blown away by this motherfucker. He was born in. You're gonna hate it. Because you hate everything that I think is baller. The following is a true story featuring real shit, and it's the coolest story of all time. Hey, how about you just fucking watch it?
Years ago, Antarctica was more than just a challenge. It was the very limit of human knowledge and scientific understanding. The last unexplored continent on Earth. It's the beginning of the 20th century, the heroic era of polar exploration. These are the astronauts of their time, and Antarctica was their moon. Explorers from around the world pit themselves against the immense wilderness of Antarctica in search of glory and discovery. But this is a vast, cold, isolated, and entirely unforgiving place. What do you do when it all goes horribly wrong? The journals and film recorded by Sir Ernest Shackleton and his crew of 27 answers that very question.
The story of our attempt is the tale of the white warfare, of the sorrow, the struggles, the disappointments, and the endurance of this small party of Britishers make a story which is unique in the history of Antarctic exploration. I ask myself, why on earth one comes to these parts of the earth?
adventure in it, and it manifests in different ways with different people. Life's true adventure is understanding what the meaning of it all is. I think that drives medical research, it drives artistic self-expression, it drives people's desire to cross ice caps or climb mountains. That has burnt brightly in me since childhood. And I've never grown out of it. I've always just had that desire to keep on discovering. And it's seen me go to the far limits of human endurance and to the ends of the world to do that. In doing the expeditions the old way, essentially disadvantaging yourself by using 100-year-old equipment, you get about as close as you can to experiencing that which they experienced 100 years prior. At least I can honestly say that I've been served up the same sorts of conditions as he had.
Tim Jarvis is the only man to have ever recreated the Halloween journey of Ernest Shackleton, using the same inadequate clothing and equipment as they had back in 1914.
There have been many instances along the way, falls of the mountains where you do wonder whether it be the last move you make. I'm so excited about getting down here. I mean, I feel I really come alive in a place like this. You get much closer to the spirit of the great man and you're following in his footsteps, but also you get closer to this more resourceful version of you that emerges when you find yourself in these places. You know, there's been so many fascinating journeys in the past that you can't help but be inspired.
We are 830 nautical miles southeast of the Falklands, headed to the whaling island of South Georgia, where Shackleton began his imperial transatlantic expedition.
There remained but one great main object of Antarctic journeyings, the crossing the South Polar continent from sea to sea. The distance will be roughly 1,800 miles, and the first half of this, from the Weddell Sea to the Pole, will be over unknown ground. Every step will be an advance in geographical science, and this report will prove of great scientific interest.
An expedition of this scale will require a budget of billions in today's money. To fund his dreams of the South, Shackleton would rely on his ability to convince people of the cause.
Shackleton had this way of getting people excited about what he was going to do. You know, he offered them things that money couldn't buy. So if you were a wealthy benefactor thinking about maybe putting money into the polar expedition, Shackleton could name a mountain range or a coastline after you, and you had immortality guaranteed. So it was a clever way of doing it.
This wasn't Shackleton's first attempt to make history. In 1907, he was hired to lead the Nipper expedition to the Antarctic. The mission was to be the first to reach the South Pole. Although this set a new record for the most southerly point ever reached, they were forced to turn back just 97 nautical miles short of their target. Shackleton and his men, starving and exhausted, returned to base inspired by what they'd seen, but frustrated with how close they'd come. It would take Shackleton almost 7 years to raise the funding and plan this expedition. Personally putting everything on the line this time, the stakes couldn't be higher.
Long days of preparation were over, and the adventure lay ahead. I gave the order to heave anchor at 8:45 a.m. on December the 5th, 1914, and the tanking of the windlass broke for us, the last link with civilization.
The fate of the expedition now rested on the shoulders of the 28 crew of the Endurance.
Shackleton was a consummate leader of men in those days on those early expeditions, leader of people. And he got about 3,000 applicants for 27 places in the expedition team. In his recruitment process, he involved interviews that involved him throwing really curly, interesting questions at people just to see how they would react. And if there was someone who was too rigid in their thinking, that's the kind of person who had the capacity for lateral thinking and problem solving that he was looking for. He always wanted people who saw a positive in any situation, and you need that for a successful expeditioning, or indeed life. And in the end, how relevant those skills turned out to be.
The crew seemed strong, and as I looked at the men, I felt confidence increasing. The Weddell Sea was notoriously inhospitable, and already we knew that its sternest face was turned towards us. Was the Weddell Sea preparing for us?
To navigate these southern waters, timing is everything. In the relative warm months of summer, the sea is less frozen, and large lanes of open water provide passage to the continent.
We're just staring out on a scene of brash ice and pancake ice. Pancake ice is where the surface just starts to freeze over. That's what we're starting to see. And it's the beginning of the formation of some pack ice. As the Endurance went south, they of course started to experience pack ice initially, probably very much like this, and of course it gets thicker and thicker and thicker. The onboard Endurance was a wonderful skipper, and Shackleton was doing slams himself, so between them and some of the other sailors on board, they knew what they were doing in terms of getting through pack ice, but they were really pushing through leads, which are the gaps between the bits of larger packs, and trying to force the ship through there, push the pack ice apart.
Expedition cameraman Frank Hurley recorded the efforts of the crew as they navigated their way through the ice. The fearless Australian would perch himself almost anywhere and capture the dynamic imagery he was so famous for.
The last 250 miles had been through close pack, alternating with 5 long heaves and stretches of open water. Under the bows and alongside, great slabs of ice were being turned over and slid back on the floe, or driven down and under the ice cushion. In this way, the Endurance would spin a 2-foot to 3-foot floe, sway a mile in extent. It was important we should make progress towards our goal as rapidly as possible.
In order to keep the expedition on schedule, Shackleton had to make land before the ocean froze over. When the pack ice starts to form on the surface of the sea, ultimately it will make underground aircraft, which eventually almost doubles the size of the continent, which is incredible when you think of it. The ice can be anything from 20 centimetres thick all the way through to 3 or 4 metres thick. So of course, the further south you go, the thicker it gets. And it comes a point where you need to make a judgment about whether you're going to keep the engines running and push further south, or try and push further south into the teeth of this incredibly thick ice. All the while thinking, how are we going to get home at the end of this?
I was anxious for certain reasons to winter the Endurance in the Weddell Sea, but the difficulty of finding a safe harbor might be very great. It was as though the spirits of the Antarctic were pointing us back to the track we were determined not to follow. Our desire was to make easting as well as southing, so as to reach the land, if possible, east of Ross's farthest south, well east of Cooksley.
The unusually abundant sea ice ground their progress to a crawl, with the rapidly freezing seawater trapping time after time. The ice was only getting thicker, and the water was slowly disappearing.
They were reaching dead ends, having to turn around, chip their way through the ice, sit and wait it out sometimes when they became completely stuck and the ice would open up again and break up. And it was a pretty torturous process trying to get through. The name of the game was to keep pushing south as best one could, and sometimes open leads and water amongst the pack ice to go left or right. The two conscious both thoroughly traveled and constantly focused on trying to get south as best one could.
The situation became dangerous that night. We pushed into the pack in the hope of reaching over water beyond, and found ourselves after dark in a pool which was growing smaller and smaller.
Ultimately, they reached the dead end. Pack ice closed in around the vessel, and no more leads were opening up. The weather was getting colder, and it was very clear that that was where they would remain.
It was not doubt now that the Endurance was defined for the winter. The abandonment of the attack was a great disappointment to all hands. The men had worked long hours without a thought of rest, and they deserved success. But the task was beyond our power. The land showed still in fair weather on the distant horizon, but it was beyond our reach.
Much like the Endurance, we reached as far south as the ice will allow us.
When it's clear the Endurance is not going to go any further south, it was one of those real defining moments of the expedition where I think you're hoping for always right to the end, that you could just find the lead, push far enough to actually make landfall on the continent and set up your winter camp. Be prepared for the land crossing of the continent following summers, so the decision to ultimately stop short and set up winter camp on the ice must have been a really difficult moment.
I saw about playing the cards well. I think something that's fairly accurate you've got to look positively at any situation you find yourself in. In many people's minds, many of the expedition teams felt that's it, that's the expedition. They're gone, the rest is all about survival. And Shackleton managed to keep the motivation to a sort of combination of suggesting that things could still improve, the ice might break up, there might be an opportunity to push south, as the ice began to thaw. But in the meantime, he had to do very much lessons, gathering food, and playing soccer matches on the ice. These are all sort of things that you don't do, if you're expecting to die. And it was because the men felt that shackles had been the measure, the circumstances in which they found themselves.
That flows and frozen leaves in the neighborhood of the ship make excellent training grounds. Hockey and soccer on the floe are chief recreation, and all hands joined in many a strenuous game. Worsley took a party to the floe on the 26th and started building a line of igloos and dog loops around the ship. The dogs seemed heartily glad to leave the ship and yelped loudly and joyously as they were moved to their new quarters.
The sun,
which had been above the horizon for 2 months, set at midnight on the 17th, and although it would not disappear until evening, its slanting rays warned us of the approach of winter. Schools and leaves appeared occasionally, but they froze over very quickly.
Psychologically, the innate nature of Antarctica is always difficult to deal with, but even more so when you've got dogs that tend to deal with it. So the sun disappears quite literally. You get further and further south, the pole itself 6 months until you hear around brutally low temperatures and complete darkness. More important than that, psychologically, your whole world shrinks back into that little area of light around the stove at night. Candles, blubber, so lit fires that you can keep going. And, it would be very difficult in that situation to think positively about the journey. If you're there, it's cold. The chances of you surviving are low. The chances of you sailing out when the ice is getting thicker and thicker the other way around. It would have been a very bleak time for many of us. Trapped on the frozen surface of the sea, isolated and cut off from the world, they may as well have been on the surface of the earth.
The disappearance of the sun is apt to be a depressing event in the polar regions. But the Endurance's company refused to abandon their customary cheerfulness, in strange contrast with the silent world that they
They had no control over their situation. So he focused the men's attention on the things they could control. Regardless of rain, required to clean the ship. Ongoing scientific research was collected and catalogued. The sharing of duties kept everyone key, and made all of them, regardless of their position, feel that everyone was in this together.
Shackleton headed Genius. It was neither more nor less than that, keeping those about in high spirits. We loved him. The men had felt cold and true, but he had inspired the kind of loyalty which prevented them from allowing themselves to get depressed over anything. And they had stood up to the hardships inseparable from Antarctic exploration without a midwinter madness was manifested as it. All hands being seized with a desire to have their hair removed. We're likely to be cool-headed in the future, if not uralgic. During the night, I took a flashlit photograph of the ship set by pressure. This necessitated some 20 flashes. One behind each satellite pressure arm to satisfactorily illuminate the ship itself. Blinded by the successive flashes, I lost my bearings amidst hummocks, bumping shins against projecting ice points, stumbling into deep snow drifts. All hands are cheered by the indication that the end of the winter darkness is near. 79 days after our last sunset. Winter, the drifting pack changes. Roads by freezing, thickened by rafting, and corridors by pressure. If finally it is drifting in pinches on the coast, such as the western shore of the Weddell Sea, terrific pressure sets us, and an inferno of icebergs, bridges, and hedgerows, extending possibly over 150 to 200 miles. The effects of the pressure around us are awe-inspiring. Mighty blocks of ice that wriggle between meeting floes roll slowly till they jump like cherry stones, squeeze between thumb and finger. The pressure of millions of tons of moving ice was crushing and smashing inexorably. If the ship was once gripped firmly, the fate was sealed. We could see from the bridge that the ship was bending like a bow under titanic pressure. The onslaught was all irresistible.
Well, the noise that fills the house getting in around the seams of the ship, creaking and groaning and desperately trying to stand that pressure would be like a final death throw of an animal. But indeed, I think that's the way they tend to think of it, is this guttural kind of roars and pleas for help coming from the vessel, and they're trying to withstand this pressure. These sort of unseen forces are closing in down. It must have been a really hellish kind of situation to find yourself in.
The roar of pressure could be heard all around us, almost like a living creature. She resisted the forces that would crush her, but it was a one-sided battle. Millions of tons of ice pressed inexorably upon the little ship, and it dared the challenge of the Antarctic.
Men were listening to the structural damage for weeks as the pressure of the pack closed in. Fearing the ship was not going to take them home, they were powerless to do anything. They must have felt hopeless.
The plans for abandoning the ship in case of emergency had been made well in advance, and men and dogs descended to the floe and made their way to the comparative safety of an unbroken portion of the floor without any care. It was a sickening sensation to feel the decks breaking up under one's feet. She is crushed and abandoned after drifting more than 570 miles during the 281 days since she became locked in the ice. It is hard to write what I feel. The attack of the ice reached its climax at 4 p.m. The floes with the force of millions of tons of moving ice behind them were simply annihilating the ship.
The men were left with quite literally a pile of driftwood. The images hurt attention for dramatic. Everything about the hull just fell to pieces, leaving a collection of cables and wires, ropes and split timber on the ice. It was barely recognizable as a vessel.
The task is to reach land with all the members of the expedition, and to that I must bend my energies and mental power and apply every bit of knowledge and experience of the Antarctic has given me. Likely to be long, understand? Mind and data prove that yeah,
Of the endurance of sun, because they haven't obviously managed to make landfall on the continent, the original expedition goal was off, and so this required a complete reframing. And the Shackleton famously said, "The path is just to a new mark, you're going to ground." And it was all about looking positively at the changing tech. This is where kind of inflection point, really, where he said, look, the original goal of crossing Antarctica is not possible. The new goal is saving ourselves. The good news is that even though our mission has changed, our vision of doing something memorable together, surviving, testing ourselves, pushing ourselves beyond the limits of human endurance, in this case now save ourselves from cross Antarctica, that's the original goal. Still allow us to come home as heroes. We will achieve our vision. It's just that the mission has changed. And I think this is really about masterstroke in the way that he managed to reframe and reposition the direction all together.
Essential supplies had been placed on the floe about 100 yards from the ship, and there we set about making a camp tonight.
Now it's the case of anything we take off the ship, we've got to carry. So weight was critical. Shackleton said each man had 2 pounds of gear. And he set one good example here by basically discarding a whole series of things that might in the normal world be particularly valuable, like watches and rings, jewellery, and chuck them down on the ice and said, none of this matters, We can tarnish in the masterstroke, thinking about what really makes us it made the men feel that, again, at some level, he has circumstances under control, that he abuses it.
We are now 326 miles from Wallis Island, the nearest point where there is any possibility of finding. I mustered all hands and explained the position to them briefly, and I hope clearly, and have stated that I propose to try to march the equipment across the ice in the direction of Wallis Island. I thank the men for the steadiness and the morale they have shown in this trying circumstances, and told them I had no doubt that, provided they continued to work their utmost and to trust me, we will all reach safety in the end.
We have let's take a couple of them now. With 28 men, we now 14 men who are both like a sled and see if we can find our way to the continent. That was the original plan.
It was with the utmost difficulty that we shifted our towards the surface was terrible, like nothing that any of us had ever seen around us. We were timed up with hips and everybody was
for a couple of days before very quickly, just the physical effort of pulling the heavy 3.5 tons fuel through the ridge device.
2007, I drank with this huge cross Antarctica on the string. Such a really is a waste of time. But the energy just to move that weight
those moments, if you can see your dead emotions, you can easily. Other time.
Jason, can you mute yourself?
The consoling feature of the situation.
Yeah, we're watching a documentary.
Having only travelled 4 miles from the caravans, dog teams were sent back to the wreckage to salvage timber, rope, fuel, and the third mile. When the permitted pieces of ship and cargo were ferried across to ocean, the men set about building a supply depot, or even a kitchen. This is a precarious existence. There's not enough food to survive unless they can find seals and babies. At any time, the ice on which they camp will break up. The storm could wipe away their little empty cabins on ships. These are the miserable conditions which we have.
Our meals had to consist mainly of seal and deadwood, and though this was valuable as an antiscorbutic, so much so that not a single case of scurvy occurred amongst the party, yet it was a badly adjusted diet and we felt rather weak and elevated at times. The cook deserved much praise for the way he has stuck to his job through all this severe visit. His galley consists of nothing but a few boxes arranged as a table with a canvas screen erected around the whole 4 rows, and the 2 blubber stoves within the protection afforded by the screens or departure. And the eddy is dry of the pumpkin blubber protection.
Well, perhaps it's that hunger that's the best condiment. Even the fact that our seals and penguins are full of internal parasites of the nastiest or most loathsome kind does not deter us.
The collection of food was not the all-important considerations. Owing to this shortage of food, and the fact that we needed what we could get for us, I had to go to a dog station. It was the worst job that we'd had throughout the expedition, and we felt their loss keenly. This evening, as we were lying in our tents, we heard the boss call out, "She's going, boys!" There was our poor ship, a mile and a half away, struggling in a death agony. It made the scene even more pleasing to the rest.
Weeks turned into months. The dangers these men faced, the cold, starvation, the unfathomed depths beneath them. Loss of morale was the greatest threat of them all.
There were 28 men on our floating cake of ice, which was steadily dwindling under the influence of wind, weather, charging floes, and heavy swell. I confess that I felt the burden of responsibilities heavily on my shoulders. Loneliness is the penalty of leadership.
Shackleton took on a lot of the responsibility of taking things for our life, normalizing the circumstances, and always seeming to have a plan for what would happen next. It was the next step. It wasn't we were going to end here and there and check up on this, stay this. Boss would sort something out, and rather than sitting in a chimco with you, nothing but time to think. Shackleton organised another march towards the peninsula. Another march meant abandoning a significant amount of their provisions. The lifeboats and sleds to travel over this now heavily distorted surface, they would have to travel as light as possible. Extra food, timber, fuel, even their 10 canvas floor would all be left behind at ocean camp.
I informed all hands that I intended to try and make a march to the west to reduce the distance between us and Fallen Island. I could not but hope that this time fates would be kinder to us than in our last attempts to march across the ice unsafely. At this rate, it would take us over 300 days to reach the land away to the west. As we only had 42 days, there was no alternative. Therefore, to camp once more on the floor and to possess our souls with the nations. Our new home, which we were to occupy for nearly 3.5 months, we called Peggy's
They must now sit and wait, helplessly, as their camp drifts slowly north. Seals and penguins have disappeared, leaving them low on food and blubber. All they could do was hope. The arming will sea was pushing them closer to land.
The flow had become our home. During the early months of the drift, we had almost ceased to realize that it was but a sheet of ice floating on fells. Our drifting home had no rudder to guide it, no sail to give it speed. We were dependent upon the caprice of wind and current. We went whither those irresponsible forces listed. The longing to feel solid earth under our feet filled our hearts. Now, our home was being shattered under
The water that was taking them closer to land had reduced their icefall to a thin sheet. The tents, the lifeboats, and our crew could easily disappear into the 1 degree Celsius water.
Some intangible feeling of uneasiness made me leave my tent about 11 p.m. that night and glance around while caring. I started to walk across the floe in order to warn the watchman to look carefully for cracks. And as I was passing the man's tent, the floe lifted on the crest of the swell and cracked right under my feet. The men were in one of the dome-shaped tents, and it began to stretch apart as the ice opened. Peering into the darkness, I could just see the dark figures on the other floe. I hailed Wild, ordering him to launder the saddle wheels.
The only thing they could do was jump into their lifeboats and start building. The spring thaw was destroying the solid sea ice. Time
אומרת הגמורה שהגוי שולח את האוידו, לא שלום, אוידו, יהודי חייב, שולח אימו בסופו, שולח כסף. גם בסופו, ואין שלום, אז נותנים את הכסף, ומכירים את הסופו, הוא לא יכול לשלוח יד, דברים כאלה, אנחנו לא נשתמש בזה, שתומה, זה. ואולי, הוא משתמש, הוא לא שולח כסף, הוא שולח אוידו, אז הציבור שלנו הלך, ובגלל שמייסו יצלח.
This is crash ice. This can be anything from the side of the car down to the side of the basketball. Trying to tackle through this stuff would have been really difficult. They were just desperate to make landfall wherever they could. Of course, tantalising if they could see the peninsula close by, but it would have been wretched to get there for seeing this kind of stuff. Plus the currents that were pushing them up into the open ocean. It must have been pretty desperate to see salvation so close. They knew from their compass readings that we were drifting 120 miles a day. What awaits you is the storm across the Southern Ocean. And if you don't get it right and find somewhere to land, you've got thousands of miles of nothing in every direction.
ויהיו בסוף הם כאילו משולם. בגלל, כאילו שציבו, יש להם כאלה שונים, יש להם כסף. עכשיו, המגזר לא חושב על חצי. יכולים לא לשמש, יש כאלה לא לשמש, אין עדיין כאלה לא לשמש. שאתם יכולים שכאלה לשמש.
Lifeboats were kills, prone to capsize, and they are in some of the roughest oceans known to man.
The strong easterly breeze was blowing, but the fringe of pack lying outside protected us from the full force of the swell, just as the coral reef of a tropical island checks the rollers of the Pacific. Elephant Island was the nearest land, but it lay outside the main body of pack. And even if the wind had been fair, we would have hesitated to face the high sea, which was running in the open. The big floe resting peacefully ahead caught my eye, and half an hour later we had pulled up the boats and pitched camp for the night. Everyone was in need of rest after the troubles on the previous night and the unaccustomed strain of the last 36 hours of the week. But it was not as safe as it
The prospect if you were drifting out into the deep South Atlantic, blown by the winds and the currents, on a piece of ice like this one, no one would ever find you. Your home would melt beneath your feet. You'd be condemned to the sea forever.
As each swell lifted around our rapidly dissolving berg, it drove floe ice onto the iceberg, reducing the size of our camp. I made up my mind that we should try to reach Deception Island. No longer were we drifting helplessly at the mercy of wind and current.
The rim bound for 4 days. Worsley took the first navigational sign in our skies for now and determined their progress.
It was a grievous disappointment. Instead of making a good run to the westward, we had made a big drift to the southeast. We were actually 30 miles to the east of the position we had occupied when we left the floe on the night before. To us, it was a day that seemed likely to be tomorrow. We could hear the killers blowing. Their short, sharp hisses, sounding like sudden escapes of smoke. The killers were a source of anxiety, for a boat could easily have been capsized by one of them coming out to blow. Shipwrecked mariners might appear on closer examination to be tasty substitutes for seal and penguin.
Which actually, of course, the orca were something revered. You don't really understand much about them. They call them killers of killer whales. And they talk to the sequels that they make. And the fact that they're being stalked by these creatures that create a real sense of unease. They really regarded them as something revered.
I think the killer whales circling is maybe they headed towards Elephant Island. It's just a continuation of some recurring theme, which is that Antarctica respects no person. It's just this untamed wilderness where you are just a big player in the scheme of things. If you are not fit enough or mentally or physically well prepared enough, you won't survive. If you're seen to be a food source for an animal, it's just the way of nature. We're not above it, we're just part of it. And I think Antarctica teaches you that when you go there. The men were left with only one choice. Their drift meant they could no longer reach the islands inside the relative shelter of the black ice. They were going to have to brave the open sea.
Obviously, we must make land quickly, and I decided to run for Elephant Island. Our way was across the open sea, and soon after, we swung round the north end of the pack. Immediately, our deeply laden boats began to make heavy weather. The ship's sprays, which are freezing as they fell, covered men and gear with ice. It seemed that the general discomfort of our situation could scarcely have been increased. But the land going ahead was a beacon of safety. We had now had 108 hours of toil, tumbling, freezing, and soaking with little or no sleep. Progress was slow. Gradually, Elephant Island came nearer. All this time we were coasting along beneath towering rocky cliffs and sheer glacier faces, which offered not the slightest possibility of landing anywhere.
You can tell just what the conditions can get to here. It's about 30 or 40 knots of gust at the moment, but the wind speeds, of course, can get 2 or 3 times that. The trouble here is that you get not only the winds coming off the ocean, but you get the catabolic winds, the cold, dense masses of air pouring down off the high ground in the interior of the island. And so you get it from both sides. And when the wind is blowing in the same direction, you've got the wind coming off the land and the wind from the sea. You could really end up with hurricane force winds. What we're looking at here is Cape Valentine, where Jackson's first arrived. They landed here and realised they couldn't hope to survive with the prospect of all the ice and rock tumbling down on them from above, as they were forced to move further around the island.
While Orson Hurley accompanied me on an inspection of our beach, the outlook we found to be anything but cheering. Obvious signs show that at spring tides the little beach would be covered by the water right up to the foot of the cliffs. The interior of the island was quite inaccessible. We climbed up one of the slopes and found ourselves stopped by overhanging cliffs. The rocks behind the camp were much withered, and we noticed the sharp boulders that had fallen from above. Clearly there was a danger from overhead. We must move on.
Shackleton managed to find just about the only place you can land, which is a place called Point Wild, which is just over there. See that small triangle of rock on the right-hand side and the face on the left-hand side. In between those two is a beautiful beach, and they managed to land.
At 9:30 a.m., we spied a narrow, rocky beach at the base of some very high crags and cliff and made another stage of the homeward journey had been accomplished, and we can afford to forget for an hour the problems of the future. Life was not so
We've got a Weddell seal basking in the sub-zero temperature just behind me, and the men were forced to bludgeon these seals and eat them both for the meat they provided, but also for the blubber which they rendered down and used to power their stoves. Not very painful, not too good for the seal either.
Trying to survive on an island would have just been a brutal experience. I mean, you're laying in a space between two glaciers, really just eking out what existence you can. With a best try here, snowslope in the middle there with a steep cobble ledge behind it, and another glacier in the distance. They couldn't go more than 50 metres in one direction, perhaps 100 metres in the other direction, before that was the end of their world. Literally stuck. And trying to eke out this existence in this tiny, tiny area.
It was heavy work, carrying our goods over the rough pebbles and rocks to the foot of the cliff. When the work was done, we pulled the 3 boats a little higher up on the beach, and turned gratefully to the hot drink that the cook had prepared. In order to provide shelter for the men, we turned the Dudley Docker upside down and wedged up the weathered side with boulders. The consideration that had weight with me was that there was no chance at all of any search being made for us on Elephant Island. A boat journey in search of relief was necessary and must not be delayed. That conclusion was forced upon us.
The nearest inhabited land to Elephant Island is South America, called Hawaii. But the strong winds and currents of the Southern Ocean made reaching those places impossible. Their only hope was to sail with the wind back to the whaling stations of South Georgia, 800 nautical miles away.
South Georgia was over 800 miles away, but lay in the area of the West India, and I could count upon finding whalers at any of the whaling stations on each coast. The hazards of a boat journey across 800 miles of stormy sub-Antarctic Ocean were obvious, but I calculated that at first the venture would add nothing to the risk of the men left on the island. There would be fewer mouths to feed during the winter, and the boat would not require to take more than 1 month's provisions for 6 men. For if we did not make South Georgia in that time, we were sure to go under.
Shackleton decided to take 5 of the men in the most seaworthy lifeboat, the James King.
I told Miles at once he would have to stay behind. and relied on him to hold the party together while I was away. The men who were staying behind made a pathetic little group on the beach with the grim heights of the island behind them. But they waved to us and gave 3 hearty cheers. There was hope in their hearts, and they trusted us to bring the help that they needed. I had all the sails set, and the James Gear had quickly dipped the beach and its line of dark figures. I decided to run north for at least 2 days while the wind held, and so get into warmer weather before turning to the east, and then, of course, to South Georgia. The tale of the next 16 days is one of supreme strife amid heaving waters, as though the Antarctic Ocean lived up to its evil reputation.
Southern Ocean's the roughest ocean in the world. This is typical Southern Ocean weather we're facing here. We've got about 40, maybe 50 knot gusts of wind and quite a big sea state. We're heading up towards South Georgia. You've got the Pacific basically draining into the Atlantic from west to east, and when the wind blows in the other direction, you get big standing waves. Very, very tough. We're at a 110-meter ice-strengthened ship here, and Shackleton in his 22.5-foot keelless rowboat in these kind of conditions, sitting only a foot and a half above the surface of the sea. Very intimidating, noisy, rough, waves crashing in, soaking you, threatening to sink you. Survival time, if you go in here, some 10 minutes, but frankly, in rough seas, they're like this 2 or 3. You'd freeze, you'd lose the ability to tread water, and down you'd go.
טוב. כן, אני רוצה להגיד כמה כיף זה היה אם היינו נכנסים רביעית לאיראן, מפרקים להם עכשיו את הפומים, ובסוף מוצאים את היורנים שיש להם, את הקוראים יורנים, אפשר ומביאים את זה עושים זה שדאשקר, חוזרים לארץ עם זה, חייבים להיכנס לשם, חייבים לפוצץ את זה, להגליד, הליקופטר, לא יודע, חייבים, רבוי, זה יהיה. היה מה?
Riser. Riser. You fell asleep. You fell asleep to the most exciting story of survival in global history. You hate this documentary.
בסוריה, אני רוצה שיעשו את זה, אני רוצה גם בעיראק, אבל לא בסוף, בריש גאלה ייכנסו.
We're at a 110-meter ice-strengthened ship here, and Shackleton in his 22.5-foot keelless rowboat in these kind of conditions, sitting only a foot and a half above the surface of the sea. Very intimidating, noisy, rough, waves crashing in, soaking you, threatening to sink you. Survival time, if you go in here, sub 10 minutes, but frankly, in rough sea state like this, 2 or 3. You'd freeze, you'd lose the ability to tread water, and down you'd go.
Shackleton's boat journey from Elephant Island to South Georgia is widely considered the most dangerous and difficult ocean crossing ever attempted. In 2013, I had the brilliant idea to recreate the journey using the same inadequate clothing and tiny rowboats that they had. I wanted to experience it for myself. It's the hardest physical and mental endeavor I've ever been involved in. I remember being borderline hypothermic with frostbite stalking us all. In amongst these sorts of conditions, down in the ditch between one set of waves and the next, waves crashing in, standing in 1 degree Celsius seawater. I have lasting memories of how that felt from our journey.
Deep seemed the valleys when we lay between the rain seas. High were the hills when we perched momentarily on the tops of giant cones. Nearly always there were gales. So small was our boat and so great were the seas that often our sails flapped idly in the calm between the crests of two waves. Then we would climb the next slope and catch the full fury of the gale, where the warlike whiteness of the breaking water surged around us. We were a tiny speck in the vast vista of the sea, the ocean that is open to all and merciful to none.
When you're down in amongst it in a keelless rowboat, believe me, it's a very interesting experience. It's all part of my therapy, coming back here and experiencing this, get it out of my system. Living conditions inside the boat were also challenging. The 6 men were living off a hot drink called hoosh, a delightful mixture of animal fat and cereal. Their reindeer's sleeping bags were so constantly wet, they began to fall apart, sending the prickly hair all throughout the boat, getting into their clothing, food, and drinking water.
Our water had long been finished. The last was about a pint of airy liquid, which we strained through a bit of gauze from a medicine chest.
Their only means of navigation was by the sun, using a sextant and compass. Worsley knew South Georgia Island sat on the 54th degree latitude. They only need to travel north to that point, then allow the strong Southern Ocean current to push them east.
I think most of us had a feeling that the end was very near. The morning of May the 8th broke thick and stormy with squalls from the northwest. We searched the waters ahead for a sign of land, and though we could see nothing more than had met our eyes for many days, we were cheered by a sense that the goal was near at hand. We gazed ahead with increasing eagerness, and at 12:30 p.m. through a rift in the clouds, McCarthy caught a glimpse of the black cliffs of South Georgia. It was a glad moment. Thirst-ridden, chilled, and weak as we were, happiness irradiated us. The job was nearly done.
Incredibly, after 16 days at sea, the men had survived 800 miles of 30-foot waves and hurricane-force winds in a 23-foot rowboat.
Well, the sensation Shackleton had at the approach South Georgia must have been one of pure relief. After 17 days at sea and the James Caird, much of it not expecting to make it at all. It's a pretty emotional feeling for us to be back here. It's just exciting again to be following close on his heels. You've got a big king penguin colony with hundreds of thousands of breeding pairs in the foreground here. And that's the thing about South Georgia, you smell it before you can see it. You can smell the stench of urea coming off the king penguins. It's quite something. You never quite get used to it, and you certainly don't get it out of your clothes.
Millions of penguins and seals crowd the beaches of South Georgia. These are some of the densest concentrations of wildlife on the planet.
It's the most spectacular place in the world. South Georgia is hundreds of thousands of breeding pairs of king penguins. It's just teeming with life. It's just spectacular. It never ceases to amaze me. I think seeing all these animals on the beach would have been a welcome sight, frankly, after the conditions down in the Antarctic, because, you know, in the final analysis, you could eat them, and would have been sustenance for Shackleton.
There were hundreds of sea elephants lying about, and their anxieties with regard to food disappeared. Meat and blubber enough to feed our party for years was a sight. The sea elephant provided us with fuel and meat, and that evening found a well-fed and fairly contented party at rest in Peggotty Camp. Abundant meals of sea elephant steak and liver increased our contentment.
The men were grateful for the safety of land and the abundance of food. However, they still needed to reach the weighing station on the other side of the island. The James Caird was badly damaged after the crossing. It would be too dangerous to sail around the coast. They were going to have to cross the island on foot to Stromness Bay, 25 miles, across the treacherous mountains and glaciers of South Georgia. The interior of the island never been traversed, and with winds blowing down from the peaks at almost 3,000 meters high, even for the most experienced mountaineer, this was an extremely dangerous prospect. Shackleton decided to take the two strongest men, Tom Crean and Frank Worsley, and attempt this final task.
Soon we were ascending a snow slope, heading due east on the last lap of our long trail. After 2 hours steady climbing, we were 2,500 feet above sea level. We roped ourselves together as a precaution against holes, crevasses, and precipices, and I broke a trail through the soft snow.
The central facet of Shackleton's leadership was that he never asked someone to do something he wasn't prepared to do himself. And indeed, he really demonstrated that at this stage of their journey. Well, just come up. Shackleton Deck, you pass a play where Shackleton landed more than 100 years ago. The weather is beginning to deteriorate, as is always the case in South Georgia. You've got incredible terrain behind you. This shows what the place is like. We're heading off to the Trident Mountains through there, where Shackleton, Crean and Worsley went, and that's the access point to the interior of the island and the whaling station beyond.
When Shackleton, Crean and Worsley passed this point, no one had ever been into the interior of the island. Their clothing was inadequate. They had no real climbing experience. One length of rope They were now faced with one of the most treacherous mountain crossings on Earth.
The interior was broken tremendously. High peaks, impassable cliffs, steep snow slopes, and sharply descending glaciers were prominent features in all directions, with stretches of snow plain overlaying the ice sheet of the interior. The slope we were ascending mounted to a ridge, but our course lay direct to the top. I had hoped to get a view of the country ahead of us from the top of the slope, but as the surface became more level beneath our feet, a thick fog drifted down. The moon became obscured and produced a diffused light that was more trying than darkness, since it illuminated the fog without guiding our steps. We noticed the thin beginnings of crevasses. Soon they were increasing in size and showing fractures, indicating that we were traveling on a glacier.
It's extremely dangerous traveling across glaciers. Thin snow bridges across deep crevasses are like hidden trapdoors that at any moment could cave in. The crevasses we were encountering are particularly bad, but I suspect they've got worse here over time. Shackleton, Green, and Worsley experienced these conditions. I wonder how they would have fared. Well, the key thing with crossing crevasses is that you don't want to fall in, obviously, and the best way to avoid that is to cross them at right angles. So if you are going down a river of ice, which your glacier is, you're doing things kind of the right way, because the likelihood is the crevasses are going to go from left to right in front of you across your path. You're going to be sort of stepping over. What you don't want to be doing is following the length of a crevasse where you give yourself lots and lots of opportunities to fall in the same thing. If you see one, tighten the rope between you so that somebody falls in, the other one will hold you. And just hope to hell that two people don't fall in, because if you're the one left on the surface, you probably haven't got the strength to hold everybody from falling in and injuring themselves, or perhaps worse.
We were tired, and the wind that blew down from the heights was chilling us. We decided to get down under the lee of a rock and rest. Within a minute, my two companions were fast asleep. I realized that it would be disastrous if we all slumbered together. For sleep under such conditions merges into death.
The Shackleton would have stopped in a shelf very much like this one, out of the wind, and knowing really that to stop for more than a small amount of time would have spelled certain death. You just cannot stop movement. Generate heat. Heat is what you need, obviously, and to stop for too long spells disaster.
After 5 minutes, I shook them into consciousness again, told them that they had slept for half an hour, and gave the word for a fresh start.
Shackleton was no mountaineer, but he had a lot of experience of the cold in the Antarctica. He would have known full well what would happen if he'd allowed them to sleep any longer.
Around 20 hours into their crossing, Shackleton decided to head down towards what he thought would be Stromness Bay and the whaling station.
Our high hopes were soon shattered. Crevasses warned us that we were on another glacier, and soon we looked down almost to the seaward edge of the Great Riven Iceland. I knew there was no glacier in Stromness and realized this must be the Fortuna Glacier. The disappointment was severe.
The glacier Shackleton found filled the valley, and sheer ice cliffs fell into the ocean. It was completely impassable and forced the men back up into the mountains. It must have been a moment that almost broke them. We've just completed a survey of the same glacier, and it's clear that this landscape has changed dramatically.
Here I am on the Turnback Glacier that surrounded Shackleton and his colleagues working in Crete, famously tried to use the descent to the valley beyond us here to get ultimately to Stromness whaling station. And look at what 100 years of climate change have done. This vast open space we're looking at here used to be occupied by a glacier. But then the level would have been above the level we can currently see now. And if they were here and the ice were here, we could see them trudging wearily across our eye line, about midway across this valley here, only to reach a precipitous ice cliff that they couldn't negotiate, caused them to have to go back up the valley and around another way, hence the name Turnback Glacier. What a change there's been.
Ironically, the Turnback Glacier is no longer an insurmountable barrier. We can simply walk down the melting glacial front to the valley floor. After 26 hours of continuous marching, there was one more major obstacle in Shackleton's path: the Koenig Glacier, a feature that's virtually unrecognizable today. Back in Shackleton's day, they saw the ice of the Koenig Glacier reaching almost to the breaking waves. 100 years later, we'll have to hike around 3 miles from the coast to the new glacial front.
I've always been on 2 journeys, really. One is the literal one, crossing mountains, crossing glaciers, and the other is more of a metaphorical one. In other words, you see those big rivers of ice and how badly they've been affected by climate change, and realise they're a really good way of showing probably the lack of litmus paper for what we're doing to the planet. The environment I'm standing on here is solid. You're stepping, you're sinking down quite a long way. And these big balls of rubble, again, they look quite solid, but beneath them is ice. And the water is just eating into everything beneath. That's the ice melt, the water is just eroding away the base of all these piles. It's quite a freaky experience being here. The whole landscape is just dynamic and changing, and what we're seeing today will not look like this tomorrow.
Using a drone to capture a 360-degree image of the Koenig Valley and the diary entries from Shackleton's crossing, you can recreate the world those 3 men traversed. What a difference 100 years can make.
This is just indicative of the way the climate change is impacting the glaciers in South Georgia, where over 90% of the glaciers here are suffering the same fate, all in wide-scale retreat.
For Shackleton, South Georgia was a very different world.
We were so stiff. We marched with our knees bent. A jagged line of peaks with a gap like a broken tooth confronted us, and our course eastward to Stromness lay across it. A very steep slope led up to the ridge, and an icy wind burst through the gap. But the worst was turning to the best for us. Twisted wave-like rock formations of whistling armor appeared right ahead in the opening of dawn. In intense excitement, we watched the chronometer for 7 o'clock when the whalers would be summoned to work. Right to the minute the steam whistle came to us, borne clearly on the wind. Never had any one of us heard sweeter music. It was a moment hard to describe. Pain and ache, boat journeys, marching, hunger and fatigue seemed to belong to the limbo of forgotten things. At 1:30 p.m. we climbed around the final ridge and saw a steamer. Minute figures moving to and fro about the boats caught our gaze. And then we saw the sheds and factory of Stromness whaling station. We had pierced the veneer of outside things. We had suffered, starved, and triumphed. Groveled down, yet grasped the glory. Grown bigger in the bigness of the whole. We had seen God in His splendor, and heard the text of nature rendering. We had reached the naked soul of men.
That afternoon, Shackleton, Crean and Worsley walked into Stromness whaling station. The factory would have been busy with teams of men processing huge whale carcasses, and the stench would have been thick in the air. This was to be their first encounter with the outside world in 532 days.
We tried to straighten ourselves up a bit, but the thought that there might be women at the station made us painfully conscious of our uncivilized appearance. Our beards were long, and our hair was matted. 3 more unpleasant-looking ruffians could hardly have been imagined.
Well, Shackleton finally arrives with Crean and Worsley at the whaling station. They celebrate momentarily, but then Shackleton's focused on picking up all the people he's left behind. And this is just fraught with problems.
After retrieving the men left on the other side of the island, Shackleton sets off from South Georgia in a whaling ship with the intention of rescuing the 22 men left behind on Elephant Island. But they get turned back by the packets, which is just impossible. They attempt this a second time, and the same thing happens again. Pack ice too dense, driven back, unable to get any further south. They resort to sailing to South America, where Shackleton raises the funds for another ship to reach the men. And that catches fire. Back to South America they go, tail between their legs. On their 4th attempt, they go south in a vessel called the Yacht, a final rescue effort funded by the Chilean government. It was essentially a tugboat.
This time, Providence favored us. The little steamer made a quick run down in comparatively fine weather. Worsley's keen eyes detected the camp. The men ashore saw us at the same time, and we saw tiny black figures hurry to the beach and wave signals to us. I saw a little figure on a surf-beaten rock and recognized Wyatt. I called out, "Are you all well?" And he answered, "We're all well, boss." Wild had held the party together and kept hope alive.
The men on Elephant Island had waited 4.5 months for rescue. They were down to just 4 days' worth of rations. The crew of Endurance were finally about to return to civilization for the first time in over 2 years. Against all odds, Shackleton had managed to achieve the impossible. All hands were rescued. Not a single man perished. Shackleton's story inspires me, especially when I'm in these remote locations and faced with the reality of the situation. I believe Shackleton's leadership can be applied to almost any mission, any goal. For me, that is correcting our climate trajectory. The changes we witness here in South Georgia are sobering, and I am compelled to use what I've learned from Shackleton to make a difference.
I think the thing about glaciers is that they are tangible. They're a physical thing. You can't see 415 parts per million of CO2 in the atmosphere, but you can see a melting glacier. South Georgia is such a remote place, and of course Antarctica remoter still, so not many people get to come here. I think the work we're doing, bringing these images back to people, is just crucial in communicating both the beauty of these places, but the fragility of them, and the importance of doing something about climate change.
If Shackleton's leadership has taught us anything, it's how to achieve the impossible. And these are skills we can apply to mammoth tasks like solving climate change. We need to reframe the mission. We need to set milestones. We need to break down the big picture into small, bite-sized challenges. We need to use emotional intelligence to convince everyone to come together. These are the skills that allowed Shackleton to save all of his men from Antarctica. Those same skills must now help us save Antarctica from man. Our journey ends here at Britvic Whaling Station. Endurance and her crew of 28 first set off to conquer the ice.
Britvic and where we are would have been a far harder place 100 years ago. Many whales hunted here subsequently ended up on the brink of extinction, black whales, blue whales. And thankfully we realised the error of our ways before it was too late to manage to stop the whaling before we hunted them to extinction. The fur seals are back at the numbers they were before we ever started hunting them. It tells us that if we take our foot off the throat to nature, she can recover.
6 years after their daring escape from the ice, Shackleton, Wild, Worsley, and several other crew of Endurance returned to South Georgia on another expedition to the south. Before they could set off, Shackleton suffered a fatal heart attack and was laid to rest here on the island.
He just aspired to achieve something that was bigger than him. He loved the whole romance and mystery of attaining things on the largest of levels, the biggest of stages. He wanted to find out what he was capable of doing and what was out there, and it was this kind of wonderful combination of geographical discovery and finding out what lies within yourself to enable you to do these things that really stir him on it. I think we can all find leadership within ourselves. You know, it's not a case of being born with it, it's a case of finding it within ourselves. And I think Shackleton found it within himself to save all his men from certain death, and we can find it within ourselves. It's just the issue is different. We must find it within ourselves.
The key to our future might lie 100 years in our past. Truly making this the greatest story of survival.
ושוקע קודם כל לכל אלה שיהיו מוכרים, גם תוכלי ענק של הסדר. אתם מודדים של פורנס, אתה ימין של פורנס, אני חושב שאתם מיום. בקיצור, כל המדינות, שוקע כבר מאוד, מכיוון מחקרים, שבאמת לא משקעים שלא יודעים להביא באמת. בסדר, שוקע גודל על כל מה? אז זה רוחם? זה סטריה. אפשר להבין כבר מה זה. בפרונט אי אפשר להבין מה זה. אני שבו כבור. קצת קשה.
רייזר!
בספר רב, זה לא קיבל. זה קצת יותר משהו.
Riser! Riser! Hey, everybody. Do you remember that time Riser was here? There he is. What are your thoughts on the greatest story of survival aside from Rabbi, Rothschild, in global history? You fell asleep like 12 times? No biggie. You thought it was boring? You thought it was boring as fuck. I thought it was pretty boring. I thought it was pretty boring too, dog. It's an amazing story of survival. But most of their survival is really boring shit. It's sitting around in the cold. But the thing I love most about that story is everybody came back safely. That's the coolest part of it. No, they didn't get to the South Pole, and they didn't get their final journey, or their final goal, but they all survived, and that is an incredible story. I liked that they had the mapping. I wish more documentaries did that. That to me is really important. Of having a map and showing like where you are in the world and like what you have to go through, because otherwise a viewer can just get lost. I forget which one we watched. Oh, that one, the balloon one. That one was like, wait, where are we in the world? And as I watched it, I was like, man, this is such a fascinating story, but it's so boring. It's like, dog, we have no. I mean, this is it summarized in like a paragraph. Dog, we're gonna go to the South Pole. Oh wait, no, we're not because it's cold as fuck, and all of a sudden we don't have any food, and our boat is trapped in the ice. They didn't go into this, but as I know that story pretty well, they fought a lot when they were on the ice, just like over little shit. Like they were at each other's throats to the point where, like, I think they even like physically wanted to fist fight, and maybe at one point they did get into some kind of fight. I listened to like the best podcast of which I know. Perhaps aside from like hardcore history, which is good, but I think this one's even better. It's called The Explorers, and it just goes into like these tales of explorers of the world, and it has a really great website. It's just the Explorers podcast, and it's incredible. Are you ready to lose at Scrabble? All right, this. You're welcome. Thank you for watching the movie Michael with me. I very much appreciate it. Riser. No doubt. Cape Horn. One around Argentina is known as Cape Horn. The one around Africa is the Cape of Good Hope. And everybody's waiting on you to accept the invitation. Dog. 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 Oh, do you need me to pass on the first play? Do you want me to? Why would it even matter if it's just, in your opinion, a warm up game? Do you feel no shame because you lose so often? Dog, that's what I say. You can't steal my line. And I never say sometimes I lose. I just say sometimes I allow you to win. Dog, I'm like 15 years older than you. I've been using that line since you were in the womb. Do you want to hear what's going on in the Fighter and the Kids subreddit? With a female? Wait, I don't understand what you're talking. Oh, no, she's not coming over. He just masturbates to her on Skype or something. Word. No, I'm no bullshit. She's a girl who lives like 10 miles from me, and he met her on the internet somehow, and he masturbates to her, and she allegedly masturbates to him, and he hasn't told her all the shit that's going on in his mind, and he was going to come visit, but that was when he had money. Now he wants her to visit. Yeah. No. I know she's Armenian. No, she's like a serious person. Word, dog. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, Discord or something. Yeah, the way he talks about it, yeah, I do. He's in love with this girl. Dude, as long as I've known him, he's been doing this for like 3 years or something, and then she got a boyfriend. So she didn't talk to him, but now she's back or something. I don't know. I don't know her name. I don't know anything about her. I know what city she lives in, and it borders Irvine. So she probably doesn't even live 10 miles away. She might live like 4 miles away. But I know she's Armenian. I know she has a friend who showed her boobs or something, and he and her friend were gonna come visit Zoot. I asked him if he was gonna have sex with both of them. He said he didn't know, and but they've never come to visit him. So she said she was going to, no. And every so often she gets the flame to go on cam with him, and when he does, his whole world stops. Are you growing the lemons to put in your water? What a capture for what? Literally has no captures, dog. Dog. Laugh the other day when you're like, you just literally wrote what the rules were to Reddit. Like, have 3,000 karma on this shitty website. I totally agree. What is that bullshit? Do you, well, that means you're quite. Did you go to AI and get a good like answer? All right. Dog, everybody's waiting on you. I don't understand why Mormon is not a word in this game, but Jew is. Oh, I can tell you.
גבר צריך להביא את התאים. לא יכול להביא אחד, לא יכול להביא אחד, אחד שמחלק את התאים, וזה איזה אחד. כמה חליבו בשבועיים, זה השאלה. אתה לא יודע, אני אתה לא יודע את השאלה. לא. אם אתה קורא לחוק בלילה 2, אז זה כמה זמן יותר לזה. הוא גם צריך... לא, הוא לא ידע. מה שהוא אומר זה נכון מאוד, אבל הוא לא ידע. לפעמים גורדון, לחנוק את הכל גורדון. זה אחד. להביא את הפרוקציה גורדון מדיק כל יום, זה עוד אחד. לשאול אותו. הוא צריך להגיד שהוא נכנסים לו, חונכים אותו בתור כוי. ואז הם חונכים אותו בתור כוי גדול. ואז הם קוראים אותו להביא זה.
West Side. What a great play, dude. That's some bullshit. Yeah, you're welcome, dog. No, I don't know what about what you're talking. Can't stop. Won't stop. Bullshit. That was beautiful. Dog, I had the C, I had the V, I had the A, B, A, O, U. I again think science words should be worth more. These are difficult. So are K's. Quag? Are you fucking serious? Quag? Are you fucking serious? Yeah. Yeah, it's known as a G-less quag, Todd. You don't know about a qua? What you know about a qua? No, it's not. It makes complete sense that that's not a not a word. No, that's not a word. Get out of here. Gut. Are you fucking serious? This might be. How do you like that? Now, normally in the game, I get to go again because I used all my tiles. What'd you think about that, son? That's a record. 92 is the record. I want you to burn that into your fucking skull. 92 is the record. Don't you dare. I'm on pace for. Please don't. How do you like that? How do fuck that? Yogurts, dog. 92. 92 is the record. How are we going to remember it? There was a presidential election in 90. No, it was a double word score. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that's 22 plus there were some triple letters in there as well. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Guess what, son? You're done. You aren't coming back from shit. There's no Q. There's no Z. You might have an X. Psych. '92. I feel like with a 92 play, I should have a much bigger lead. Like if I didn't have that, I would be getting 92. 92, son. 92. Todd. That's true, dog. '92. Yogurt, dog. '92. It was more than I thought. I thought it was 80 at first. 92, dog. Yogurts. I didn't even have to use the S on it, but I did because it was sick. Lee, what the fuck, dog? You should just get the fuck up. You think you could come back? I don't. Perhaps I'm going to give you a chance. Devastating. Multiple yogurt, dog. It was yogurts. This is one of the biggest blowouts we've seen in recent memory, folks. If you're keeping track at home, 330 to 235. Yogurts. If we didn't have yogurts, it would be 240, 238 to 244 right now. Devastating yogurts. What a play, dog. I was going to play something else that wasn't a word. Then I was going to play you, and then it just dawned on me. Dog, I've got something for everything in this bitch. But 358's better, baby. If I didn't have that 92 points, I would have still won. What was your favorite part of that game? No, it was 92, dog. I told you, don't forget it. I have a question. What's it like to lose a non quote unquote warm up game? Not just to lose, but to get absolutely annihilated. And my prize for winning in such style is I get to tell you about the fighter and the kid for 25 straight minutes. I either get to tell you about the fighter and the kid or in a Shackleton. Pick your poison, baby.
Doug, what are you talking about? What are you? Why are you talking like this? Doug, 92 points, man. Do you think you're ever going to get something that's 92 points? Oh, do you really think I had easy tiles? Okay. So, are you ready to hear about the newest, juiciest bread and job gossip? Okay. Okay, I'll do that. So, it was supposed to be at 3. Yes. Oh, does anybody think otherwise? Yeah, but I mean, don't they do their best to like minimize all that? Yeah, I'm in agreement. I want to think about that one. Like, I guess the way that you get hurt is by guys ganging up on you. So maybe everything should be um, solitary confinement within reason, like uh, so that guys can't beat up on you, and like you can still talk to people, but maybe it's just through glass or something, so that like somebody can't fuck you up. Um, but I want to think about that one. You had one the other day too that you never elaborated on. You think everything should be returnable? Even like used sex toys? Well, dude, that's a big what if within. Okay, what if the company went out of business? Not obviously. A company could have gone out of business and somebody could have purchased them. And then would the new company be on the hook as a liability? No, dog. No, dog. I mean, usually no. Okay, so you say within reason. Like that's not like legally, that's not like easily defensible because there no, because somebody may say, okay, how about an apple that you bit into that is spoiled? What I'm saying is, okay, so then let's take it to this. Let's say I buy uh, a thing of bananas. What do you call that? Like what do you call that? Like a what do you call it? A bush? Not a bushel. A bundle of bananas. What do you call that? 5 bananas in them. It's like a bundle or something. Oh, a bunch. There you go. A bunch of bananas. Okay, so let's say I buy a bunch of bananas. Not like tons, but like one of those bunches. Let's say there are 6 in the bunch. And I break one off and I eat it, and inside it's nasty. Should I be able to go back to the store and say, here are your 5 unused bananas back? I'd like a refund for my 5 bananas. Yeah, they usually do that because it's so rare. I've never returned fruit. I think it's ridiculous to return fruit, but I could see how somebody would. All the right. I have a bonkers return story, and it's my own fault. And I still to this day don't know why I did it, but I felt it was the principle of the matter. One time I bought a bunch of spray paint, automotive spray paint, for my Miata, and I don't know why. I even fucking was doing like spray paint, automotive spray paint on this fucking Miata on some places where it was like fading a little in a suit and it was raining. Like, I have no idea why I did this. It was just like a funny fucking thing. And some of the cans I didn't use, I bought way too much, and it just needed like some touch ups in some places. And maybe I put too much on, but I bought too many cans. And I went to return the cans that I didn't use, and they went through and they were like looking. This is at a Walmart. They were like looking at like whether I'd used some of them, and I was like, they're like, "Did you use these?" I'm like, "No, these are the ones that I didn't use." And they're like, "Well, they look used." And I'm like, "Well, I if I went to your paint section right now, have you ever been to like a Walmart paint section? People take off the caps all the time and like test it out on stuff. Have you ever seen this? There you go. So I'm like, they like have people who openly test this shit. And they're like, we need to get a manager. And I'm like, go for it. Manager comes over and they're like, did you use the spray paint? And I'm like, to my knowledge, no. I mean, I used some of the spray paint that I bought, but these ones I didn't use. They just had some, they could have had somebody who like used, used it to test it out. And I just bought it without checking. And they're like, well, some of these tips, we'll let you return the ones without any spray paint on the tips. And I'm like, okay, but you know that I could go to the paint section right now, and you're selling spray paint that has paint on the tips. Like basically proving my point. Like, not all of the tips that when you buy from this store are totally clean. People spray it, and you still sell it. And then they were eventually like, yeah, just whatever, just take it, or just, and they gave me my refund back. Exactly. And maybe on some of them they were like, well, this one feels lighter than this one, and this one feels lighter than this one. And I was like, okay, but again, you have open contain, like you have, like anybody goes back to your paint section, you take the cap off, and if you look at your shelves, they're all full of spray paint because people do this. And I don't weigh them before I leave. When I buy them, I just bought them, but I don't need these. And I bought like 6 cans, way too many, like far too many. And they're like, they're like, they finally took them. Maybe they didn't take them all, they just took some. But I remember being like, I could see myself being in the wrong here, but I just feel like I have, like, this is how I feel. And I felt to myself, if you're not going to return it, then you should have your spray paint like sealed. Like, you can't use the spray paint before you buy it. If not, I don't know how much was used, and I don't even know if I used it. And I just remember being like, this is kind of like a loopholey thing. Like, you could potentially like do this in mass. I'm sure they wouldn't let you do it a lot. There was this guy who just got caught in Irvine for and like Costa Mesa, some of the neighboring cities. He was going to different stores and buying the really high end Lego sets. This made national news. And he'd buy the Lego sets. He'd take out all the Legos and put macaroni on the inside, and then box it back up and take them all back. And he did it with yeah, $33,000 worth of stuff. And that's yeah, I mean, they have ways to track you, certainly with your card. Dude, there's this other time. I've told you this story before, and but it was during Hanukkah. That's a good point, but he did it in different stores. So like the odds are like they did like a sting on him. At there are two Walmarts in Irvine, and I went to the Walmart that I normally don't go to. This was like uh 5 years ago at Hanukkah, and I was in a suit and tie, and I was dressed very formally, and I went in and I bought some shelving, and I bought two pieces of shelving that had a box that looked exactly the same. And I went and I went to check out, and there wasn't a sticker on one of the boxes. And I went up to it was like a self checkout, and I went out to the self checkout lady, and I was like, "There's not a sticker on one of these boxes," and she's like, "Oh, just scan this." And so she just had me scan something on the box. And as I was leaving, the I had been at this Walmart the night before, and I had said this. They had these pies that were kosher pies, and because something's kosher, many times I'll just buy it, just just because it's like an extra thing. And so I bought some kosher pies and I put them on the underside of the cart. And when the guy was checking me out at the door or whatever, he looked at the bottom of the cart and he's like, "Oh, you didn't ring these up." And I said, "Yes, I did. Go look at my receipt." And he's like, "Oh, okay, sorry about that." So then he was a dick though. Actually, I was like, "Yeah, I did. Like, what are you talking about? That I didn't like? What? Look at my receipt." And he's like, "Okay." So the next day he was there, and I had these two big things of shelves, and the guy, because I like he was wrong the day before, he's just like uh just let me go through. And as I was leaving, the guy goes, "That's a rabbi." And there's no reason why he should have known that I was a rabbi, but he did. And I went to my car and I just was like feeling how heavy these boxes were, and one was heavier than the other. And when I looked at the boxes, one of them was like 48 inches long and the other was like 44 inches long. And I wanted two that were 48 inches long, not one that was 48 and one that was 44. So I went back in, I had my receipt, and I went to the desk and I was like, yeah, I just bought these, and it turns out I need to return one of them because one's shorter than the other. And they're like, okay, let's look at your receipt. And they did, and they were like, how did you scan this? And I was like, it was at the self checkout thing or whatever. And they're like, well, it didn't ring up properly. And I'm like, well, that's not my fault. I did what the lady told me to do. She said, take the hand scanner and scan. She's the one who scanned it with me. They had to go to the TV or like the monitor and make sure I didn't just walk out with these things. And I'm like, no, I didn't. Like, and they're like, they look, and the tag on it was for something completely different. So then they had to talk to that lady, and she's like, no, he just came up and he purchased these things, and we just went with whatever the barcode was. And then they're like, well, the guy at the door should have caught this. And I was thinking to myself, that's the asshole who accused me of taking pies last night. Anyway, so whenever I have to go to Walmart, I either just have it shipped in usually, or I go to a different one altogether because I've had only generally good interactions at one and really shitty at the other. So my long story short is, um, I've had some shitty return stories, and those are them. And do you hear about Costco and their return policy? They had a return policy that could return anything ever, and people would buy a couch there and use it for 10 years, and 10 years later return it and go buy another couch. Did you hear about this? Yeah. So Costco has always been very customer service friendly, and so their motto, and not motto, but their philosophy was, we'd rather have a long-term customer than burn a bridge with a person and not get their business. So we have a policy that you can return anything to our store so long as you bought it here. Basically, you did not have to have the receipt, and it could be any amount of days, it could be years later. And usually no one takes them up on this because it's like, people generally have integrity and they're like, whatever, I'm not gonna um like, I know when I've used it past that deadline. But because of how people are in recent years, people were like, hey, they were abusing the system. They're like, hey, we've had this couch for like 10 years and we bought it at Walmart, or not Walmart, Costco. And, we could probably take this back and get a new couch. And, then they make a, like, TikTok video and do it. And they're like returning it. And the people are like, we haven't sold this couch since like 2007. And they're like, yeah, but you say you can return anything. So then once one person made a TikTok of this, a bunch of people were returning televisions, like old, like CRT televisions. And they're like, yeah, I bought this here in 2002 and I'd like to return it. And they're like, this isn't even a style of television that's used anymore. And they're like, your policy says I can return anything. So because of these like loopholes that people were using, Costco has had to re-evaluate their return policy, and I think now they have a return policy of 2 years, and I think that's what that's what it is. So yeah, definitely. I had one. This was a bad one. Um, I was living in a place where uh, it or it where it was so like generally in California you can have your windows open 365 days a year without having an issue. But in some parts, in this one part of Long Beach I've lived, some parts of Irvine, some parts of Fullerton, just depending, some parts of the Valley of California, of Los Angeles can be pretty hot in the summer. And so I bought an air conditioner in like May or June or something. I bought this air conditioner in June and used it until September. And I had like 90 days to return it. And I waited until like the 85th day or something and I returned it. Now, I bought a bigger one, so they didn't make out too badly on it, as I understand. But I basically used this air conditioner the whole summer, and I thought to myself, you could do this, like never have to pay for an air conditioner. Just go to a store, buy it, have 90-day return it before the 90th day every summer, and then get your money back. I thought that was a loophole. Based is right. Um, I knew a woman who would return fruit. She used to work at the grocery store, and she was like really picky about fruit. And to me, to return fruit is like absolutely ridiculous. I almost feel like let the buyer beware. Like, it's fruit. It's not going to be perfect. But if a piece of fruit was not perfect, she would go back to the store, and the store at the time had a 200% satisfaction guarantee on their produce, and she would like make money doing this. Now she wouldn't do it like to the point where it was like a super big scam. But if there was a piece of fruit that was like not um all that, I don't want to say fresh, but like I don't know, you ever get watermelon like on the inside it's like not ripened yet, she would return it. Or like yeah. Uh so you think that people should be able to return anything? Oh dude, this is one. Uh they this is a funny thing. In the mid 1990s, they sold these computers that said something. They had like I don't know 1,064 kilobytes to like 1 megabyte of RAM or something very small, and they put stickers on it. Never will go obsolete. It was like so state of the art that they felt that you could put a sticker on there that says never will go obsolete. And then I think they had some other kind of thing that said like unlimited upgrades. Like you could always go to this company and they would continue to give you upgrades if the computer went obsolete. Now that company went out of business, but I think that's fascinating. Yeah. I mean, the company went out of business, so and yeah, it would be. People do that with tools, like stuff that doesn't go bad. They'll buy a tool at like a tag sale or like secondhand on like eBay, and then return that to the store and get their money. I know people who do it in like a lot of tool companies, if it just has their logo on it, they'll return it. They'll accept the return, like without a receipt. Sometimes those tools are in like an industrial plant or something, and there really isn't a receipt that you get. You're like accounts payable might get an invoice for it, but the actual person using it doesn't get a receipt. And the tool company, just to ensure that they keep the customer, will return it. I know one time some people in my family had. This is when the Cadillac Biggest Big Bertha came out. This was like they first came out. The reason why did I say Cadillac Callaway? Pardon me, Callaway wasn't really that well known until they came out with the Big Bertha driver, and they did this huge ad campaign with the Big Bertha driver, and then they got the bigger Big Bertha driver, and then they had the biggest Big Bertha driver, which is just huge headed driver, and uh, my my dad and uncle were playing golf, and my uncle, who was the absolute worst golfer, he was he was so funny. He was a member of country clubs like all over, and he always had brand new cars. Always had like the Armani suits. Like he just was always always had the best of everything. And but the funny thing was he was such a bad golfer. He would play golf. He'd play 9 holes at a country club, take a shower at the turn, have lunch, and then play the other 9 holes. Like incredibly ridiculous, like a cartoon character. But anyway, he and my dad were at the driving range, and my uncle topped a ball and dented the top of the biggest Big Bertha Callaway driver, and Callaway sent my dad a brand new um, driver, and without without a question, that kind of stuff they'll do because it's not like they recognize that like my dad used Callaways like his whole life. Like they don't want to lose that customer. No, tell me about it. Is that a news? Yeah. Right. 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 Ball, baller. That's a good one. Um, Not exactly the same kind of story, but when I first the way that I first started streaming was going to a place uh, called Dad Miller Golf Course in Anaheim, which is where Tiger Woods held the. It was his home course growing up. He had three home courses growing up. He had the Naval Course, Dad Miller, and Cypress golf course, and uh, he was just like a phenom in Southern California with Earl, and they would go to this golf course all the time. And so Tiger Woods, his charity is located on the grounds of this golf course. It's called the First Tee program, and then he built a building there as well. And I love this golf course, and I love the driving range, and they have like these really big nets, like really big, and the nets didn't have holes in them. But imagine like the thing that holds up the net is like a long pole that, like a really tall pole that goes into the ground and goes up like I don't know 150 feet or something. And I would notice if I would ever play like really close to the netting and I hit the ball sometimes because I was hitting so many balls, and I have this on camera. Um, I would hit the ball into the net, and it would hit that pole and come right back at me. And I was like, wow, I could get fucking drilled by one of these balls. And I wonder if I could sue Tiger Woods for like liability, because he doesn't own the golf course. So I think I'd have to sue the city of Anaheim. But um, I just thought to myself, like, this is a major issue that they have the netting up, but they have to have something holding the netting up, and it's a big pole. And if you hit the netting and the ball has the velocity, it will continue through the net a little bit and hit that pole and then come right back at you. And I mean, it comes back at you really, really quickly. Yeah, it was along the side. That's why I said when I would hit balls on the side, like if I ever like shanked one to the right, I could hit that. And that's why I avoided playing. Sometimes I would avoid playing on the far right because I have more of a um, slice. So I would always try to play on the far. I would generally try to play on the far left. And yeah, that was one. Another thing that I can. Yes, sir. Oh wow! Accidentally, when I was a little boy, I did that to my cousin, and I felt so badly for it. I hit him in the eye, just above the eye, in like the eyebrow, and he had this small little scar. And then that kind of a scar became like a really cool thing, like if you know what I mean, like where you have like a small scar on your like on your eye. And I remember when I did it, how hard I cried because I felt so unbelievably bad and guilty about it because like he's my cousin and I love him, and um he's just I was young. I was like maybe 5 or 6 or something, and he was like maybe 4 or 5, and he walked behind my golf swing, and man, I got him right on the eye. He was really fortunate that I didn't get him in the eye. But that was that. Right. And we were just little kids and we didn't know um, how important it is to give people their their space. And oh man, I still feel badly about it. I can see that. Trampolines are dangerous. 100%. Um, Trying to think of any other things like that. Uh, One time I was at a surprise party, and this isn't anything like that, but it happened to me twice. I was playing pool against some girls I knew, and they went to go hit the ball. And I think about this whenever we play pool on mini golf or mini on Play-Doh. And one of the girls hit the ball too low, and the ball flew off the table and hit me right in the nuts. And then it happened again like 20 minutes later, and kind of taught me not to stand behind this girl. I guess that's bad or in front of the girl or whatever. I guess that's bad form to stand in front of a person, but we didn't know. Anyway, she felt really badly, and you know that feeling when you get hit in the nuts and your body gets really cold, and then you get a stomach ache, all that shit. Not fun at all. All right, so on a scale of 0 to 10, how amazing do you think Ernest Shackleton is as a survivor? You hated it. Yeah, I agree. I also didn't like how they made it like into a climate change kind of deal because they weren't there at the same time of Ernest Shackleton. So, like, of course, the glaciers are going to be like retracted. They're not there in the middle of the winter or whatever. They were there like in the summer, um, which I felt was just kind of disingenuous. But um, who am I to make a determination on that? But when they were like going through their like look at the impact that climate change has had on this area. And it's like, well, unless you're there at the exact same time that they were in the year, you can't really use that as a determinant. Like I see people do this all the time with like before and after pictures of like Alaskan glaciers, and one picture will be taken in the middle of the winter and the other in the middle of the summer, when of course they're going to retract to some extent. Have you ever seen a documentary on the largest tsunami in global history, or in recorded history, that happened in Alaska? It was like 1,800 feet high, and the reason you're like, how did it get to be so big? Um, there was like a little. Okay, so like I'm sure you're pretty familiar with this, like how, um, when Alaska was purchased from the Russians, the United States got like basically the whole Canadian border of the Pacific Ocean, because that's where the trapping villages were of the Russians. That's why the United States Alaskan border is like all along like British Columbia. You know what I'm talking about? So in one of those little inlets, like let me just read you the story really quickly. Alaska tsunami, largest 1,500 feet, and the people who survived it. This is the wildest story. So imagine one of those little inlets. It's a 1958 Lituya Bay earthquake and mega tsunami. The 1958 Lituya Bay mega tsunami holds the record for the largest wave ever measured, reaching a vertical surge height of 1,720 feet. So I was off by 80 feet, which is taller than the Empire State Building. The cataclysmic event occurred on July 9th, 1958, when a magnitude 7.8 to 8.3 earthquake triggered a massive rock slide that deposited approximately